All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us early on a Monday morning. We really appreciate it. So before we welcome our virtual attendees, I just have a couple logistical things I want to go over. So first off, hello, my name is Isabella Nicosia. I am representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs today. And so we do have refreshments in the back of the room. So if you get thirsty throughout the day, they will be located back there. Our break snacks will also be located at the back of the room. And then we will have lunch just off in the dining hall where you just grabbed breakfast at noon. So if you would like to connect to internet, you can do so. The network is Marriott Conference, and then the code is KISO. That'll get you connected. And then the restrooms are just located right out the back doors behind you. So if you need to use that at any point, that is where that is located. So good morning to our virtual attendees. Thank you for joining us for today's extended day ahead market stakeholder meeting. Today we'll be discussing the draft final proposal for the initiative. The meeting materials for today's call are located on the initiative webpage. So you can get to that page by going to kiso.com. Then you'll go over to the Stay Informed tab, click Policy Initiatives. That'll take you to our main landing page for our initiatives. And then if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the extended day ahead market page. And all of our materials are located right at the top of that page under the November 14th activity. So before we get started, I just have a couple reminders to go through. So this call is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. So any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And these calls are structured to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives with the understanding that stakeholders have read the proposal. We do have a fair share of material to get through today, so I just would like to remind everyone to please refrain from repeating or reiterating what has already been said so that we can cover as many questions and comments as possible. And if you need any technical assistance during the meeting for our virtual attendees, you can send a chat to the event producer. Her name is Silas. But thank you all for joining us, and we're looking forward to an engaging discussion today. So just in a moment, we're going to get kicked off here by Mark Rothleader, our Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer. And then after Mark gives some opening remarks, we'll hear a WEIM Governance Review Committee update from Rebecca Wagner. And then the majority of the morning will cover the walkthrough of the draft final proposal. So we'll cover the resource participation model, the transmission requirement, the EDAM resource efficiency evaluation topic, transmission availability, and convergence bidding. And then we'll take a hour break for lunch and then come back this afternoon and cover the external resource participation and greenhouse gas accounting topics. And then we'll conclude today with some next steps and closing remarks. So with that, I will hand it over to Mark Rothleader for some opening remarks.
Thank you. So it's been about a year since we restarted this process about EDAM, and it was, we were talking about common principles about this time last year. And we've made a lot of headway, really as a result of everybody's continued engagement and feedback. And we really appreciate the fact that even though today we're a little light because it's obviously 8 o'clock meeting on a Monday, I know there's probably people still in travel, probably people online, but I think the continued progress, evolution of the proposal, I think has come a long way. And I think we're really now down to the end of this process in terms of putting the refinements, the discussion of the draft final proposal today, and putting the final touches on what I think will be the final proposal coming out probably December 7th. So I know it feels like, oh, there's still so much more to do, but honestly, the bulk of the work is done, and we really need to continue to move forward and get an assessment of those who are interested in moving forward with us on EDAM. I know last week at the symposium, there's a lot of good discussion about interest and the progress that we have made, and appreciate that support. The this is new for us. We're doing this in a different way in terms of how we do stakeholder discussion, the amount of outreach that we do, trying to listen and process and consider and adjust along the way, but do it in an efficient way that gets further and further down the road of narrowing down what the proposal is. And I think we've done a good job of that. Thank you to Milos and the team for doing everything they've done to get at this point. In terms of decision processes, I mean, we are again trying to go to the final proposal. We'll brief out the board in December, and then we will be taking it to the board and governing body for decision. And we're trying to sequence this and make sure that other items that are related to it are properly sequenced as well. But we're targeting right now basically the February board meeting for that decision. I know everybody feels like, okay, I didn't get everything I wanted. There's some things I'd rather have done differently or result differently. I think that's always going to be the case. And I think as with all these things, you start the market, you learn from it, and you make further refinements along the way. And I think we're almost at that point where we've got that core baseline design that we could start with. So with that, thanks again. Thank you for coming out, making travels after a symposium last week. I know some of you probably had to go back and forth. Some of you stayed, but look forward to the engagement today. Today we're going to be managing time a bit more because we have a short amount of time. And so we'll be deliberate about making sure we get the discussion going, get the questions, but some of the items we're going to have to keep moving along to get through the material. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thanks, Mark. So before we dive into the EDAM walkthrough, Rebecca Wagner is going to give us a update on the WEIM Governance Review Committee. So I will hand it over to you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Isabella, and good morning, everyone. I admire your dedication for being there 8 o'clock in the morning on the Monday after a long week last week. And I'm going to keep my update short because I know you all are there to work on the meat and potatoes of the EDAM market design. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So on October 31st, the Governance Review Committee issued its revised proposal, and this was building upon the straw proposal that we had issued in the summer and extensive outreach to stakeholders on what we needed to do to continue to evolve governance that is suitable for EDAM. And in our revised proposal, that is out right now, we've maintained the type of authority. So we are maintaining the joint authority construct. We have decided to keep the apply to test within the scope of authority and have delineated one piece that is just an add-on that becomes part of joint authority. And that's the any tariff that changes or establishes locational marginal price products for EDAM as a whole would be within joint authority. Sorry, I got distracted by the chat. This is a new piece to reflect some stakeholder comment that we received, and we're trying to thread the needle of finding the right approach to give comfort to both folks in California, as well as the potential entities joining from out of state. We maintain our decisional classification process, which is a key component in all of this, that whatever we get to on joint authority comes from a very deliberate decisional classification process. So that stays in place, as does our dispute resolution process. Turning to the stakeholder engagement piece, we are recommending to continue the use of working groups in a judicious way. I recognize the amount of time and effort that the working groups for market design has been for everyone, and that we can't do that every time, but when it's appropriate or an issue needs that level of engagement, we recommend that it continues. We recommend a RIF roundtable on discretionary items where the RIF invites in stakeholders, the ISO staff, boss, or any others to discuss the roundtable leading up to the roadmap. We are also recommending the RIF to add a liaison to the RIF for EDAM entities. Obviously, this would not be triggered until there was an EDAM entity that would need this representation on the RIF. And then turning to the governing body and the ISO board structure, we're not making any recommendations to the size, qualifications, or compensation. We are recognizing, however, that qualifications may need to be re-examined for board members who want to continue on in the expanded role of the governing body. And we're also recommending that the management of the ISO reviews compensation in the future, just as one is a level set compared to other professional boards, but also in light of any additional work on the part of the governing body and the Board of Governors. And we also are recommending an amendment, amending the bylaw to clarify that the Board of Governors weighs interests of all stakeholders. There's a perception that it's only weighs the interests of California, which is inconsistent with, I think, what FERC sees for any kind of governing body of an RTO or an ISO. So we're just updating that to be consistent. So turning to the schedule, our comments, we had our stakeholder rollout call on November 7th. Comments are due on November 18th. That's this Friday. I recognize that it's a short timeline, but what we're asking for folks, because we have received such robust comments in the past, really focus in on the iterative. What is in this proposal specifically, and highlight that. Do not, reinvent the wheel on comments and kill yourself trying to do so. So comments are due on Friday, and then we will have a general session stakeholder call to review those comments on November 30th. So we're operating on a short timeline, and especially in light of the holiday. Our intent is to issue our final draft proposal on December 7th, in line with what Mark was just discussing on the market design timeline. We'll do a briefing to the governing body and the board on December 14th. And then the GRC will convene in general session on January 9th to make our final decision, our vote on the governance proposal. And then we'll be delivering our proposal to the board and body for a joint authority decision in February. So with that, that's the highs and lows. I recommend, if you're needing to short circuit reviewing the proposal, pages 36 through 38 of our revised proposal provide an outline of our proposed recommendations. So it might short circuit some reading, although it's a great read. I've read it several times, and I'm kidding. So I will turn it all back to you guys, and hope your meetings go well today, and appreciate the opportunity to provide the update.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Well, good morning, everybody. We'll start now with the substantive portion of the presentation and the discussion, and we look forward to an iterative continued dialogue. So we encourage you to ask questions. As Mark said at the beginning, the focus is really going to be on the areas of evolution in the design between the revised proposal and the draft final proposal. And you'll see that theme throughout the different topics that we've slated on for today. So the first one that we'll start with is a topic that I think has garnered a lot of attention since we published the proposal back at the end of October. We've heard a lot of feedback offline on the transmission requirement that we introduced in the draft final proposal. You know, while I do think that it was a new topic that was introduced, it's something that we've been discussing, I think, indirectly throughout the design, and now we had a chance to put it on paper in response to some of the stakeholder comments. So let me provide a little bit of context for it, and then we'll jump into some of the potential evolution in that design since the publication of draft final proposal in response to some of that feedback that we've heard already. Okay. All right, so stakeholder comments in to the revised draft proposal suggested that there should be an introduction of a requirement that generation in a EDAM balancing area should reserve transmission or should be associated with a transmission reservation in order to effectively participate in the market. And the thought there was from those commenters that provided that input was that it supports the administration of the open access transmission tariff that entities are going to continue to maintain and continue to sell transmission service in an EDAM under their oath. But it also avoids or limits cost shifts between transmission customers and load in paying for the cost of that transmission system. And the draft final proposal in response to some of that feedback, as well as some more of the more pointed design suggestions, introduced the requirement that a resource that effectively is bidding into the market, to the extent that resource is operational, it would have to bid into the market, either self-schedule, economically bid, but that resource be associated with transmission service. In effect, that it be a designated network resource under the terms of the EDAM entity open access transmission tariff that effectively follows those requirements to be qualified as a designated network resource. And what that means as well is that they're effectively securing that transmission service across that EDAM balancing area. Or alternatively, that they reserve firm point-to-point transmission service, and what we suggested or proposed was long-term or monthly duration to the border of the balancing area, or otherwise have legacy transmission rights in place. And the intent of that second element was, to the extent that the resource is not designated, it is reserving service, and it is ultimately paying for the cost of the transmission system and limiting or avoiding some of those cost shifts. I think we recognize that as I'll go to the next slide, I think we recognize that the proposal may have been a bit overly restrictive in requiring long-term or monthly firm point-to-point transmission service. I think we recognize that designated network resources can be designated on a shorter-term basis as well. But we also heard from stakeholders that just the reality across the West is that long-term or even monthly firm transmission service is difficult to come by, even as you go down in duration of the transmission service, depending on the products that are being offered by that transmission provider. Even weekly or potentially even daily in certain instances, firm transmission may be difficult to come by. And again, the intent here behind this design or behind this concept was intending to ensure that the generation in that EDAM balancing area continues to be associated with transmission service and reserves that transmission service and continues to provide for support the transmission provider in administering its open access tariff and sales of transmission. Transmission service requests also provide, particularly longer term transmission service requests, also provide planning signals to support transmission system planning. So the thought is here that some form of a transmission requirement, or at least tracking of these transmission needs, is needed in order to continue to support that planning, but also avoid or limit those cost shifts in paying for the transmission system. I do want to acknowledge that the EDAM design does provide for the recovery of historical transmission revenues, but I think in that design, we've always recognized that transmission sales are going to continue, and we should strive to limit how much of the transmission costs should be recovered through the EDAM. Especially again, since the OAT is going to continue to be administered, and OAT sales are going to offset what needs to be recovered through the EDAM. So in response to that feedback that we received since the publication of the draft final proposal, I guess we're looking today to maybe propose an adjustment and test this with stakeholders in the design of this transmission requirement. And effectively, the adjustment would be as follows, that a resource in the EDAM balancing area needs to be a designated network resource under the terms of the OAT. Again, designations can be on a long-term or a short-term basis, or otherwise they would reserve firm point-to-point transmission service, long-term or short-term, or otherwise have a legacy transmission contract. If that transmission is not reserved, because again, as I noted, that we've heard feedback that even daily firm may not be readily available in certain areas of the West in certain periods of the year. But if that transmission is not reserved, the resource can continue to bid into the market, but would be subject to a transmission charge from the transmission service provider, that EDAM entity transmission service provider, based on the daily firm point-to-point rate under their particular OAT. And again, this ensures then that if they have not reserved that transmission service by being charged for it afterwards by that transmission service provider, that they're contributing to the cost of the transmission system, and therefore avoiding or limiting some of those cost shifts between transmission customers. This charge would be based on the amount of the day-ahead market schedule for which transmission has not been reserved. So you could foresee that a generator may have maybe a designated network resource or may have reserved transmission service for a portion of their output, but in the market, they've been awarded a higher amount. The transmission service provider then would assess that transmission charge based on the daily firm point-to-point rate for that difference based on that day-ahead market schedule. So let me pause here. I think this is the last slide of this topic. We wanted to garner some discussion and some reactions to this. Again, in response to those comments, we've been vetting some of this as well with folks that did raise those concerns to us, but we'd certainly want to open it up. And does this provide a bit more flexibility? Does that address the underlying concerns for those transmission providers of ensuring that there is revenue recovery and contribution to the cost of the transmission system, and avoid some of the free ridership concerns that have been expressed?
Looks like we have one question here in the room. Hey guys, Libby Kirby from Bonneville. It's quiet in the room, so I'll start. I think we had spoken a couple of weeks ago with a couple of folks from CAISO, and I think we had some of the concerns about a couple various concerns. I think this seems to be going in a good direction, I would say. I think the idea, one of our concerns was that idea of monthly, whether there's not access to it. I think the idea of allowing people to participate, but charging them sort of levels that playing field without having quite so much of a barrier to resource participation that is probably good for the market as a whole. So I think this addition makes a lot of sense, and is I would say a good direction to be going. Excuse me. I think we still have some uncertainty, some concern, particularly the setup of Bonneville in the Pacific Northwest, with essentially being the majority of the BAs in our area being sort of nested within Bonneville. I think we still have some concern. So originally our concern was getting just to the edge of an EDAM BA. What does it mean for one of the nested BAs just to get to the edge of their BA? So I see not required to be to the border, but I think we still have some concern that would one of my questions is going to be, what's the next steps on how to develop this? So spoiler alert, but making sure that that Bonneville transmission being used doesn't end up shifting all of the costs to our loads or just to generators in our BA, right? If ultimately that daily firm point-to-point rate is paid to whoever you're interconnected with, but ultimately getting anywhere, the various ETSR transfers across the footprint ends up going through Bonneville, making sure that doesn't push money outside, to the wrong transmission provider or sort of reallocate who that would go to versus a bilateral market. I think it is probably where our main concern lies at this point. Obviously, still interpreting EDAM slides, but yeah, I'll start there. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Oh, Stuart.
Stuart Kelly, representing LA. I think this is a great fix for EDAM in many respects, but I do still have concerns as you go from EDAM to EIM, because I think there's a scenario here whereby you can, bid a low quantity in EDAM and then increase the quantity of the bid into real time and not really be paying for transmission. And even if you own transmission, you could donate those transmission rights in EDAM. So I think it's great from an EDAM perspective, but we need to reflect on what it means as you might migrate from day ahead to real time. Thanks.
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Thank you. We appreciate your willingness to react very quickly to this and put this forth. This makes sense to us. The one piece in this that we maybe are, I don't know, maybe as a next step, or maybe it's just a point of clarification. And it's why daily firm point to point and not hourly. Hourly, you could reflect in your bids better, and it seems like it would be less distortionary in the market. So that was our only kind of outstanding question around this for now.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. I think would be open to considering. I think the hourly firm product is not pro forma, so I don't know that every entity has an hourly firm product, but maybe where you're going is maybe why not hourly non-firm maybe as well. And I think we can consider that. I think there's an incentive either way, depending on how the rates are structured out. I think based on some of the rates I've seen is that the closer you go in time, if you're buying for every single hour of the year at the hourly rate, it's still going to be more expensive than if you just reserve the long-term service. So there may still be the right incentives in place depending on how the rates are structured. But that's something we can consider, but certainly appreciate others' feedback as well. How do they think about this? What should be the appropriate charge, if not daily firm?
Yeah, and just to be clear, I maybe didn't emphasize it enough. It's kind of early this morning. We are also, it's not just the daily, but it's the daily firm, right? I don't understand why it has to be firm. Non-firm seems like it would work just as well. And it's about the revenue, not really whether it's officially firm or non-firm. So it seems like there'd be a lot more flexibility there. And then if it's daily, it seems like you have to somehow incorporate BCR and startup costs and commitment costs, and you have to incorporate that all into your bid, and that seems much harder than going to hourly.
Yeah, no, fair point. And I don't know if others have any perspectives on the particular rate. Oh, go ahead.
Sure.
Sorry.
I have the mic, so I'll use it. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'll respond first to Milos, your question about the rate, and kind of unpack a little bit on why daily firm does make the most sense. But I think it requires a little bit of background on the transmission side. So I think it makes sense. So first, before I mention what I was going to say, the reason that it would be daily firm and not a daily non-firm or an hourly non-firm is that what we're really talking about is if you're a generator participating in the EDAM and you have not secured transmission, the market design or the vision of what this design would look like is that you would be procuring that through the market for any transmission made available to EDAM, whether that's donated, released, et cetera. But the third option would be that you have unsold firm available transmission capacity. So that additional unsold firm that is being made available through EDAM is a firm quality transmission product. It has a specific rate associated with it, which is going to be much more costly than, more costly than a non-firm rate. And that is a firm amount being made available. We have discussed making non-firm available for rights not scheduled in advance of day ahead. And so you could make this more complicated, which I'm not sure we want to, and I'm not recommending. But you could make it more complicated and say, the amount of transmission made available through unscheduled rights that's releasing non-firm would potentially be paid a non-firm rate, hourly rate. You could do something like that. But the firm unsold made available should be paid at a firm rate so that it holds TSPs whole. Does that help a little bit? Okay, so, but with that context and also providing that that is the way that, you know, we think about it and I think about it, is that we're struggling with why there needs to be a requirement for generating resources to meet any of these criteria. I agree that there needs to be a process by which we make the transmission service providers whole for the attrition on their short-term revenues. And I've even posited and proposed that we need to be thinking more broadly about the long-term attrition. That's important to us. That's very important to us. So I'd say more broadly, long-term revenues, short-term revenues, attritions should be able to be recovered as a result of participating in EDAM. Where I'm confused, and I have a question for the CAISO team, where I'm confused is this, so the transmission revenue out of market, I'll just say uplift mechanism, I'm not sure what we're calling it right now, but the transmission recovery uplift mechanism that we've been discussing, looking at the formulas, the approaches, all the criteria, that has been the proposal for this concern, right? You don't have sufficient revenue, whether it be from, we said short term, but you can always expand it to long term if that's what you're seeing. And the uplift mechanism would be collecting that and then recovering it appropriately. I am confused about this alternate competing proposal and what the value proposition is between the two. And I'd really appreciate if the CAISO team could unpack that for me.
Sure. Thanks, Kathleen. Appreciate that that question. I think sort of at the core of it, that in effect you could view it sort of a variety of different ways. Like there could be different ways in adding sort of more and more cost to that bucket and have some sort of allocation mechanism. But really, I think it really gets at sort of who the beneficiaries are, and are you assigning those costs to the right parties? So to me, this was sort of one way in terms of narrowing the scope of what that TRR revenues would be, by sort of saying like these really were historically costs that were paid by generators associated with interconnecting and getting transmission service at least to their border within their own VA. And so by having this be sort of more directly applied, you know, as the examples, as the options here are describing it, you know, either through reserving point-to-point transmission service or by having some sort of after-the-fact transmission charge assigned based on participation, that's really sort of limiting the amount of revenue recovery that has to be applied through those buckets. So I think that's the trade-off that we're facing.
No, that's really helpful, Milos. So the way that we have always thought about it is that market participants entities are going to still want to be designated network resources. Those are long-term arrangements, long-term reasons for why you would enter into that kind of contractual arrangement and provide that service to an entity, to a load serving entity, right? So check one. That EDAM, I mean, we need to be mindful our designs don't mute or, you know, diminish the incentives to want to be a capacity resource, which we bring up in different instances, but they're still going to, capacity is still going to be a thing that is going to be highly valued attribute. The second is that the transmission is that if you have, and this is something we've repeatedly brought up in this process, is that if your rules by which a third-party transmission customer can utilize their rights within the EDAM framework are flexible and give them the greatest authority agency to use those rights on a voluntary basis, then that does not mute the incentive. That helps to negate the risk that the design is going to disincentivize these arrangements. And this is an important topic for Vistra to not mute that incentive. So we appreciate the reason, you know, the rationale or the intent, but there's simpler ways, I believe, of doing this. I think we need to focus on giving greater agency on those rights to decide what is going to be made available or not to EDAM. rather than a mandatory physical to financial conversion. It's a huge one. And the other thing is, I think it's fine to look at that uplift recovery mechanism. These seem like competing cost recovery approaches, and that's going to make participating in EDAM more complex. So I would encourage you to think about it as it's the same challenge. You already have something we've been developing for almost a year. Maybe we could focus on just making sure that captures these buckets and the recovery process is appropriate.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you. Question is, I assume that for EDAM that CalISO plan to use the same SUC software that is currently used for the MRTU footprint. And currently, CalISO determines all the transmission limits for the MRTU customers. And the question I have is, if we have EDAM, would the transmission limits be submitted by the ESC? That's question number one. And question number two is, in terms of the transmission limits that are submitted by the ESC, is that roughly the limits that are currently be submitted to support the WEIM today? Or there will be more limits than what is being currently used in real time? Thank you.
Good morning. This is George Angelidis with the ESO. So indeed, we'll be using the same software that we're using today for the Western Energy Imbalance Market. Of course, it will be enhanced with the features that we're bringing in for the extended day-ahead market. Regarding the transmission limits, if we are talking about the regular thermal limits on the network, these are part of the network model. They're seasonal limits that are defined in the network model. But we also have what we call dynamic limits for certain constraints that are either branch group constraints or transmission corridors, and these are defined before the market. It's BAA operator in cooperation with the market operator. We define these limits when we run the market. In certain situations, we also have complicated constraints like nomogram constraints. So all of these are the same like in EIM. What changes in EDAM is the limits on transfers, because these are scheduling limits, and these are defined based on how much transmission capacity each EDAM entity will release to the market. And this is a function of what kind of a transfer it is. If it's a bucket 1, bucket 2, or bucket 3, I think we're going to get into this discussion later on. But these are really scheduling limits, not really physical limits for the transmission network. And they represent the rights that are released for the market to use in scheduling those either energy or capacity transfers between BAS and the market footprint.
Okay. I think Kevin had a question maybe still. Oh. All right.
Kevin very polite me. Thank you, Kevin. This is Libby from Bonneville. Kevin very politely let me go first. Thank you, Kevin. Just wanted to reiterate some of what Kathleen said. I think Bonneville's been considering too whether or not it would make sense to be considering some of the long-term firm revenue. I think in particular for us, we have very limited short-term firm revenue, mainly because most people buy long-term firm and then redirect it on our for use in short-term. So obviously I talked a little bit about the idea of these nested BAs, the fact that today most people are buying transmission across us. Sometimes it's sinking in our BA, but we have like more wheels than we do load. So
the idea that potentially recovering this financially through some sort of recognition of loss of long-term firm revenue has the potential the potential at least to alleviate some of those concerns I talked about with the nested BA stuff, where, yeah, 100% from a simple standpoint, you know, if your transmission and your BA kind of cover one nice round bubble, then the idea that you're going to require transmission for those point-to-point entities within your BA makes perfect sense. But for us, with all that, you know, the stretch to get anywhere, essentially going through Bonneville, I think at the very least, the idea of just reflecting that in part of the revenue requirement has the ability to allow us to recover more simply, rather than trying to come up with a way that says, okay, now we're going to require transmission, and then depending on, you know, what did you used to do, you have to require, you know, a point-to-point across Bonneville. I think that the rules could get complicated, and perhaps going financially would be simpler.
Yeah.
So I agree that obviously I know we're getting into final proposal and whatnot, but I think that's something that is worth considering.
Yeah, no, thank you, Libby. And yeah, and I think the intent is to try to find this kind of a balance so that day one, you know, it's not absolutely all those short-term revenues and everything goes into the EDAM, but still facilitate administration of that out. But I think you raise a point that we can consider those nested BA scenarios as well. And what does it mean? I mean, worst case scenario in that instance, some of those foregone short-term revenues would be recoverable through the EDAM and in that mechanism that we put forward. But
Yeah.
Kevin with Bank. Actually, I had 5 points and now I'm going to reduce it to 1. But just kind of going back, it'll be a 10-minute point though. So I think I'll just come up to the front. I'm not paid by the word. I just want to echo Bank's support for kind of the flexibility and what's been laid out. We're trying to keep this design relatively simple. And and I understand what Kathleen's saying. There are probably a lot of things that will get discovered through implementation. There may be better ways. This was a hole that needed to be plugged. And I don't even know how big of a hole it is for most EDAM entities, because I have a hard time imagining too many resources just trying to sell energy into the market without a long-term agreement. So, but nevertheless, it's a hole. I think it's a valuable hole to plug, at least initially, and then we will. And to Bonneville's point, clearly we have to have a flexible enough design to adapt, and I think you did that in EIM. Bank is an unusual entity. Bonneville's probably the most challenging entity in the room, and so you know, and we've got many years to figure that out. So. Anyway, I do think it's a good starting point, and I appreciate that CAISO's kind of flexed on this issue of duration, because I don't think duration will be in our comments. It was an essential element. It's revenue.
Kathy Anderson, Idaho Power. So I guess in my mind, I think about this. I think about there's a project that's sitting in the middle of somewhere. They've got an off-taker for that energy. If you're sitting in Idaho and your off-taker is California because you have an RA contract, you're going to want the long-term point-to-point all the way to California because you have an obligation to deliver it there. You're still going to have to tag it. You're going to have that. This is not giving you anything else. What this is doing is allowing us to merge an OAT world, which there is no free transmission in OAT world. There's unreserved use clearly for people that don't have transmission. It allows us to try to bridge those gaps with a market construct. And so I actually like this extra addition where if somebody doesn't have 100% rights to get out of somebody's BA or to move on somebody's BA, because let's say you're a developer who has a variable generation and you bought 75% of it and the other 25% you're going to do non-firm. This gives you an option to, you know, still participate at that full amount, but yet still gets that revenue from the OAT. So we don't have a free ridership and we don't have an issue with a transmission provider trying to charge someone unreserved use. under this. And so it gives that. It also, in my mind, also kind of solves that problem of what do you do with undesignated network resources, or what do you do with designated network resources that maybe are being used in the market? Because when you go into the market and you bid those in, you don't necessarily know whose load you're serving still. It's the same problem we have in the EIM. This, we can maybe figure out some way to charge some amount of this to those. So I like this. And back to the why it's maybe the daily rate. I know in our tariff, we have an adjustment, and I think it's in the pro forma as well, where if you reserve so many hours in a day, we adjust it to the daily rate, so you're not overpaying. And so it would be a nightmare a little bit, I think, to try to do this with something like that. So I know offhand when Kaiso kind of contacted me, I was like, yeah, the daily feels like the right rate. Keeping it in the firm realm also keeps it into that concept of we really want that high quality firm transmission in here. So to me, I think that this is a way that it helps generators. It's sitting in a BA, get that. But I mean, you still want that long-term stuff because you still got to tag to wherever whoever's using you for RS, you got to tag it there if you're selected. So to me, I think this is just one more extra way to kind of close that gap.
All right, thank you, Kevin and Kathy. I think we have one question on line, and then we'll move on.
Yep. So let's go to the question on the phone, please.
Caller, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and question.
Hi, Alan Neck, SDG&E. I was just wondering, for the tax charge proposal, it sounds like if a generator is unable to secure transmission, it sounds like they might be sitting on the other end of a load pocket, and I'm just wondering about default energy bids. If they were to pay the tax charge, and for whatever reason they were determined to be a pivotal supplier, and you had to enter in a default energy bid, would the default energy bid take into account the tax charge that they had to pay?
One second, Alan.
Maybe I can
Yeah, go
offer an answer on this. This is George Angelidis. So one of the options for the default energy bid is the negotiated option. So if there are terms that the other options do not account for, like perhaps what you're suggesting, Tong, then I guess the avenue of a negotiated default energy bid that could incorporate these options is always on the table.
Okay. So it sounds like there's some mechanism in the market to solve for this problem. All right. Just wondering. Thank you.
Kathleen Colbert, Vistra. So before we move on, I'm hearing a lot of trying to fill a gap, but I'm still not seeing the gap from the prior iteration. So I would like help trying to understand what is missing. So I don't disagree with the things that I'm hearing, but from a pure practical perspective, that is why we did the transmission recovery settlement proposal for the short-term revenues to compensate and pay transmission service providers at a daily firm point-to-point rate for unsold ATC made available to the market. And so I'm trying to unpack what is missing from that uplift recovery. I'm not connecting the dots to, we have this uplift recovery mechanism. This feels very duplicative. So on one hand, I'm trying to figure out, are you pivoting to this instead of that? Are you trying to do both? And then how do we make sure we're not stacking costs? Right? These are the kinds of things that I think we need to talk through a little bit more before we move on. So can you please help me understand what is missing from the transmission recovery proposal that this is trying to address specifically? The gap. What's this gap?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at it, Kathleen. I think that it's not necessarily what's missing or what's a gap. It's just a different way of looking at who's paying for those costs and what goes into TRR. So like, in effect, right now, in the previous iteration of the proposal, it basically had the option of, do we want to assign the cost to load and or load or gen in some manner associated with that TRR? And so to me, this is sort of getting at a more direct cost assignment issue to sort of say, for these historical revenues associated with getting transmission service, to the border or within that BAA, that's now going to either be done as is described here through a, upfront reservation or through an after the fact charge at a specific rate. But instead of allocating those costs to load or to more broadly, it basically focuses it back on to the generator that didn't have a transmission reservation to have that cost assignment to agree that there wasn't one. But to me, that would be that's the issue it's really trying to solve.
So did I hear you say that you are removing the transmission recovery piece from the proposal then?
No.
I didn't see that in his draft.
Yeah, and we're certainly trying to make sure that, no, we're not removing that for the proposal. There certainly still will be other charges beyond this associated with potential lost transmission revenues. But yeah, we're also gonna be looking closely to make sure that there's not a double recovery issue in the proposal. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Kathleen.
Yeah, I think and I'm kind of just gonna channel Libby a bit. It's unfortunate this is the draft final proposal unless we have more time for more draft final proposals. There feels like a lot of details are needed to map this against the transmission recovery proposal, to understand how they work together, to make sure that we're confident there's not stacking of costs. That's really going to be critical. So I think you're going to need another iteration to pencil all that out. I'm just going to be real frank. As you work on that for your next iteration, I would suggest that you be mindful that, there's a few things that I'm concerned about. Is the premise that is the generation. So cost causation, cost allocation. We need to still respect those principles, that guiding principle. The generator not engaging, so generation resource who may opt to not engage into reserving transmission may be doing so because the value of that transmission is being reduced, ameliorated by the EDAM market design. That is not a choice that they are making. That is a choice that we are making as a group. As you set up the design and you file it with FERC, you've been, notice has been provided that if you do force physical to financial conversion and you don't allow for more flexibility, you're going to mute the value of those rights. And you're going to disincentivize that investment. So the notice has been provided. You're well aware. If you make that filing, it's really not that generation resources choice. It's ours. So be mindful of that. The other thing I'd be mindful of is that the benefits of EDAM, it's also the EDAM entity's choice to opt into EDAM and to bring the resources and other nested entities who are inside that EDAM entity into EDAM that do not have that same agency. They do not have those same choices. So they will be forced to have to figure out how to participate effectively, both cost effectively and operationally in this market design if that happens. But the reason the EDAM entity is choosing, what is the driver of that choice, i.e. the cost causation that we are talking about here, is they expect to derive substantial benefits to their ratepayers, to their customers through participating in the EDAM. That's an energy benefit that they are hoping to achieve for the load. So the cost causation of opting into EDAM is really on load. Appreciate you being mindful.
Thank you, Kathleen.
This is Don Trethaway from GDS Associates. I just have a question following up on the default energy bid discussion. I'm unclear as to why you would need to have the negotiated option, because you should know in advance whether or not the resource has transmission reserved, and you should just be able to incorporate that in the standard default energy bid. So I would assume if I don't have transmission reserved, then I would be able to put that cost would automatically be put in my default energy bid. And if I had a transmission reservation, it would not. And I would point out that the fact now that you've actually put a transmission cost into the optimization seems very inconsistent with the objectives of bucket 3 transmission, where the goal was to remove all of the hurdle rates associated with bucket 3 transmission, so that you wouldn't have the cost of transmission in the optimization. So this is sort of indirectly done it, where the original bucket 3 design was directly doing it.
Yeah, thank you, Don. I'll just note that, as you say, I don't think this is a direct hurdle rate, but it's something the transmission provider would administer after the fact to ensure they recover those transmission costs. So I think there's still a level of consistency, but it is an additional charge to the extent that they did
No,
not procure
Milos,
that
I think you missed
transmission.
my point. The fact that you now allow them to include the cost of transmission in their default energy bid for an internal generator to the EDAM footprint, you have indirectly put the cost of transmission into the
I see.
optimization.
Thanks, Don. Yep.
Be the last question and then we'll move on.
We'll just do Mike since he just
Okay,
joined
last
us.
one and then we'll move on.
Thanks. Just with what you have here on the slide, kind of the second main bullet where if transmission is not reserved, they can pay the daily firm point-to-point rate. I guess I had a question and maybe a comment. That ability to use transmission is not reserved. Is that limited to bucket 3 unsold firm transmission?
That's a good question.
And
Yeah. go
Maybe I
ahead.
should say,
Yeah.
I think it should be. Because I mean, we, Pacific Corp, I appreciate some of the design elements and even some of the Pacific Corp. We supported and we proposed having some transmission requirement for third-party generators or independent power producers. And I appreciate some of the changes here from the draft final proposal. And I think it is fair, this is fair, but I do think that that unreserved transmission, if that's used in the market, it should be limited to bucket 3. Because if not, you have others that have paid for that transmission. And so they should be limited to the available transmission that could then be essentially purchased in the market optimization.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, let us think about that, because I think, on the one hand, I think we were not considering necessarily this being a transmission reservation to the border of a balancing area with another EDAM BA, which is what bucket 3 transmission is. It's that transmission at the interface between 2 EDAM BAs that's unsold. But this was more of trying to find a way for recovery of those transmission costs of the systems. Yeah, so let us think about that a bit more and that interplay with bucket 3. Thank you. Okay, well, let's move on to the next topic, which is the resource sufficiency evaluation. And Danny is not going to be able to join us this morning, so we'll do the best that we can here between a few of us on the resource sufficiency evaluation presentation to walk you through the design. We'll start off first with just a brief overview of the different design elements, a couple of slides quickly going through that, and then really the focus is going to be on the areas of clarification and evolution in that design. But starting off with the first element, just as a reminder for folks, that the head resource sufficiency evaluation that's being proposed in the EDAM is really intended to ensure that each EDAM balancing area, including the ISO, has sufficient supply to meet its obligations prior to engaging in transfers with other balancing areas. The resource sufficiency evaluation really tests on an hourly basis across the 24-hour period that each EDAM entity has sufficient supply to meet its forecasted demand, the uncertainty requirement, as well as ancillary services. And that resource sufficiency evaluation is run at the onset of the day-ahead market, right at 10 a.m., ahead of the run of the integrated forward market. And that diverse and robust supply across the footprint that's made available to the market in the IFM, it produces those efficient resource commitments and energy transfers between EDAM areas to derive the benefits. As we talked about over the last couple of iterations of the proposal, the RSC, the resource efficiency evaluation, is not going to consider transmission constraints across the transmission network, but it's a comparison of bid and supply to the RSC obligation. And the IFM will consider then resource and transmission topology, resource needs and resource modeling, as well as transmission topology to identify feasible resource commitment and energy transfers. We're nevertheless going to monitor this element through the first year of operation, and would inform further evolution in the design, the consideration of transmission constraints in the RSC. EDAM entities also have the ability to test resource sufficiency on an advisory basis ahead of the formal evaluation at 10 a.m. We talked about an on-demand tool of the last couple of iterations of the proposal, where entities can evaluate it on their own as they're approaching that 10 a.m. run. How close are they to passing the resource sufficiency evaluation? And that information can help provide added opportunity for further coordination within the balancing area or procurement of additional supply ahead of 10 a.m. to meet that resource sufficiency evaluation. Just a brief overview of some of the elements of the design of the resource sufficiency evaluation and how different resources are considered in the resource sufficiency evaluation. And EDAM entities have, I think we need to recognize that EDAM entities may have different or maybe subject to different long-term resource planning programs or resource adequacy programs, and the resource sufficiency evaluation provides a common evaluation in the day-ahead timeframe based on the expected day-ahead conditions. Contracted supply counts for the resource sufficiency evaluation of a balancing area. And I'll cover now just some of the different nuances of different resource types that we've been noting in the last couple of proposals. But variable energy resources, those count towards the resource sufficiency evaluation based on their day-ahead forecasted output, while the IFM is going to look at the supply that's bid into the market associated with these variable resources. Demand response can also be utilized to support the resource sufficiency evaluation under existing resource participation models that the ISO has in place. Or it could also be a load modifier depending upon the different program that an entity has, including reliability demand response programs that, for example, the ISO has. But the models are going to allow supplied side demand response to offer supply bids into the market. And some entities may have their own demand response programs that really don't fit into those models, but could be load modifiers. And then we talked about, and we'll spend, I think, a couple of slides from now talking about delivered firm energy contracts that are prevalent in the West. Those are also going to count for the resource efficiency evaluation, and we'll touch on it. This has been a consistent design that we've been putting forward, or at least intent for these to count in the resource efficiency evaluation that we've been putting forward over the last couple of iterations. And then we also, that it didn't change in the draft final proposal, but we introduced it in the last iteration, but was the introduction of tagging requirements for non-resource specific supply, that entities would have to tag those imports of those resources within 3 hours of the publication of the day-ahead market results. And this requirement supports that confidence that these supply contracts will be delivered and will perform. So let me just do a brief overview here, and then I'll turn it over to George that's going to talk a bit more about the modeling here. But we want to spend a bit of time just on the delivered firm energy contracts. We've been referring to these, I think, as WSPP Schedule Cs, but I think we recognize there are other forms of contractual structures that are supporting these types of delivered energy contract arrangements. And these delivered firm energy contracts are contracts where title to the energy is taken at the border of the balancing area, and the supplier effectively is making the necessary arrangements to deliver that energy to the border. And as we've heard over the last couple of iterations and in stakeholder discussions, that these are common arrangements in the West today, and entities depend upon these to different extents to close gaps in their resource portfolios. But the challenge associated with these is that the source of the supply or the transmission may not be known by the time of the day-ahead market run at 10 a.m. day ahead. And so we continue to propose that these count for the resource efficiency evaluation. Maybe, George, I'll turn it over to you to just walk us through, including the source balancing authority area requirement and the modeling of the self-scheduled injections and what that looks like.
Yes, thank you, Milos. So the modeling of the WSPP Schedule C really depends on what sort of information is available when the schedule is declared to the market operator. And the intertie where the schedule will be eventually be tagged is a requirement, is a required piece of information, because that intertie may be used for multiple schedules. So the market operator needs to reserve transmission capacity on that intertie for that schedule. There could be other schedules on that intertie or even transfers. So we need to know definitely which intertie will be used for tagging that schedule when the schedule is declared. Now, the second piece of information is which BAA is the source BAA, and this is not always known. If the source BAA is another EDAM BAA, and that is known, the best way to represent this contract is if the party that has the contract coordinates with the EDAM entity to schedule a bucket one transfer between the two BAAs from the source BAA to the sink BAA. And this is the best way to represent this contract, because you have a symmetric treatment for the resource sufficiency evaluation for each of these BAAs, both for the sink BAA and the source BAA. And you have the correct scheduling and pricing solution for it. If that information is not known, or the bucket one transfer cannot be scheduled, then the fallback position is to represent the Schedule C as an injection at that intertie with the EDAM BAA that is the sink for that schedule. And that is an asymmetric treatment for the resource efficiency evaluation, because that will be a benefit for that sink BAA, but we will not represent that obligation for the source BAA. So that is the less accurate way of representing this contract. But of course, we have made a commitment to honor these contracts, and that's why we're taking the modeling hit for this. If the source BAA is not an EDAM BAA, but is a non-EDAM BAA, all right. Again, depending on whether that BAA is known at the point that the contract is declared, we have the ability to model it a little bit better than a simple injection at the boundary of the sink BAA, which is the worst case scenario. When the onboarding process will take place with potential EDAM BAA, we'll discuss and set up system resources the same way like we do it for EIM today, that would represent potential energy imports from non-EDAM BAAs, and we'll set up those system resources to be distributed at the default generator operating default distribution point for generation in that non-EDAM BAA. This is something that we do in EIM today, and we'll continue doing it in EDAM as well. That is a correct representation of, a more accurate representation of where the energy is coming from, and also more accurate pricing for that schedule if it has deviations in real time. Now, if we don't know any kind of information of where the energy is coming from, again, we'll work with that EDAM BAA during the onboarding process, and we may set up a system resource for that intertie with a generic potentially default generator aggregation point for all the non-EDAM BAAs in the market, in the network model, again, to have a slightly better representation of where the energy is generated rather than being at the intertie, which is the worst case scenario shown here at the last bullet. So we have some modeling options, and we'll explore this with the EDAM BAA during the onboarding process. We'll come up to whatever makes sense and what is reasonable for the most accurate representation of those schedules that we can do based on the information that we will have at the time.
Thank you, George. I'll just add on this particular topic that monitoring is an element of the design. To understand the impacts of these arrangements, including pricing impacts, delivery and performance of these, that can help ultimately evolve the design if we see any issues with this modeling or how these account for in the resource efficiency evaluation. So I think we can pause here just to see if there are any questions on this topic, and then we will move to, I think, the more substantive element of the failure consequences. But let's pause here just to see if there are questions.
Stuart Kelly representing LA. Well, I don't think we explicitly touched upon this, but is ABC going to be included in the RSC similar to the proposal for the WEAM RSC?
Let me answer that. So ABC is a feature that we have in the Western Energy Imbalance Market. There is no such feature in the EDAM explicitly. So you won't have the ability to represent available balancing capacity in EDAM. We're actually using regulation as a service that you self-provide to meet your regulation requirements. We're not treating this the same way like we treat available balancing capacity in EIM. We will discuss in later on in this meeting the concept of the net export constraint that provides some similar functionality to the available balancing capacity, but you won't have explicitly set up resources with the available balancing capacity concept the way it's used in the Western Energy Balance Market.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I appreciate that net export constraint, but I do get concerned about pricing. I hadn't actually realized that we weren't going to use ABC within EDAM, because that was just another way to mitigate some of the risks that come with the initial implementation. So let me think about that, George. I appreciate it.
Hey, Libby Kirby from Bonneville. George, can you talk more about why you would not allow ABC? My concern is, Bonneville has a huge amount of IPP generation versus our federal generation. With ABC, we're able to explicitly hold out megawatts from the federal gen without limiting, and as of right now, excuse me, we don't have any IPP participants in EIM, but in EDAM, right, everybody is going to participate. Hopefully people are going to participate with bids. The net export constraint would, and I have no problem with it. I think it's a good thing to have, but that would limit everyone's participation as opposed to ABC, which allows just, we can specify specific federal generation to hold capacity in excess, and then potentially let all the IPPs and whatever amount of Fed gen we bid in be maximized. So is there a reason we would not allow ABC either in addition or instead of, but I would assume in addition to this net export constraint?
Yes, well, basically we didn't see the benefit of having such a feature in the EDAM, where basically all capacity is made available for participation in the market, and particularly with the concept of curing for any shortfalls in the resource efficiency evaluation through the transfer mechanism, which will require all the capacity that is available in the market to be used for any member BAA that is in need for it. The available balancing capacity concept in the EIM is really capacity that is only dispatched conditionally in the market for the needs of that specific BAA. So here in EDAM, because we don't block the transfers, anymore for a BAA that fails the RSC, but they remain open for potentially curing the shortfall through the transfer. We didn't see that this feature would be useful, because we would actually be impeding that particular endeavor. So at least at this point of the proposal, we did not include this feature. If this feature is really something important, we haven't heard so far that this is really something that we must have in EDAM, and there will be obviously other opportunities to enhance EDAM after we go live. So if this feature is something that is important, we can consider that at a time.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Looks like there are no questions online either. So let's go to, I think, the more substantive element here, that this is the consequences of failing the resource sufficiency evaluation. Has probably been the one item that we've been trying to find that right balance between the different proposals and iterations of proposals that we've had, and different stakeholder input. But providing the proper signals and incentives to pass the day-ahead resource sufficiency evaluation is important, since it contributes to the overall confidence in the market, the emerging transfers, but also confidence for participating balancing areas to offer in excess supply into the market. And in the draft final proposal, we got a number of stakeholder comments that suggested a tier structure to the design of the failure consequences. And we put that out in this draft final proposal. And I'll go quickly over the different tiers. On the next slide, we'll cover just a bit more on the tiers, and then we'll walk together through an example, and James Lynn is going to walk us through it. But a tier 1 failure of the resource sufficiency evaluation, as part of that tier 1, we've developed a tolerance band or the minimus band, where a failure of 10 megawatts or a failure within the forecast error of the imbalance reserve requirement is deemed to be that part of that tolerance band, or the minimus failure. It recognizes that there's an imperfection to some of this. There's also a de minimis band in the EIM sufficiency evaluation, but we recognize that the same may occur here in the EDAM as well when we're talking thousands of megawatts. So the tier 1 recognizes that some level of failure, a smaller de minimis failure, is okay, and there's no consequence to that failure. The entity is deemed to have, as if they have passed the resource sufficiency evaluation, and would not be subject to an administrative surcharge that I'll talk a bit later. A tier 2 failure is a larger magnitude failure that now starts being subject to an administrative surcharge that acts as an incentive to forward procure, come in sufficient into the day-ahead market by the time of 10 a.m. A resource sufficiency failure of within 50% of the imbalance reserve requirement is considered that tier 2 failure. So it's above the de minimis, but it's less than 50% of the imbalance reserve requirement. It's not small, but it's beyond the tier 1 tolerance band. And effectively, the EDAM entity continues to be able to meet its load forecast plus a reasonable amount of uncertainty. The consequence here, again, is the application of the surcharge that I'll mention here shortly. But that surcharge is subject to effectively a 1.25, or a multiplier of 1.25, the 25% adder effectively. The surcharge plus an additional 25% to provide that incentive to come in sufficient. A tier 3 failure, though, is a failure that's more significant in nature. It's a more significant shortfall that exceeds 50% of the imbalanced reserve requirement, and the balancing area may not, is at risk or may not have supply to meet its load, and maybe not even its uncertainty requirement. And so this is a larger failure, and it's also subject to an administrative surcharge with a 2x or multiplier, effectively 200%. And those larger failures are more serious, and the multiplier of that surcharge sets that added incentive to come in sufficient and make the necessary forward procurement ahead of the day-ahead market run. It's important to recognize that the market is going to seek to cure these failures, and if there's sufficient supply to do so, the market is going to cure, and the entity will effectively be deemed to have passed They will continue to be part of the pool that we'll talk a bit about later of EDAM BAs that pass the RSC, and they'll continue to enjoy those benefits. But if the market cannot cure those insufficiencies, which you would expect, some of these larger insufficiencies, particularly in certain instances, there are additional consequences that we will discuss on a later slide, but that those include effectively being removed from the pool of the passing balancing areas. Just a little more on the surcharge concept, but from the start of the design, we've been trying to find that balance between providing an incentive to come in sufficient and provide for forward procurement to ensure that sufficiency while not being overly punitive. This tiered structure tries to recognize that balance and provide for an incentive to come in sufficient, and that failure consequence is also evaluated on an hourly basis across the 24-hour horizon. And so the administrative surcharge that would be in place here for those tier 2 and tier 3 failures is based on also a design that one of the stakeholders introduced in their last round of comments, but it's based on a 16-hour block product that's secured on the bilateral market traditionally today by looking at the price on the different bilateral market hubs, but providing a credit for the hours where the entity may not have failed that resource sufficiency evaluation across that 16-hour time frame where the surcharge does apply. And the intent is to ensure that it's not an economic decision for the hour or the hours of failure, that the entity doesn't have an economic decision to fail or ability to consider that economically, and looks at the surcharge really looks at what would that entity pay today by going out to the bilateral market, and they would procure that 16-hour product. And then it applies also that multiplier that we talked about in the tiered structure, the 1.25 or the 2x multiplier, depending on the tier that they failed on. We also put forward in the design that for repeat failures, in order to discourage or continue to make it uneconomic to fail, particularly if entities fail regularly, that we would be applying an additional 1% adder to each subsequent failure, depending upon those tier 2 and 3, if the failure fits in the tier 2 or a tier 3 failure. So with that, let's just illustrate now what does this look like, and James is going to walk us through this slide just to illustrate the concept.
Good morning, everybody. This is James Lynn. We're going to walk through a very high level review of the on-peak upward failure surcharge. Now that surcharge is going to be a combination of what you did within this, and we're talking on peak, we're talking about the 16-hour on peak intervals between hour ending 7 to hour ending 22, I believe it is. And then we are looking across that horizon, and then based upon that horizon, we're determining based on the number of failures, or in essence, if you did fail within that on peak hour, whether or not this surcharge will apply. And if you did fail, it applies for all 16 hours of that on peak time horizon. And so what's going to be equal to is it's going to be the failure multiplier. Now, this is what Milos just talked about. If you're in the de minimis, obviously it's going to be a 0. And so therefore the failure won't apply. But if you are within that first tier, it's 1.25. If you roll into the second tier, it's a 2.0 adder to it. It is also going to take into consideration the bilateral prices at Mid-Sea and at Palo Verde. And this is the prices for the 16-hour block energy for these peak hours. And then you're going to have a maximum resource efficiency. So we'll do again, we'll look across the 16 hours. You may have multiple resource efficiency failures, but we are going to look for that maximum failure, because in the bilateral market, that's what you would purchase on this 16-hour block period transmission. We're also going to multiply by, or we're going to take into consideration the marginal energy costs of insufficient BAs and non-failed intervals. And what this means, though, is also during this 16-hour period, you're also going to have periods where you passed. And so we'll take into consideration the cost of energy for those intervals in which you pass, and therefore you're getting a credit back for those intervals. So in this example right here, we're just looking to make it simple, based on a 4-hour time horizon. And in that 4 hours, we determined that an hour ending 3, you had a failure of 10 megawatts. And that 10 megawatts falls within tier 2, not tier 3 or tier 1, but tier 2 of the test. And so you're going to get 1.25 times as a multiplier times this hourly block. And so now within these 4 hours, we are going to be applying the 16-hour pricing. So we're looking at the on-peak bilateral prices at Mid-C and Palo Verde. And then we're also going to be looking at the marginal energy costs within these hours that you passed. So we're going to apply this every hour. So an hour ending 1, it's 1.25, which is your tier that you failed within, multiply by 10 megawatts, which is your maximum RSC failure for these hours, times $100. And what we determined was by comparing the $100 at Mid-C versus $80 at Palo Verde, the Mid-C price is prevailing, and therefore we'll be applying the Mid-C price. But in hour ending 1, you also passed. You're still in the on-peak hours. And so we're giving you a credit back for passing at and we call it the bilateral LP. We're going to have a trading hub price, which represents the energy within the BAA. And that's at $40. So we're giving you a credit back of $40. Now we're going to do this every hour of the 16-hour block period in which you are now failed for the on-peak for resource efficiency. So we'll do the same thing for hour ending 2 and hour ending 3. But if you notice in hour ending 3, you actually was the hour in which you failed and that drove the RSC megawatts. And so therefore you're not getting a credit back. So it's 1.25 times the 10 megawatts times the Mid-C price, and there is no credit back. Now, all of this will be summed up and we will give you a charge of $3,000 for this 16-hour block period. And that charge will then be distributed to the other BAAs, which have been providing you the energy to meet your resource efficiency. So it's going to be for net exporting BAAs will receive the revenue, while you as the BAA have the administrative surcharge of $3,000. Now, this is a description of the on-peak upward. Now, we do have off-peak and we do have downward failures. They're a lot more simple. The off-peak is going to apply for each hour of the off-peak. You're not going to look across a block period, but it'll be hour by hour. And then the downward, and for the off-peak, we're also going to look at the Mid-C and the Palo Verde price. So it'll be, if you failed in that hour, it'll be the failure times the higher of the Mid-C or the Palo Verde price. And then for downward, we are not looking at the bilaterals. It's simply going to be every hour throughout the day is going to be your failure times the LMP. But you are going to have that failure tier apply for the off-peak upward as well.
All right.
Any questions?
Let me just.
I went through it quickly.
Yeah, let me just go one more slide just to close out the failure consequences, and I think we can open up more broadly on the overall design. But just I alluded to this a couple of slides ago, but there's also, again, these failure consequences also include exclusion from the pool that we'll talk about next as a next topic, from the pool of passing EDAM BAs that are evaluated together in the EIM resource efficiency evaluation. But depending on the magnitude of that failure, I think it's important to recognize that the market may not always have sufficient supply to cure that insufficiency. And so the entity will be subject to that administrative surcharge. But if the market cannot cure the insufficiency, the EDAM entity will be deemed to have fail the resource sufficiency evaluation, and they will also be removed from the pool of entities that are being evaluated jointly in that EIM resource sufficiency evaluation. And so that in and of itself is also another consequence, that because you're excluded from the pool and evaluated on your own in the EIM resource sufficiency evaluation, there's also foregone diversity benefits of the day-ahead uncertainty requirement. So that now sets the overall design of the failure consequences, and let's open it up for questions.
Not seeing any in the room. Oh, we have one.
Hi, this is Kathleen Gilbert from Vistra. I've actually had mine up for a long time, so can we go back a little bit to one of the earlier slides? This one's probably fine. This works. I have a question, and I want to talk a little bit about the de minimis amount. One of the things that I'm trying to think through and understand is the relationship between this threshold for the RSC failure consequences. Okay, put that in one parking lot versus if we're in the market. And when we're actually in the market and we're running the market solution, if there is insufficient supply to meet our energy needs, our power balance constraint, we also have a concept of thresholds in our market design for the purpose of setting and determining what the penalty prices are going to be. Those thresholds were set up, right, with the import bidding, et cetera, back in 2020. The logic behind those was to use the WEX BAL low limit, if you guys recall. And the premise was that there's a certain amount of supply that can be less than load while we're still meeting meeting system frequency. And so it's a de minimis delta, which isn't causing like operational concerns. And so that's what the CAISO put forward. Transparently, I don't believe Vistra supported it, but now that it's in the market, I want to understand how that tracks against this threshold. And I'll give you just an example. Granted, these are updated annually, and I'm just looking at the final proposal. But let's say Bonk's threshold, let me use my friend Kevin behind me, 19.4 megawatts was, so it was pretty small. That's right. Let's pick that. That's that threshold. If penalty prices would be set, or penalty prices would not be triggered if this shortfall was within that threshold, right? And we go to the highest cleared bid. So I'm just trying to track that against this. Is that 19 always going to be less the imbalance reserve up requirement such that I shouldn't be worried about it? Are there any instances where you think it could be higher than the balance reserve up requirement? Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Kathleen, just to understand what you're going after.
Sure.
Are you suggesting perhaps a more scientific way of coming up with these 10 megawatts rather than a flat?
I would never suggest that.
Oh,
Just
okay.
totally kidding. I'm suggesting that if you use I'm so sorry, thank you. I'm not suggesting that at this current point in time. I don't understand. We're using a more scientific approach for the threshold in the market. Granted, it's still static. So it is a more scientific, but yet a static threshold, right? It's not the same that operators will see on a real-time basis. So, but I am trying to understand, are we saying that if there was a failure in the integrated forward market, you would be considered okay, and we wouldn't trigger penalty prices, even for the same amount of total requirement here, where you would then be assessing a financial consequence on the EDAM entities? I just want to make sure that if we're thinking through it, I just want to make sure we're thinking through it, because it would be, to me, an adverse outcome if a financial consequence was issued for the resource efficiency evaluation test. But then when we go into the market, if we're at the same kind of megawatt levels and you're not meeting the power balance, but then we're saying it's okay because you're in the BAL low limit and we're not going to trigger energy penalty prices. To me, that would be an adverse outcome. I don't know if that's feasible, which is why I'm just asking the example. You have a BAA, they have a certain threshold by which energy won't trigger penalty pricing, scarcity pricing. Can we have confidence that that will track to the RSC with this de minimis value? Or should we maybe analyze it?
Actually, I'm confident that they will not track because these are two different processes. So the RSC is a completely different solution because we don't have network, right? We still have everything else that the IFM will solve for. It's the same model, but without the network, so no transmission constraints. So the RSC solution will be different than the IFM solution. The fact that the RSC came up with a shortfall of 10 megawatts, that doesn't mean that this is what we would expect in IFM, or quite the contrary. In IFM, we have all the transfers unlocked, and we have the ability for EDAM to cure in the IFM any shortfall that manifested in the RSC. So actually, you know, if you have something like a small 10 megawatt failure in the RSC, I don't expect any problems in IFM. I'm sure this will be cured. Now, if, of course, in the IFM, you have still a failure in terms of manifesting as a power balance constraint violation, for example, that means that you were not able to cure with all the available capacity that was available in EDAM and all the transfers available for that purpose. And that has some consequences that will go on the next slide, actually. But the pricing is going to be actually dependent on that outcome. So if you have a power balance constraint violation in that BAA in the IFM, then you expect to see something like the price cap as the pricing in that BAA.
And maybe I need to try to make my
Kathleen,
my
this is Anna.
question
I'm
more
sorry.
precise. No,
I-
sure, please.
No,
Yes,
it's
Anna.
just we're going to try to limit some of the back and forth so that we can get through the questions. And I think Libby had another question.
And
So
I'm
if you could pass
yes,
the, okay,
I'm
thank you.
happy to finish my sentence and then pass it. So the last thing that I think this would be, I'm affirmatively asking the CAISO to do this analysis and think through this. Like Idaho Power's threshold is roughly 25. I don't, versus a 10. I think we need to think through and make sure that we're being consistent in our concept of what is short. Thank you.
This is Libby from Bonneville. Just a small question. Is the surcharge in addition to whatever energy charge you end up with, or does it replace your sort of normal energy charges?
It'll be an additional charge. So we'll have a separate charge codes where we'll be assessing it and passing along. So you get normal energy settlement, and then this will be a surcharge afterwards.
Okay. And just to be clear, the example that was given, you showed 4 hours, but assuming it was on peak, it would be 16 hours. All 16 on peak hours would be considered. And then we said off peak was just the single hour.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Steve Pruitt, LA. On the other slide that showed, oh, there, this one, perfect. This is probably a dumb question, but is it possible for the BAA weighted LMP to be higher than the PV or the mid-C price?
It can be, and we will cap it so that you cannot have that credit applied to future hours.
Okay.
So we'll be doing it hour by hour. And then, so if the weighted average price is higher, your credit is not going to be applied to the next hour.
Okay, so it's a credit, not an absolute value for that component.
Correct. It'll end up being zero,
It'll be zero.
basically.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll go in and I'll correct the formula.
One more question over here.
Hello, Vijay Satyal, WRA. This is not my area of strong expertise, so please don't mind very broad question. Two questions. One is you have demand response considered as an option, of course, as a resource. And so I'm not clear on how DR plays in with the lack of performance or having penalties. How is it treated, big picture? And second is, what do you mean by repeated failures? Like what is, maybe I missed the definition of repeated failures.
So I'm gonna address the second one, and I don't know if George, you want to address the first, but the second one is we're gonna look over a 30-day period. And if you are a persistent deviator, let's say you fail 10 times out of that 30-day period, you're gonna have an additional amount added to this 1.25. And it's gonna be 10 times 0.01. It's to ensure that we don't have BAAs consistently failing and leaning on the market to solve. And so it's an additional additive to the surcharge.
So that 10 you just said is an actual benchmark you're exploring, or that's an example? And
Just an example.
You're going to see this on the overall performance. And
Yeah, it's gonna be a rolling 30-day period. So
Got it.
each trade date, I'll look back 30 days
Makes sense.
and see what it was. So it can go up and down depending upon your participation in the market.
Perfect, thank you. That helps a lot. And DR, I would love to know how DR is being factored into this whole dimension.
Yeah.
The formula is good. Thank you.
Yeah, so as you know, the resource efficiency evaluation will use every bid that is submitted in the market. And if these demand response programs are represented through the existing models that the market operator has, like the proxy demand response, and they have bids in the market, the RSC will use these bids. If they are also what we call RSC eligible, this is one of the features that we introduced in this proposal, which means that they must be designated resources and all this stuff. If there is some demand response program that is not using explicit resources like that, but it is called in by the EDAM entity to operate for tomorrow, I guess the only way to represent that is with a reduction in the demand forecast by the amount of demand response that is expected to operate the next day. But obviously we have to have some more discussion on how the market operator can validate these programs.
So I appreciate this. I think maybe it's the trains left the station with this draft, but I need to read it again, but it'd be great to appreciate how that will be done, because as you've acknowledged and Calaiso has stated, DR has played a very big role in the whole August, September months. And if finding ways that the penalty requirements and performance is realistic and reasonable, given the DR being still an evolving market product in your portfolio, I just want to urge flexibility or thinking on how you send market signals on the expectations of failure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We will definitely address that.
Thank you. Based upon the discussion, it appears that all penalties are financial. I have two questions. First question is failure to meet this RSE. Would it also impact reliability? And currently in the WEAM market, that if you do not have like enough flex reserves, Calaiso would curtail the amount that you can buy or sell with other BAs. Will there be other penalties beside financial that will be imposed when Calaiso run the model?
I think we should better answer this question after we advance a few slides to make the connection of what it means to have an RSC failure in EDAM and how it propagates into the real-time market, and then we'll get to answer your question.
Before we advance, this is Kathleen Goldberg from Vistra. One more technical question. On the bilateral hub prices, can you clarify for us if you're going to be using a liquidity threshold criteria?
I think this is Anna McKenna. Our thinking is consistent with FERC requirements. We'll definitely look at the liquidity criteria as FERC prescribes it. So like we have used, when we use those types of indices, we look at the same criteria, which of course, has some flexibility around it and also has some requirements that FERC deems sufficient for liquidity. So we will definitely follow the criteria.
Okay, no, that's fair. And just in case others aren't as familiar with those FERC policies, so the index publishers implement that liquidity criteria. So as long as you receive a next day index, you would use that, I assume. I would just note which is fine, it just means that you're not going to subjectively separately be looking at the actual liquidity, as long as like ICE publishes it, is how I interpreted your answer. So because ICE will not publish a formal index if it doesn't meet the FERC policies.
I think that's my answer, but
Yeah,
we'll
okay,
have to
great.
follow up on that.
Yeah.
But we'll definitely comply with FERC requirements on the criteria.
That's great. I would expect nothing less. M- What I am raising is that I think a lot of entities anticipate that the EDAM is going to largely, if not completely, replace bilateral trading in the West as an outcome of this implementation. And so I think we need to be very mindful and not just rely on the index publishers about what the prices are that you're receiving. So they may be complying with FERC policies, but if the index pricing is significantly and persistently different than the pricing you see in EDAM, because there is very little to no trading on those indices, it's something that we should revisit in the future. Thank you.
Okay, and this is Milos. I just want to respond to a couple of chat questions, and I think we can go to people online. But just a couple of clarifications regarding this example. The hours on the left-hand side column are not intended really to be. It's illustrative. It's not. This is intended to be an on-peak example. It's not intended to illustrate off-peak hours. It's just sample hour 1, 2, 3, 4, not necessarily 1 a.m., 2 a.m. through 4 a.m. And then the failure here of 10 megawatts or the shortfall. We try to just illustrate a larger failure. I recognize that 10 megawatts fits within the tolerance band, but just go with the concept that assume that it's a tier 2 failure, that it's a larger size than a de minimis failure. All right.
So we had one other question in the chat from PGP. So could you walk through an example where the hourly price is higher than the DA block price?
Okay, so let's, I'm gonna do this on the fly. So let's assume, in this, peak hour 4, that the weighted average price was $110. So we're going to be looking to, apply the 16-hour block, penalty, but also giving a credit back for the BA weighted average price of $110. So how this is going to work is it's going to be the maximum of 0. So because we're going to cap it so that doesn't go into other hours of 1.25 times the 10 megawatts times $100. And then we're going to give a credit back for 10 megawatts times $110. Well, obviously $110 credit is higher than overall what I charged. So therefore, you're going to cap hour ending 4 at $0, and the administrative surcharge will be reduced, not from 3,000. I'm not gonna do that part on the fly, but it'll probably be closer to $2,700 and therefore that is what your administrative surcharge would be. Now, the other thing about hour ending 3. Part of the assumption on this, and we use 10 megawatts, is the de minimis is the minimum of your 10 megawatts or your uncertainty. In this particular BAA, the uncertainty was less than 10 megawatts. So in this case, a 10 megawatt RSC failure can have surcharge consequences if it is higher than the threshold that we put as de minimis.
Thanks, James. Let's go ahead and take the questions over the phone. So let's unmute Michelle Keto.
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from the CPUC. Have you guys thought about weekends?
Yeah, we thought about weekends. Yeah, and I think this would be, yeah, the intent is that this would apply, 7 days a week, but let me just check here. Do we have the six?
So I think, Michelle, you're referring to whether or not weekends are considered off-peak versus on-peak.
Yes.
And at this moment, we will apply it as off-peak unless we hear comments that we would prefer to have the hour blocks applied evenly throughout the week.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, weekends and holidays are for the most part considered off-peak.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to follow up on your George's point about DR. I just wanted to confirm, my understanding, which is that if CAISO, the balancing authority, is going to fail the RSE, that the RDRR would be counted. That was my understanding, and I just wanted to confirm it yet again.
Yes. So sorry, can you repeat that one more time, Michelle?
Sure. George was talking about DR and these penalty prices and said that, if it is in the market, it would be counted. But that was not my understanding of how we were going to treat RDRR, and that RDRR, and in particular, the CAISO's BIP program, would be counted if California was going to fail the RSE. And I just wanted confirmation that that is the case, because that's something different than what George said.
That's right. The RDR program, as we've described in the proposal, is that we would loop that in to the extent that we're failing the resource efficiency evaluation on an advisory basis.
Okay, and then I just wanted to follow up on Kathleen Colbert's point about liquidity. There were 2 trades on ICE during the stress system conditions in September. 2 trades, maybe 25 megawatts, and I do think that FERC's liquidity standards are over 90 days. So if you show liquidity over 90 days, but you can be then basing these penalty parameters on very, 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 very illiquid markets. And I think that that's a concern, which we will definitely be raising in our protests. Okay. And then finally, I just wanted to ask if folks could state their affiliations. It's really hard to follow. It really helps for people on the phone to understand who's talking and why. So if we could do that, that would be really helpful. That's it. Thanks.
Let's go to the next question on the phone.
Hi, this is Marcy Palmstrom from Southern California Edison. I have maybe a broader question. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Marcy.
Oh, okay, sorry, I had a little feedback. And this might be answered in the slides going forward, I think. So George, if that's the case, let me know. So if a BA can't cure an insufficiency, they're out of the pool and there's no priorities. But there is excess and they can help, they can be helped. So if a BA is still not able to meet their load, they've been kicked out of the pool, but there is excess and they can be helped. How do they get that help? Like, I think this is probably an extreme situation, but that's what I'm wondering.
George, you want to give it a shot?
Not sure I understood the question.
I think one clarification, this is Anna. Marcy, I think one clarification, I think in your example, I just want to make sure it's clear. When you say the entity can't cure, are we talking about the market not being able to cure for that deficiency, or the entity failing and then going into the market to try to cure? So I think there's steps we need to follow on that question.
Yeah, thanks. What I'm talking about is the BA has tried to cure. It can't. So it's kicked out of the pool. Doesn't have access.
So we have
there-
we cover this in the next few slides. If you can hold your question, maybe we can answer it through the presentation. Otherwise, we can get more specifically on that.
Yeah, okay, I thought that might be the case. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Mike Wilding from Pacific Corp. I just want to go back to the weekend comment and the liquidity comment. So Saturday is peak, Sunday is off peak. So maybe in the bilateral market, at least. So maybe just a comment to throw out there as we're thinking about the pricing on this.
Yeah, no, that sounds good, Mike. I think, yeah, aligning it with those, time frames, what's considered peak and off peak is good. Okay, thanks.
I got something else, but you can go if you want to talk about that. Yeah.
Stuart Kelly representing LE. Can we just have complete alignment with the bilateral markets, because the multiplier, I think, at peak is slightly higher than the 1.25. So it'd be good to have complete consistency.
Stuart, sorry, this is James Lynn. You said the multiplier on for the peak versus off peak, or up and down.
I think it's slightly higher than 1.25 for the peak hours. Well, I can check.
Okay,
And get back
you
to
can
you.
please let me know.
But I think the principle Stuart is trying to emphasize is to make it consistent with whatever it is in the bilateral markets. And so we'll follow up on that. Thank you. And I think Mike had a follow-up question, so we'll go to Mike first before.
Yeah, this is Mike from Pacific Corp again. And maybe just a comment. I think the liquidity in, this pricing is important. I don't have a suggestion right now, but I think we do need some sort of control around that is all.
Yeah, Mike, this is Anna. I think question on liquidity is an interesting one, because one of the things we were talking about as we were formulating the surcharge was the expectation that, or the analogy we wanted to do to make is that if you don't have don't have this as an option, you're going into bilateral market. What it sounds like you all are saying is there may not be a bilateral market. But then what are the options? And that's maybe what we need to consider. Right now, if there is a bilateral market, those indices will pick it up. It will be a very bad day in which people cannot trade in the bilateral market because there's nothing left. So that's where I think we need to look into that a little bit, perhaps.
I don't see any other questions in the room.
Okay, I think Michelle Keto entered the queue again, so let's go ahead and unmute Michelle.
Hey, this is Michelle from the CPUC. I know that that on peak is defined as 6x16, but when I look at the ICE indices and the Palo Verde indices, the spot market transactions that are published on EIA, those are only Monday through Friday. So maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think that there's on peak indices, spot market purchases shown for the weekends. And that was what I was getting at, Mike. So if you have different information, I'm happy to look that up.
Okay, this is Milos. Yeah, we'll look into that and make sure that we clarify that in the next iteration of the proposal. We'll look and see what's going on the weekends, and we'll also take a look at the WEC definition as well, see how well it aligns with what's available on those bilateral hubs and markets. Okay, well, George has been alluding to this, so let's go on to that famous next topic that we'll let George talk a bit about, the pooling approach and what happens when entities pass the resource sufficiency evaluation and how they're evaluated together or individually within the EIM resource sufficiency evaluation.
Thank you, Milos. Okay, so let's draw that connection. So if a BAA fails the resource sufficiency evaluation in the EDAM, then it has the ability to cure that shortfall simply by being part of the market in the IFM, where transfers are open and available capacity in other BAAs can come in through a transfer and cure that shortfall. And then, if that shortfall is cured, everything is good, except for the additional surcharge that we discussed in the previous slide. When you go now into the Western Energy Imbalance Market, you have an advantage that the pool stays at that pool level, and we will test in the real-time resource sufficiency evaluation that pool, as a super BAA. This is a great advantage for all members of that pool, because now they're sharing the diversity benefit of the enlarged market footprint that pool has. So there are reduced flexible ramp requirements for that pool in the real-time RSE. If, however, that BAA could not cure completely in IFM, meaning with all the available capacity and the transfers, there's still a shortfall that remains in the IFM solution that manifests as either a power balance constraint violation for that BAA or a violation of the capacity procurement constraints, like the imbalance reserve could not be met, the requirement for that BAA. Then we consider that BAA failed, and it drops from that pool when we go to the Western Energy Imbalance Market. So now that BAA is going to stand on its own in real time, and we will apply the resource sufficiency evaluation of that BAA alone. Anything that happened in the IFM to cure the shortfall, so whatever shortfall was cured in the IFM is staying with that BAA. It's really becoming a day-ahead transfer, which is firm in real time. But that BAA now has the responsibility to cover the remaining shortfall, and that will be the objective of the test of the resource sufficiency evaluation in real time. And if that BAA cures that, then that's okay. We can run the real-time market without any consequences. Otherwise, that BAA will see the consequences for failing the real-time RSE now, and that will be based on what we have lined up in the resource efficiency evaluation enhancement 2 at the other initiative, where you have assistance energy going into that BAA from other BAAs in the market footprint at some additional cost. The other consequence is that being dropped from the pool from the day ahead into real time, means that this BAA is not going to enjoy the diversity benefit of being part of that pool. So their flexible ramp requirements are going to be higher. Every BAA in EIM, though, still receives some pro rata diversity benefit of being part of the EIM footprint. That doesn't go away, but the diversity for being part of the EDAM pool, that goes away. Conversely, for the pool, whatever remains after that BAA drops off, that pool also lose some of the diversity benefit, because now that BAA is not part of that pool. And for that reason, to be conservative in the EDAM, we're not going to allocate the 100% of the diversity benefit of the EDAM pool to reduce the requirements for every BAA in the EDAM pool. We want to be a little bit conservative, specifically for the beginning of EDAM. So we propose a configurable parameter, a percentage that will not allocate the entire diversity benefit that we see from our calculations, but maybe be a little bit more conservative in potential anticipation that maybe one of the BAAs in the group will fail, will not cure through EDAM, and will lose that part of the contribution to that diversity benefit. Of course, we'll monitor this and we'll see if this is something that's really happening. Or if it doesn't happen, if we see that all potential RSC shortfalls in EDAM are actually cured through IFM, then there's no reason to have this coefficient, this parameter less than 100%, obviously. So I'll stop right here. There was a question on whether there is going to be an impact on reliability because of this. So we're moving away from locking the transfers, even when you fail the real-time RSC as part of the RSC enhancements initiative. So we're handling this as a financial cost for not being able to cure. However, the responsibility for reliability still stays squarely with the BAA. And we have both in EDAM and in EIM constraints that we have discussed in the past in these meetings that will isolate the shortfall to that BAA where the shortfall manifests, and it will not propagate to other BAAs. So from a reliability standpoint, the rest of the market, the rest of the BAAs in the market should not see any reliability impact because one BAA fails to meet its own requirements. And I'll stop here.
Hi, this is Libby Kirby from Bonneville again. Has the CAISO thought about what it means for the pool to fail the WEIM RSE? So if you pass, you know, most people say pass in the day ahead, they're treated as a pool for the real-time RSE. What does it mean in that case to fail?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So we will test the entire pool as if it were one BAA. We can say it's a super BAA. So the same rules that we're going to use for test any BAA in the EIM RSC now apply for the pool of these BAA. So basically you have the demand forecast for the pool, the flexible requirements for the pool instead of each BAA. And obviously that realizes diversity that exists within the pool. So it makes it far easier for the pool to pass the RSC test, particularly if it has already passed the day ahead test. So this is the advantage going to real time. If they fail, the entire pool is going to be treated similarly to a BAA that fails in real-time RSC, which means that transfers to that pool are open, but they will be considered assistance energy, and they will have an additional cost that now will be distributed not to a single BAA, obviously, but to the BAAs that are part of that pool. So we're treating it as a big BAA, that's all.
This is Kirstine Rock with Pacific Core. George, over here. I had a quick question. You mentioned the energy assistance program that you proposed as part of the WEIM RC2 initiative, which I recognize as separate. The proposal, if I interpreted it correctly, there suggested that that would be in effect through the end of December 2025, and then that would be moved to the pricing initiative for you all to figure out an in-market solution there. Can you just perhaps quickly spell out what the benefit would be? You know, you mentioned it earlier as part of this kind of logic related here to the EDAM. Could you just perhaps go over that one more time? So especially since the comments are due on the WEIM2 initiative and this EDAM, I just want to make sure that we understand the connection there and also the timing, if you would.
Right. So the main philosophy is, and it's a change in our current approach. In our current approach, we lock the transfers and we let each BAA, manage its own requirements if they fail the real-time RSE. And we did not want to proceed in that based on comments and discussions with stakeholders. We believe that it's far more superior to use the market mechanism to cure these shortfalls and simply apply a financial consequence that is better for reliability, because the market can automate all these mechanisms that operators will have to use in these cases. It will allow, through the mechanism of a transfer, to cure any shortfall. And you're going to be in a better solution overall, even if that shortfall cannot be fully met. So we're taking this philosophy all the way to EDAM here. And as you can see, we do the same in the day ahead, where we allow curing RSC shortfalls through the IFM, and that we connect the same philosophy with what we propose in the RSC too.
All right, let's go to Lindsay Schleckway on the phone line.
Hi, Lindsay Schleckway with NV Energy. I was just wondering if you had a little bit more details on the proposal to allow or allocate the full diversity benefit. That bullet there that you'll be procuring this configurable parameter. Do you have any idea what that will look like?
Well, from an implementation standpoint, I have an easy answer, and I'm looking at my colleagues to give you a number. We will have it as configurable, and it will be potentially less than 100%, but we'll monitor it. Greg?
Yeah, and
okay.
This is Greg from the ISO, just to provide some context on this. This was back when we were trying to look at, and this comes out of a day-ahead market enhancements issue where we were trying to set the level of imbalance reserve requirement. And, we set that at the 97.5% confidence level with the anticipation that that would cover the vast majority of the reliability needs without requiring us to do excess procurement that could be very, very costly. And then when we started looking at this into the EDAM concept and procuring those imbalance reserves with that wider footprint, there is a diversity benefit there. And so then it comes down to, but if we allocate out that entire diversity benefit, then we're back down to that 97.5 for the footprint, or, there's these trade-offs there where we could, potentially the other option would have been, well, we could increase that confidence band up to say 99% and still allocate all the diversity benefit. But I think the challenge is, without having some operational experience, we don't really know what's the optimal reliability level there is. And that's where this hybrid concept came up, where we're going to give the market operator the flexibility to adjust that so that they can have some level above that 97.5 if they're finding that 97.5 is insufficient for the reliability and the confidence in transfers that we're trying to attain. So, it's essentially a tunable type parameter that we can use for, balancing out those reliability and cost impacts of the imbalance reserve requirement. So that's the idea there. And so, I think, initially, and it's probably going to depend on, market conditions, those types of things as well as to how that would be set going forward. But I think with experience, they would be able to continually fine tune that.
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Vistra does not support this proposal to pool the BAs that pass the day-ahead RSE in the real-time energy imbalance market resource efficiency evaluation test. I think it's really important to remember that we're not proposing an RTO here. We are proposing an extended day-ahead market. And if this were a full RTO, then it makes sense we'd all have access to diversity benefit even going into real time. But under the proposal and the designs that we're trying to put forward, this is an incremental step towards coordination across the West, which is really could have value. But it's important that we be mindful, both in the day ahead and in the real time, that we all need to strive to be sufficient in each individual area in order to respect the fact that, and especially in real time, this is an imbalanced market. The other thing is there are still features of our operations and our market design that do respect the fact this is not an RTO. You have market separation flexibility. The BAs can separate if there is an emergency condition in real time. They're not necessarily going to be in that pool if something truly adverse happens to them where they could separate. They have the ability to limit their transfers. It's important to remember the real time is not an RTO. We're not running an RTO. With that, I just wanted to remind everyone, happy to answer questions, but Vistra does not support this.
Thank you, Kathleen. We have others online, is that right?
We have one more on the phone line. Let's go to Michelle.
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from CPUC. Hey, George, I have a question for you. If the CPUC, or excuse me, if the CAISO fails the RSE, and this goes to the next thing that you're going to be talking about, would you then say that we set net exports to 0?
No, Michelle, that's not what we're saying, and it's.
Oh, no. I'm saying that's what we should do, right? Because if we're failing the RSE, how can we support exports?
I did say that whatever cure that can happen in IFM, that failed BAA is getting to keep that going into the RSC for real time, because it will be a firm day ahead transfer that clears the day ahead market. So if you had a shortfall, right?
But wouldn't it make it easier to cure in the IFM if we set net exports to 0, if we fail the RSE, right?
You mentioned an export, so I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like export to non-EDAM BAAs?
Net export to EDAM BAA. So we fail the RSE. Okay, right? CAISO fails the RSE. You go into the IFM. Remember, the next thing you're going to be talking about is how we set net exports, right? So if we fail the RSE, wouldn't it make sense to set net exports to 0?
Yeah, if you fail the RSE, you're probably in need of imports, so you don't expect a net export constraint to bind in the FM solution. You'll be receiving imports at that point, right? It's not that you're exporting and you want to limit your exports. The optimal solution in the FM will be to get as many imports as you can. Correct?
Yeah, I guess I wonder how that works though. But wouldn't you want to set net exports to 0 to ensure that folks don't export out of our system while we're in stress system conditions, which is precisely what happens during September, right? Like we're in stress system conditions, people have self-scheduled exports out and we pull them back in RUC, right?
Okay, there are two moving parts here, right? There is the part of imports coming from EDAM BAAs, which economically they will schedule to the point that you'll hit your import scheduling limits, or you will exhaust outside capacity that is in the market, right? Because you have a shortfall in the BAA that needs to be met. So economically, you're going to schedule all these imports from EDAM BAAs. Now, the other moving part, and probably that's what you're referring to here, is you also have export self-schedules to non-EDAM BAAs, specifically talking about the ISO, I'm guessing. And for that, we already have a process where we assign scheduling priorities to those exports. And if there are low priority exports, all right, they're only going to be scheduled if the BAA first meets its own requirements.
What about a transfer to an EDAM BAA?
A transfer to an EDAM BAA under this condition is going to be an import transfer. That will be the economic solution. Export transfers are economic, and it will not be economic to have an export from a BAA that cannot meet its own requirements. You will actually be receiving imports in this situation from EDAM.
So then setting net exports at 0 would work. to ensure
Yeah,
that
but
that
as I
doesn't occur.
said, this is a constraint that you don't expect to be binding in this situation. You're actually having imports. It's not, you're not in an exporting position where you are concerned about limiting your exports. You're in an import position, and obviously you're not concerned about limiting your imports, right? So yeah, that constraint, even if it's formulated, it's not going to be binding.
Okay, because that's what we do now in RUC, right? We
Okay, this is Anna
Sorry.
McKenna. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Michelle. It looks like this is a pretty detailed question you have, and we're happy to get through that a little bit more. But I think there are differences between what we do today and the RUC and where we're going with EDAM. So I think if we can take the additional detailed question offline, I would appreciate that, because there are other questions on this topic. And I think we're taking a break shortly. And just as a reminder, in case you're wondering, I am trying to limit some of the questions to, like, a question and a follow-up so we can keep the conversation going. I apologize in advance if I'm cutting people off. Not trying to, I'm just trying to keep the conversation going. So if you ask your questions, please try to limit it to one follow-up, and then we'll get back to you again as we allow others to also ask questions. Thank you.
All right. And to close us out, then on the resource sufficiency evaluation topic, and before our break here, I think I have a couple of slides on the net EDAM export transfer constraint. That was just, I think the previous question kind of got into it, but let me frame it, and then we can open up this item for questions as well. But if you recall, last time in the revised RAW proposal, we presented a couple of different ways of potentially managing excess supply and retaining some of that excess supply for managing reliability conditions that may materialize in a balancing area. And in this draft final proposal, I think, focused more and proposed the net EDAM export transfer constraint as opposed to a different mechanism. And this constraint can limit the net export transfers from the EDAM balancing area to other EDAM balancing areas. And when I say transfers, that's really what distinguishes here. Transfers are to EDAM balancing areas. We're not talking about non-EDAM areas as well. But the net export transfer constraint can limit those exports to EDAM balancing areas and retain that supply within the balancing area to manage those reliability conditions. It would be an hourly constraint that's applicable, and it will be part of the IFM, managing those net export transfers to other EDAM areas. The constraint, we'll get into this a bit more, but the constraint would be optional for EDAM balancing areas. It's not something that we're necessarily forcing on to balancing areas to adopt, but it would be optional for them. I think the ISO would avail itself of this constraint as a market mechanism to manage that excess supply. And I think the one benefit of a net EDAM export transfer constraint that's in the market is that it would enable entities to offer all of the supply into the market optimization, and the market would then respect that constraint and those parameters when identifying the export transfers, as opposed to entities potentially just holding supply back from the market to manage reliability conditions. So I think the net export constraint in the market allows us to do this more efficiently and to manage excess supply more efficiently while trying to optimize as much of it as possible. If you had a chance to read through the draft final proposal, you'll see that the formula here at the top really lays out the derivation of that net export constraint. The constraint is based on the total supply that's offered into the market. So it would be the resource sufficiency eligible supply plus the non-resource sufficiency eligible supply. And that non-resource sufficiency eligible supply would be multiplied by a confidence factor that is variable, could vary from balancing area to balancing area, but it's really to be an indicator of the confidence in that non-RSE supply showing up and performing when expected. So the formula looks at, again, all of the supply that's been into the market, the RSE eligible supply plus the non-RSE eligible supply that's multiplied by that confidence factor, and then it's compared to the resource sufficiency evaluation obligation on that particular day across every single hour. And then each balancing area also has the ability to introduce an additional margin that further reduces the net export constraint And that additional margin represents the additional amount of capacity that the balancing authority area could further reduce that constraint limit if necessary. And it's intended to account for reliability risk, particularly for replacement of ability to replace our reserves if a BA finds itself in those more stress system conditions. Each balancing area, again, has the ability to adopt this net export constraint and would need to describe its applicability under the tariff, particularly when defining the formulation of the confidence factor that's applicable to the non-RSC eligible supply, as well as the factors or criteria that may be utilized by that balancing area to derive the additional margin that would further reduce that constraint. I think the intent is to provide more transparency and standardization to the factors that influence that constraint. And I think, I don't know if I alluded to this earlier, but the way that the constraint is structured is that in normal conditions, you would have more excess supply above the resource sufficiency obligation such that more supply would be made available. The constraint would effectively be very large and probably irrelevant in the market. But in those more stress system conditions, as the resource sufficiency obligation rises and is higher, that constraint would be effectively lowered or reduced. So it's one of those constraints that in normal conditions should not be a factor, but in more stress system conditions, it provides an additional tool to be able to manage those reliability conditions and be able to more effectively respond to those changes in conditions by allowing some supply to be retained back to replenish reserves or otherwise respond to an event. So I think this is the last slide I had on this. So let's open it up for questions, or I don't know if you want to add anything, Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to add, an observation on this is that, to the previous question Michelle had, that if a BAA is using the net export constraint transfer limit, in the event that you fail the RSE, that limit would be zero automatically under that situation, because your supply is going to be less than your requirement.
We do have 3 questions on the phone. So if we can unmute Robert Fisher.
Hi, this is Robert Fisher from NVE. Can you go back to slide 24, please? In this top equation, you have RSC eligible supply. Could you provide some detail on how you plan to measure that value? Because my understanding is the RSC test itself does not measure additional supply because it is doing an optimization and solving for the amount of supply you have in regards to the uncertainty value that you're going to be measuring against. So how does this additional eligible supply measured?
Yeah, thanks, Robert. And maybe George, I'll look to you as well. But I think here we would need a mechanism to be able to track that amount of non-RSC eligible supply. I'll use it in the context of the ISO, as we've been talking about, particularly intertie bids that are not under forward contract. I think we'll be able to discern between the bids that come in that meet that requirement versus those that don't, because I think we were planning on introducing a factor right into that will allow entities to identify whether this is supply under contract or not. So I think we'll have mechanisms to identify and distinguish between these. But I don't know if you want to add anything else to that, George, of how we would track that difference.
Yes, thank you, Milos. So, Robert, this confidence factor is to address the fact that an EDAM entity, and that is also for the ISO and any EDAM entity, to express the confidence that they have in what we call non-RSC eligible supply, which is supply that is in the market with a bid, and IFM can use it, but RSC disregards, all right? And in the case of the ISO, we're talking about these economy imports that are not under a contract, which can be used in IFM to displace more expensive capacity, but we don't use them in the resource efficiency evaluation because we can't count them 100% for that particular purpose. For an EDAM entity, there is a similar situation here with internal supply, resources that are designated they're RSC eligible. Resources that are undesignated, the EDAM entity may specify them as non-RSC eligible. And in this net export transfer constraint, they can apply a confidence factor on how much they can count from that supply. Obviously, this is open to the EDAM entity and to the BAA operator that will actually enforce that constraint. And it gives an ability to control the contribution of the non-RSC eligible supply in the net export constraint. And we expect that to be tuned with observations from the market as it performs.
Okay, just one comment. It would be great to have that additional information in regards to this eligibility. There's a lot to unpack there, especially in regards to how the test and the IFM cleared values are going to be considered. So thank you for the answer, but additional information is definitely something I'd be looking for in regards to that.
Sounds good. Thanks, Robert. We'll make sure to do that. Thanks for raising that.
All right, let's go to Lindsay Schleckaway.
Hi, Lindsay Schleckaway with NV Energy. I'm sorry, my audio cut out with part of Greg's response earlier, and I just have a quick follow-up question with that configurable parameter. I was wondering, so do you intend that the ISO operator would have, I guess, the ability to always select what is procured, or is this going to be at least, are constraints or limits going to be put into a BPM, or I guess, how do you intend for that to work?
So there will be some guidelines for that in the BPM. To give you an idea here, what this could end up being, you have some historical performance that you track for those economy imports that I referred to earlier. In the case of the ISO, that you know historically what percentage of them are tagging and what is not tagged. So that will drive the confidence factor in this formula. So if for example, 95% of your imports, of your economy imports, just tag through, and then you have a 95% confidence factor, and you can count that non-RSC eligible supply with that confidence factor in this constraint whenever this constraint is going to be applied. According to what this last bullet says, this constraint may make more sense under stress system conditions. And no pun intended, we want to stress that fact that this constraint is probably harmful if there are no stressed conditions in the system, because it's a good way to limit and even eliminate your EDAM benefits, right? If every BAA in EDAM applies this net export constraint with the right-hand side of 0, what would be your optimal transfer? It will be 0. It will seriously, question why you're part of this market. All right. So this constraint is dangerous in terms of its very liberal application because it will hurt your benefits. We only offer it here as a mechanism to handle stressed system conditions, and we only see it as useful potentially in only these narrow cases. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, George. And I think, Lindsay, were you asking more about the prior topic that we were talking about?
Yes.
The hybrid diversity benefit?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think what we would most likely do is derive that configurable amount that the market operator can set on that hybrid diversity benefit. We would set that in a business practice manual.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, we have one more question over the phone. Looks like one question in the room and then a chat question, and then I think we can probably break. So let's go to Michelle.
Hey, this is Michelle. I have a comment and then a few questions, but maybe I'll go with my questions first. In that is the RSC eligible supply the RSC that was offered, or is it the RSC that's counted?
Offered. RSC works with bids, right? So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, got it. And then, I mean, you might want to have an additional margin because, for example, the RSC that's going to be offered is going to include wind, and it's going to be your forecast of wind. It's not even going to be what we bid in, right? And there's some uncertainty associated with the wind forecast and solar forecast, right?
Absolutely. What we said in a previous slide is that the variable energy resources will be considered with bids up to their day-ahead forecast in the resource efficiency evaluation, and any uncertainty that comes with that is captured in the uncertainty requirements that are also part of the RSC requirements. So I think we have covered that in either way.
Okay. So a couple of questions. Are you going to pull this into the RUC and HASP as well? Because it doesn't really make much sense if we just do it in IFM, but then we don't, do it in the RUC and the HASP.
Well, in HASP and in real-time market in general, we do have the process today where we get all the bids that are submitted from variable energy resources, and we use the forecast, which in real time can be submitted by on a 5-minute rolling basis. So we're actually using a 5-minute forecast to limit the dispatch of a variable energy resource and what capacity awards they can have in the market so that they don't have anything that adds up to higher than the forecast. So this is already in a feature of the real-time market.
Okay, so that answer there is no. What about RUC?
In RUC, as we said in the previous slide, similar to the RSC, we will consider a reliability capacity bid for variable energy resources all the way up to their day-ahead forecast. And we propose that because we expect that the resource will produce energy at that level in real time. So we'll have to consider it in RUC so that we don't overcommit in RUC, because if we don't, we may commit other resources, and that will result in an overcommitment and a higher bid cost recovery cost allocation.
Okay, so during the September events, the load, the high load forecast was more like 8,000 megawatts. The imbalance reserve product is 4,000 megawatts. And we used the high load forecast to keep from exporting resources that we weren't certain were going to materialize. So how does this effectuate the same thing or better? How is this a step in the right direction in terms of reliability when we previously had the RUC process, which worked?
So the high percentile demand forecast that is used today in RUC essentially covers for some good portion of the uncertainty requirement. But now, since the uncertainty requirement is provided by a separate product, the imbalance reserve product, the demand forecast in RUC is going to be the 50th percentile, right? So we have a separation between those capacity products. You have the imbalance reserve that covers uncertainty and the reliability capacity that covers differences between scheduled physical supply in the IFM and your demand forecast. To the extent that we capture the uncertainty requirements with a good level of accuracy, which is our proposal to extend the uncertainty calculation that we have proposed in the FRP refinements project into EDAM, using historical data with quantile regression and adjustments for what is the actual forecast for the next day, I think we're in a good spot. And we also propose, here you saw it in a few slides before, a factor that will potentially reduce the diversity benefit of the EDAM pool when it's allocated to requirements. So this is an added factor that will add some conservatism in the calculation, in the procurement of imbalance reserve for uncertainty requirements, in anticipation that perhaps maybe one BAA out of the pool will fail the RSC. And we're going to lose some diversity.
When I looked at the data that you guys had done, the imbalance reserve requirement did not cover the load conformance adjustment on high load days. It only covered like a third or maybe 40% of the load conformance on high load days. So I'll show you guys that, and that is the nature of my concern. So thank you.
All right, and I think we have one more question here and then we'll go to break. So I think it's Kathleen, maybe you.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I think there are two things that merit further consideration in this proposal. So just things to work through. The first one is the additional margin. It just strikes me so much as similar, although I think it's different because this is about, I believe, retaining resources internally as opposed to kind of allowing for emergency purchases or reserve sharing to come into a system. But it does seem kind of reminiscent to me of capacity benefit margin, especially by the way you're kind of talking about it. So I just think it's something that we should think about a little bit, and I'll spend time thinking about it as well. That could be defined fairly more, that could be more easily defined rather than leaving it open if that's the case. So that's why I'm asking for us to think about it, okay? The second one is the RSC eligible supply and the non-RSC eligible supply. So I struggle with kind of, conflating of resource adequacy with the resource sufficiency evaluation test. And here's one that's picking up for me. And I'll use California as an example. So CAISO BAA. I'm not entirely certain what this even means to you in practice, but I could hypothesize that what it means to you is RSC eligible supply. You're kind of thinking is the same thing as RA. We disagree with that premise, but let's work with it. RA, so that's RA resources plus non-RSC eligible supply. I think you might be conflating again these concepts, but let's assume you think that's non-RA. I think we could really debate what that confidence factor is for a long time. So so folks would say non-RA is still 100%, should you have 100% confidence that resource offers into the market, it can be dispatched? Well, I think non-RA resources think they're 100% available when they submit their offer into the day ahead market. I think we could get really in the weeds when we say, okay, are you going to try to differentiate between full capacity deliverability status, non-RA resources versus energy only deliverability status, non-RA? And I know you're saying no, but that's the rabbit hole that this brings up. And so we need to think about it. We need to be mindful of what does this even mean? And this is why Vistra believes that the resource efficiency evaluation test would use the offers that are submitted to the market, including imports and export model injections and withdrawals, to accurately reflect the supply available without complicating it with this kind of distinction.
Yeah, let me clarify a little bit, Catherine. So specifically for the ISO, RSC eligible supply includes both RA and non-RA resources that have a bid in the market, right? The distinction for the non-RSC eligible supply is really coming down to those economy imports that they're not contractual imports, but they're just bidding to clear in the day ahead market. These are not included in the RSC for the ISO, and this is non-RSC eligible supply that goes into this formula. Of course, we consider any bid from an internal generating resource or a pseudo-tight resource as available for the RSC. So it's in the first part, the RSC eligible supply. This is a little different for an EDAM BAA, and as I mentioned, in EDAM BAA, RSC eligible supply are those designated resources in that BAA that are designated to serve load. Non-designated resources, there could be third party that the EDAM entity doesn't have a direct relationship, and they may not want to consider them in the RSC, and that is a flag that is shown in the resource attribute in the master file. So non-RSC eligible supply for an EDAM entity could be those third-party resources that are non-designated. And again, a confidence factor could be applied for that amount of capacity.
That's really helpful. I am I'm grateful to hear that you've evolved, at least for the CAISO, to recognize that it doesn't need to be just RA resources over time. So thank you for that. But George, what you just described puts the California ISO BAA in a position to be more readily possible to pass their test, as opposed to other EDAM BAAs that would want to restrict it. So respectfully, I just don't see why and non-CAISO BAA would want to put themselves in a harder position and be treated in being tested against a higher bar than the CAISO, where all resources that can offer in will be counted in the CAISO supply that are internal, but an EDAM BAA will opt out of that. That seems fairly discriminatory to me, and I don't see why we would set the market rules up in that way.
Kathleen, I think there's several questions perhaps that need clarification in your comments, and maybe we can take it offline because we've stipulated for the RSC part, this is for the export constraint. We've stipulated the rules where we were very clear and providing us on equal grounds, given our market as to what counts and what doesn't count. So I think with regards to the export constraint, which is what we're talking about here, I think we're just trying to calculate the supply that gets factored in. So maybe with regards to your discriminatory assertion, we can talk offline about that.
That would be great.
And one more point on this, the primary purpose, what we developed this was to try and address the issue where for the California RA resources, they have a must offer obligation into the day ahead market. So that was viewed by some as being an inequity to other balancing authority areas. They could decide how much of their capacity they wanted to offer into EDAM. And so what we developed this net export constraint to ensure that, okay, we want to make sure everybody has sufficient resources to pass their RSC, but if you have resources well in excess of that, and particularly for California RA resources, which have that must offer obligation, this net export constraint is a mechanism to allow that BAA to retain a portion of that capacity for reliability needs that might occur between the day ahead and the real-time time frame. So, but when we developed it for that purpose, we see that there could be benefits for all BAAs to use this as well, because then they could offer in more supply than they might otherwise would have into the EDAM, which we think is beneficial because then we can, optimize that supply through the market and retain better benefits through EDAM. So that's really the primary purpose of this. It's really very separate from the resource efficiency evaluation. It's separate from RA, but it's just a way for balancing authority areas to have some control over the capacity that's being offered into EDAM.
I thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. I want to let the CAISO team know that I am literally looking at this formula and thinking about it from a mathematical perspective. The way the math works is if California ISO, it's all offers times 100%, you're going to have a greater export transfer constraint megawatt amount limit than if you say other EDAM BAAs have non-RSE and they're going to get a multiplier that reduces that. It's going to be a tighter constraint if they use it. I don't know if that's something that they would like to be limited in their export constraint. And so I'm just positing that for you to consider.
Well, but again, I think it's important to note that each EDAM BAA would set this constraint themselves. So for example, for the ISO, since we have several LSCs involved, we're planning to have a subsequent stakeholder process where we would determine how we're going to calculate that confidence factor, how we're going to determine what that additional margin is. Each EDAM BAA would have the opportunity to do that themselves. So it's not the ISO setting these factors. The BAAs themselves are setting those factors as to how they want to set that export limit.
Is that formula not setting a cap?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Is that formula establishing a cap? Or is it just illustrative? Is that what you're saying?
A cap to what? Yeah, I'm not following your question.
A cap to the net export limit that an EDAM BAA can set.
It's setting how the ISO as the market operator would establish the export limit, but we would be taking those inputs from each EDAM balancing authority area. They would establish those on their own.
And you wouldn't provide any guidance on the confidence factor that they would have to apply to them.
Correct. They could establish that.
I think that would be really important to be clear on the next iteration.
Okay, thank you. I think there's another question in the room. I just want to make sure if there's any questions on the phone before we could go on our break, because I think we're getting close to our break and have a lot of stuff to cover after the break.
And sorry, this is super quick. This is Mike Wilding from Pacific Corp. And maybe I just got lost in some of the discussion, but the use of this net export transfer constraint is voluntary, right? It's not automatic. Each entity.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
We have one more.
Stuart Kelly, representing LA. I think it's probably important to recognize we can actually do this today in terms of how we set our dynamic limits. So I appreciate the council making it easier to actually implement this, but this really isn't that big of a deal. And I think, Kathy, to remember, if we're setting the dynamic limits, we're going to consider what's CBM and TRM anyway. So this really isn't that big of a deal.
Hey, this is Libby from Bonneville. Hopefully this one's a quick one. Have you considered the impact of the potential limit, an export transfer limit to diversity assumptions? So if back in the RS test, you assumed some level of diversity between the BAs, which lowers the amount of expected supply that needs to be there, but then there are net export limits set such that a BA can't get additional megawatts from this BA that set an export limit. Is that somehow going to be baked into back to RS, or just the expectation just that whatever the solution comes up with, presumably it will still hopefully cover the needed diversity?
Thank you, Libby. That was a good question. And no, we have not considered that. And actually, we're not in the ability to consider it because the RSC is the first pass that runs in the market. And this constraint is something that the BAA operator will set in the market. So we don't have advanced knowledge of how it will be set, and also will complicate the RSC if we try to do this enormously. So we haven't taken that step. We just see this constraint as sort of like a safety net that can be used under certain conditions only. And we just put in this constraint to facilitate what an EDAM BA can already do, as Stuart mentioned. So we hope that this constraint is not going to be used outside of this stress system conditions. So that's why we did not make any attempt to consider it and complicate the RSC to have considerations for that constraint.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our break. We'll take a 10-minute break and meet back here at 11:05. Thank you. All right, everyone. It's about that time. So we're going to get ready to pick things back up here. You could all make your way back to your seats. That would be wonderful. We've got 2 more topics to get through here before we break for lunch. If we could get our panelists back up on the stage, we're going to get started here in just a minute. I know these breaks fly by. There'll be more time to chat at lunch. All right. So we are going to pick it back up with the transmission availability to EDAM topic. So we have 2 more topics before lunch, this one and then convergence bidding. So I'm going to hand it over to Partha to take us through the transmission availability topic.
Thank you, Isabella. I'm trying to get these slides to work. Yeah, thank you, Isabella. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you all our proposal on transmission commitment in the EDAM market. I want to first kick it off by acknowledging the significant amount of input we received from a wide variety of stakeholders, both in the written comments as well as the workshop processes. I also want to really acknowledge that the diverse views on some of the more challenging topics, particularly related to transmission rights held by transmission customers and the transmission cost recovery options. For the sake of the discussion here, and as indicated before, we're really going to try to focus the discussion on the new aspects of the design included in the draft final proposal. But to kick off the discussions on the draft final proposal, we really continue to describe the transmission quote bucket framework to distinguish how OAT transmission is made available to the market. In this respect, we identified different ways transmission rights can be exercised depending on the purpose and on how the transmission rights not scheduled prior to the day of market are made available to the market to optimize those transfers. The design provides transmission customers with distinct pathways. The first pathway being exercising their rights through the day ahead market. The second one being releasing those transmission rights to the markets in exchange for transfer revenues, and the third being retaining their ability to exercise those rights after the day ahead market is run. Finally, I'd note that as a part of the design, the EDAM entity transmission provider will also make available to the market remaining unsold firm ATC through that bucket 3 to support EDAM transfers among participating BAAs. So the bucket framework really primarily differentiates between transmission uses, with bucket 1 being transmission directly used to support the resource sufficiency evaluation, bucket 2 being transmission purchased by the transmission customer but not used for the resource sufficiency purposes, and bucket 3 being the remaining unsold transmission held by the transmission provider. I'll talk a little bit about bucket 1 here first, and then move on to sort of the more substantive topics, which will really focus on bucket 2 transmission, and particularly that bucket 2 pathway 3. So the stakeholder comment regarding bucket 1 transmission largely recognized and supported the proposal and its function. As EDAM entities demonstrated resource sufficiency, the ability to deliver those resources that count towards meeting the RSE is important. And people have largely agreed that having that transmission included in hurdle-free into the market was an important component. But because this came up in feedback, I thought I'd address that. I wanted to clarify that to the extent an EDAM entity relies on import supplies delivered across an intertie with a non-EDAM BAA, the transmission is not considered to be bucket one transmission. Transmission made available under the buckets, including bucket one, is really intended only to support optimized energy transfers between the two EDAM BAAs. And that transmission at an interface between an EDAM and non-EDAM BA will not be available for the market for optimization. In terms of timing, and mainly because this was sort of a heavy focus of the last workshop, bucket one transmission should be identified and made available at the time of bid submission into the day-ahead market. As discussed previously in the RSE discussion, the RSE will include advisory runs, including a more comprehensive advisory run at 9 a.m. and to help inform each BA, which will help inform each BAA of its sufficiency going into the market at 10 a.m. So as the accuracy of the 9 a.m. advisory RSE is only as good as the bids and information submitted, bucket one transmission made available at that time, we're really encouraging people to both submit bids and bucket one transmission by that 9 a.m. deadline. However, the proposal notes that entities ultimately have until 10 a.m. to become resource efficient, and that some people might need to submit additional bids and that bucket one transmission. So really the 10 a.m. will be sort of the ultimate deadline associated with bucket one transmission. So we'll move forward to bucket two transmission now, and I'll provide a little bit of a refresher before we get into some of the more substantive issues. So bucket two transmission consists of firm and conditional firm point-to-point transmission rights held by transmitted customers that are not utilized as a part of bucket one transmission to satisfy the resource sufficiency showing of an EDAM BAA. The final proposal adopted largely the framework included in the revised straw proposal, which allowed a variety of different pathways to going forward for that using that transmission. The design allowed the three options basically were, the first one was foundationally scheduling the use of that rights by 10 a.m. The second one was really releasing that transmission to market in exchange for receiving transfer revenues as a result of making available that transmission to the market. And that's really sort of similar to that congestion revenue concept that very similar to the congestion revenue rights holders in the ISO today. And really the third option, which is really what will be the main focus of our conversation, is alternatively the unscheduled transmission rights holders, if a transmission customer didn't exercise their rights via the options pathway 1 or pathway 2, any of that unscheduled transmission would be made available for optimization by the EDAM market. But really we're providing sort of different options where transmission customers could still exercise those rights after the day ahead market run, but with potentially but with sort of in our proposal addressing how those uplift costs and redispatch would be provided going forward. So in terms of stakeholder feedback, I note that a few stakeholders really wanted to either allow hurdle rates for bucket two transmission or a purely voluntary carve out in terms of that transmission on the market. But we concluded that sort of foundationally making unscheduled, unutilized transmission included in the market by the time of the day ahead would really improve the transfer optimization, increase the availability of support transfers, and maximize the benefits to the footprint as a whole. And so we really wanted to sort of continue with the previous proposal in terms of that foundational aspect of how transmission will be made available to the market. I'd also like to note that really as the benefits of the WEIM have demonstrated that the overall benefits increase as the connectivity between the footprints increases, and that additional transmission is really made available to support transfer is really foundational. And we'd expect similar results from the EDAM market, which is really kind of one of our core tenets of why we wanted to have all that, to have the bucket 2 transmission available and optimized, if not scheduled prior to the day ahead market. So the draft file proposal really retains these 3 pathways with some modifications based on the stakeholder feedback. The proposal describes the different attributes and characteristics of the pathways to how a transmission customer could utilize its rights or make them available to the market. So as you can see on the screen, so I'll go through each of these specific pathways, and we're really going to be focusing more on pathway 3 at the end. So pathway 1 really describes the implications of a transmission customer with rights across an interface chooses to exercise those rights in the market. So if the transmission customer elects not to economically bid a supply in the market and make associated transmission capacity available to the market to optimize the bucket 1, the transmission customer could instead choose this pathway and seek to exercise its transmission by submitting a self-schedule in the market and associating that set schedule with existing transmission rights secured under the OAT. The transmission customers must exercise these rights by 10 a.m., i.e. by the time that day ahead market is exercised, and firm schedule and the firm scheduling deadline included in the OAT. So for pathway 2, I think that the key topic, at least to me, I'll provide a little bit of background first, and we'll go into some of the details. The transmission rights will be eligible for accrual of transmission revenue under this model. So the transmission, which the ISO would sell directly with the transmission customer. And so this is really sort of that second option where the transmission customer could hand over that rights directly and be settled with the market. However, at least as noted in the proposal, releasing that transmission rights to the market ensures that the transmission rights will be available to support transfers and would not be utilized by the transmission customers after the day ahead market has optimized its use. The transmission rights eligible for release for the market initially, we propose to be those longer term rights, monthly or yearly rights. These transmission rights of longer duration should be registered with the ISO to facilitate their release to the market without adding significant complexity or other challenges. The transmission customers, while this registration would take place in a longer term time frame, we'd note that the transmission customer could still determine on a daily basis whether or not to make the full amount or only a portion amount available of its registered transmission rights to the EDAM market or using it in some other pathway. In response to stakeholder feedback, and again, this was a sort of a major point of discussion, the draft file proposal moves the timeline for making the transmission available to the EDAM from 6 a.m. in the previous proposal to no later than 9 a.m. We believe this additional time will allow both transmission customers to identify whether to release the transmission to the market, and should still provide sufficient time to the ISO to include the release transmission in the market processes. So the remaining part of the discussion really, as I indicated before, the main proposed changes to pathway 2 are really around the timing. The remaining discussion will really focus on pathway 3. So here I'll focus a little bit on what is that pathway 3. So once again, as a part of the draft final proposal, we really maintained many of the core elements that were included in that previous iteration, where transmission rights that are not made available as bucket 1 or made available as pathway 1 or pathway 2 would be automatically included and optimized as a part of the supporting optimized transfers in the day ahead market. But under pathway 3, transmission customers would retain the ability to exercise their unscheduled transmission rights after the day ahead market and into real time, similar to what they can do in the OAT today. However, if they schedule those rights after the day ahead market run, the market will seek to accommodate those exercise of those rights if practical, including through redispatch. And a lot of the discussion we'll have really will focus on how do we treat that redispatch cost in the markets and the systems and in our systems? So, and I'd also note that we sort of, similar to the other proposal, the transmission rights really we associate with that 10 a.m. deadline associated with making those rights available. So in moving forward the discussion, I like to sort of start off with probably a little bit of the feedback we got from stakeholders in terms of framing what their concerns were with it. Some stakeholders commented and were concerned that the ISO would be using unscheduled rights in the market in a manner that would, as they would describe it, unduly limit their ability to exercise those rights later after the OAT scheduling deadline. Other stakeholders similarly expressed concerns that the pathway through design would constitute, as they would describe, an involuntary release of transmission capacity in the market and expose the customer, if they exercise those rights, to potential costs and risks that would not be seen under the OAT. Some stakeholders making these comments often had sort of similar perspective that this was an improperly applying unscheduled rights and making this as a lower priority than they had in the market today. These stakeholders largely had sort of similar positions, saying that many of them proposed it as a solution that the transmission right should be carved out and not available to the market for optimization as kind of the ultimate solution to these issues. I would note that kind of on the other hand, there were sort of a fair number of stakeholders supporting the Pathway 3 approach. They generally acknowledged the significant benefits provided to the market by making unscheduled and unutilized transmission optimized to support transfers, and that that they really highlighted the benefit of optimizing in the market from an efficiency standpoint as well as potentially a mitigating market power standpoint. So going forward, we really are sort of taking that core design, and we believe that the Pathway 3 option for utilizing transmission rights to EDAM is really comparable to the transmission customer's ability to utilize those rights under the OAT today. So under Pathway 3, firm and conditional firm transmission rights held by a transmission customer that are unscheduled would be made available to support the optimized commitment of generation across the EDAM footprint. And we'd also note that that transmission rights would often not be available now to sell as non-firm transmission in the OAT marketplace. However, if the transmission customer elects later, say after the day-ahead market, after the 10 a.m. deadline, to exercise its previously unscheduled rights, under Pathway 3, it can submit a self-schedule in the market, in which case indicating it wants to use its rights. We believe this is comparable to how it can schedule and submit a late schedule at request on the OAT today, and that in the vast majority of the time, there will be a feasible solution. This will potentially involve redispatch to accommodate the late exercise of these transmission rights. Just as a transmission prior today may accommodate such a late submission of OAT if practical, potentially by curtailing non-firm service under the OAT. We do know, however, that there might be some instances in which, based on physical conditions on the grid, where the market may be unable to solve, an infeasibility due to generator outages. Could be limitations in the available generation to support a feasible redispatch solution, or transmission outages or constraints. These factors may make it infeasible or not practicable to accommodate or fully or partially the late exercise of transmission rights in the market. So I appreciate, by the way, just to sort of set expectations, I'm gonna get to these slides quickly, and then I'm gonna open it up for questions. So I look forward to your feedback. So on slide 32, as discussed previously, the market's ability to accommodate the exercise of unscheduled transmission rights after the deadline is based largely upon redispatch, which may cause certain uplift costs that will be allocated to the EDAM entity through settlements. as a conceptual matter, redispatch is frequent and common occurrence in the ISO market, and is driven by a variety of factors, including mainly involving changes in conditions between the day ahead market and real time, and within real time as well. So between both the day ahead and 15-minute market and the 15 market and 5-minute market can all cause these type of redispatch and uplift costs. As load fluctuates across the footprint, generation and transmission outages materialize and other physical changes or limitations occur on the grid, the market will seek to redispatch to meet these changing conditions. So really, I think that part of the discussion has been like, what's the ability, I think early on in our proposal, we discussed a variety of options where, I presented a slide that was really kind of highlighted, here's a transmission outage, here's that outage and how it will lead to sort of direct uplift costs. But as we really looked at sort of, and how that outage could lead to sort of a direct impact in terms of uplift costs and be assigned back to the holder. As we look more from a practical standpoint, we really see that the exercise of those unscheduled transmission rights after the scheduling deadline is really just one of many variables that can contribute to the need for market redispatch. And because of the frequency of redispatch and the interplay of these factors, it really would be challenging for us to try to specifically distinguish redispatch caused by the exercise of previously unscheduled transmission rights and those causes. So in terms of, let's see. So in terms of the protection for uses of pathway 3 transmission, we're proposing here for the EDAM entity provider to hold all firm point-to-point and NITS customers, including the firm point-to-point customers, to exercise their firm transmission rights after the day ahead market, harmless from the EDAM transfer and congestion costs to the extent feasible by offsetting potential costs with the EDAM transfer and congestion revenues. We're really hoping that this type of standardized process will give both transmission customers more certainty, which is something that we heard in the comments, was that concern with sort of the lack of standardization and specification. We also think that this could create sort of a reduced regulatory risk from having different proposals at FERC in terms of how these costs would be allocated to transmission customers. So we thought from both of those standards, both of those standpoints, the standardization would be helpful. So the shortfalls or excesses of these offsets, getting back to the details, will be allocated to major demand, which is largely consistent with the practices today of the WEIM entities under their OATs. We believe that in terms of the relative to the OATs, we believe this practice is really consistent with the treatment of late scheduled submission under the OAT, where transmission customers are generally speaking not subject to additional charges for exercising firm transmission rights to the extent that the transmission provider can accommodate those schedules. So we really are thinking we're making this sort of consistent with the practices as currently in effect in the WEIM and currently in the OAT. However, as indicated previously, we know that the transmission provider is not specifically obligated to undertake redispatch or absorb the costs to accommodate a late point-to-point schedule under the OAT. So under the EDAM, we'll be able to use redispatch to accommodate these late schedules. The draft file proposal, really is sort of enhancing those market features by providing that redispatch option and explicitly making it a part of the market function to accommodate those practices in a clear and transparent manner. So I think at least I'll summarize a little bit just in terms of sort of those pathways, in terms of sort of what that pathway 3 and how it's being made available. So I think kind of at the core, the market will optimize that transmission, but the transmission customers really retain the right and ability to exercise those rights after the day ahead market run at 10 a.m. by submitting a cell schedule associated with those rights. And kind of the second element is really redispatch. As noted previously, redispatch really will be the vehicle in which, to the degree feasible, the market will redispatch in order to accommodate those rights and make those rights being able to be exercised post day ahead market. And really kind of that the final element of the proposal is really the allocation of transmission revenue, transmission infeasibilities, where the revenues will be allocated to the EDAM entities, and that really there'll be that pooling approach consistent with the WEIM practices today in terms of being able to allocate shortfalls and excesses of accrued transfer and congestion revenues to major demand. And so we're really hoping that this is really providing that clarity and stability across these different market processes to provide kind of both certainty as well as a fair allocation of costs associated with exercising these rights. So I'll stop here and see if there's any questions or feedback.
All right, we have one question here in the room.
Hi, Partha, Don Trethway, GDS Associates. So I won't reiterate my point that I think that we can simplify this in terms of thinking that there's transmission customers that want to participate in the market, and there's transmission customers that don't want to participate in the market. But I want to focus on those that don't want to participate in the market. So if I have 150 megawatts of rights sourced from BAA1, wheeling through BAA2, and sinking in BAAC to my load, and I don't want to participate. So I have 150 megawatts of rights. I'm going to self-schedule 100 megawatts because that's what I think my real-time need is going to be. So I self-schedule 100 megawatts. Do I settle that with the CAISO or do I settle that with the EIM entity?
So it's going to be dependent upon, have you established ETCs and tours?
Yes.
If it is, then you'll be self-scheduling your source to the transfer location, transfer through, and then transfer to load, and all that should be associated with your SC. So I will have an LMP settlement with you. If there is congestion, that will be reversed out between those sources and sinks.
Yep.
If there is transfer revenue, that transfer revenue will go to the entity for the entity to true up with you.
Okay, so, all right, so I have to talk to two people. I could have talked to one. So now if I come back and I want to schedule 105 megawatts, because I have a little bit higher load than what I thought before, but not scheduling my full rights, fine that you use them and stuff. Is that settled? Is the 5 megawatts settled through with the EIM entity, or is that settled with the CAISO through the ETC tour functionality?
So sorry for the people on the phone. That was James Lynn who's answering, and James Lynn's answering again. So you would come into real time, you would self-schedule your same source sinks. The load is going to be dependent upon your meter value, since we don't do load bidding into real time, and I will settle that with you directly. But again, the transfer revenue, if there is any transfer revenue, that still goes to the entity for distribution to you.
So there's no direct settlement of any transfer revenue that has to come from the EDAM entity or the EM entity.
The only one is when you use pathway 2, where you don't, let's say you had 150 megawatt rights.
Right.
And you released those 50 megawatts instead of using it. Then that 50 megawatts would settle directly with you. If I have transfer revenue, I would settle that directly with you, because we would have the financial rights mechanism that says that you release that 50 megawatts at 9 a.m. But that means you can't reschedule that 5 megawatts in real time.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Okay, I think we have another question in the room from Libby.
Hey, Libby Kirby from Bonneville. Just, I guess, high level feedback. I think for us, this is another piece that's coming in kind of late and is leaving us with some uncertainty on exactly how this would play out. I think, again, we have a lot of our BA and our transmission customers are not a perfect circle overlapping Venn diagram, right? I think we have some concerns about what it means to hold them harmless, particularly in this idea of surplus or shortfalls being allocated to measured demand, right? If continuously we're seeing holding harmless users that are, wheels, for instance, does it make sense that that's having to go back to our load? And so I guess just in general, I think it's a little nerve wracking to come with something like this late in the game, given the complexity of our system. And so I think that's just sort of general feedback. And I think we'll be interested to see where this goes. I think we spoke last week or the week before that it's not super easy for the CAISO, for the market optimization to understand where to allocate that money. And so we're essentially saying, okay, we'll just give it to the EDAM entity and they'll, measure demand good enough. And I think we have some concern about the idea of trying to do that. Recognize that this is an attempt to, respect hope rights and all those things. I think we appreciate, that consideration, but it's not clear whether or not this is going to play out, and maybe the magnitude of those kind of shortfalls, maybe those are really small or whatever. But I think I think given the late part of the game we're in, it's sort of hard to see where this could play out. Is there the potential for gaming? Is there the potential for cost shift? That kind of stuff. So, thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks, Libby. Thanks for that comment. Yeah, I mean, it's an effort by us to try to standardize ultimately this concept of the transmission customer that's exercising those rights is going to be held as harmless as possible from those uplift. I think how far that standardization goes, whether, there's a standardization and everything has to go to measure demand or not. I think we understand that a high number of EIM entities today, when they dispose of their congestion rents in the EIM, the surpluses it goes to measure demand. May not be the case for everybody. So I think, partly the standardization maybe doesn't have to go that far as to dictate who they allocate those surpluses or shortfalls, but at least the concept that we are trying to standardize is that transmission customer is not directly allocated those costs of exercising their transmission. So I think we can be a bit more, where the shortfalls, where the excesses go. If entities are doing it differently today, I think there's some wiggle room there.
This is Libby again, for everybody on the phone. I think this concern is maybe only partially developed in my brain at this point, but I think one of my concerns with that too is that even if we don't use measured demand, right, the EDAM entity itself only has so much reach. So if for whatever reason there is, I guess maybe my question is, should it be the larger footprint that is having to hold harmless as a whole, as opposed to saying, okay, just this EDAM entity has to figure out a way to allocate a shortfall, or despite the fact that maybe, the congestion or the redispatch, again, recognizing that we can't pinpoint exactly where it's coming from, but that maybe that's something that's happening, as a part of the larger footprint, not just specific to that EDAM entity.
Yeah, no, and a fair point, Libby, as well. One of the things I think we recognize in the draft final proposal, if I remember right, is there's going to be also some monitoring associated with this as well. It's not clear what the magnitude of those transfer revenues or shortfalls or surpluses is going to be at the onset. But once we have a bit more experience, I think that's where we can revisit this as well.
Thanks. Steve Greenleaf with Brookfield. Admittedly, I'm trying to come back up to speed. Two quick questions or confirmations. First, with respect to kind of bucket two and making that transmission available, I know the CAISO is over the last couple of iterations settled on no bidding, or lack of a better term, hurdle rate for bucket two transmission. I just wanted to confirm that's really based, that decision is still or continues to be largely based just on market out, market economics and what you think is right for the market versus any technological or feasibility constraints on your side as far as bidding of transmission. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And then secondly, just going back to pathway 3, I remember several months back, different EDAM entities had different perspectives on the use of unscheduled transmission by 10 a.m. in the day ahead. Some were, I think, saying that's, a provision of the route and is the way they operate today. But I thought, if I recall correctly, others were saying they were uncomfortable with that and would not make that transmission available because of the presumed need to have that transmission available on a real-time basis when the out customer comes in and schedules that right. So when you're talking about releasing of the 10 a.m., you're saying that's not an option for EDAM entities or not. You want to establish a generally applicable rule. Is that correct? Or would they have the option of saying, hey, we're holding back transmission. We're not going to release it at 10 a.m. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. And I think that the proposal basically has it automatically released into the market as a general rule. That's correct.
It is automatic. So obviously that any individual EDAM entity would have to take that into consideration as part of its kind of decision whether to join EDAM or not, whether it's comfortable with that.
And I would note that I think that there's in earlier iterations, there were discussions around, if there was a specific reliability risk or something to that effect of, if they were sort of confident that, it was going to be used, or some questions and sort of things brought up. But if that's where you're going, I think that'd be sort of a good thing to raise in your comments in terms of what those exceptions might look like. But in the proposal we had it as sort of the generally applicable rule was that all that transmission would be made available and optimized.
Okay, thank you. Couple of questions on the phone.
Yep, let's go ahead and take the first caller. Michael, go ahead.
Hi, this is Connie Wiestat from the Nevada Commission. I'm wondering where bundled retail transmission, which isn't taken under the isn't transmission customer under the OAT, nor does it pay for transmission under the OAT, is recognized or discussed in any way in either of the buckets or the pathways.
Maybe you could describe, I'm not entirely familiar with those rights. Could you describe that a little more? Like this, to me, this seems a little bit like maybe the ETCs or non-OAT rights and sort of the treatment that be used for and the options available. Is that, yeah, the legacy type rights and arrangements. Is that sort of the type of transmission service that you're referring to?
I don't think the FERC refers to it as a legacy right. They refer to it as non-FERC jurisdictional. It was litigated as a part of Order 888, and the FERC declined to exercise jurisdiction over bundled retail. So when you say that all loads will participate, one of those loads within, for example, the NV Energy Balancing Authority is the bundled retail customers. They are not NITS customers, and they don't, under the OAT, they are not transmission customers, and they don't pay for transmission under the OAT. They pay for jurisdictional allocation that is established in a rate case. And I don't know how, if at all, they are dealt with under these scenarios.
Yeah, thanks, Connie. I mean, what we're laying out in terms of the buckets and the pathways is largely in the context of OAT transmission rights that are governed by the terms and conditions of the OAT. we explicitly acknowledge legacy contracts, but I think maybe some of this stuff fits under that as well. If it's non-OAT rights, not governed by the OAT. And what we've said, and we didn't necessarily put it in this slide, but it's in the proposal, is that, you know, those rights that are not governed by the OAT, that are governed by discrete terms and conditions, you know, they may have different pathways. Not all of these pathways are available to them. So for example, if the transmission is unscheduled, the market would not utilize those unscheduled transmission rights associated with legacy contracts. And I think, you know, without fully understanding some of those rights that you're talking about, I think that would fit under the same construct. The thought is, if it's not governed by the OAT, the terms and conditions, then it has its own terms and conditions outside of the OAT that the transmission provider and that entity holding those rights would have to determine if and how potentially those rights make it into the market. But otherwise, there is pathways for them where, you know, pathway 3, for example, the unscheduled transmission rights. I think we've been fairly explicit that for legacy contracts, unscheduled legacy rights would not make it into the market.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to the next question.
Hi, this is Doug Bochignone for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. I just wanted to comment that I think this revision to the treatment in pathway 3 for the real-time exercise of the OAT rights, it makes sense to me. You know, I think when you're talking about under normal circumstances and you know, like the example Don Trethewey gave of the you know, loads changed in real time and you had to make a real time change to the schedule. You know, on average, those redispatch costs are, you know, going to work out. Sometimes they'll be higher, sometimes they'll be lower. And you ought to be able to use the congestion and transfer revenues to cover the costs. That's what we experienced in honoring existing rights within the ISO. I think the tricky part comes when you have something extreme happens, like you mentioned the, you know, derate of transmission between day ahead and real time. And I think this is where it's really important that the EDAM entity, if they would not have otherwise been able to accommodate that real-time change, you know, pre-EDAM, then they need to make sure they don't accommodate it in EDAM. Otherwise, they are going to be exposed to some potentially significant financial consequences if they allow the rights holder to make a change in real time that they would not have otherwise allowed. So I think, to me, this approach is appropriate because it sort of puts the burden onto the entity who has the ability to manage the cost.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
It looks like we have one more question in the phone queue. Michael, you might be muted. Okay, looks like the hand just was lowered. We do have a chat question though, so I'll go ahead and read that out. So the question's from SRP. Does scheduled means tagged, or does schedule means tagged, and how does the CAISO determine what is available in bucket 2?
George, do you want to give it a shot? How the systems are going to track the use of transmission?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, let me read it here. The question is, how does the ISO determine what's available under bucket 2 transmission? How would we know, based on all of those registered transmission rights, how would the market know what's available, whether it's released proactively to the market or if it's unscheduled?
So under pathway 2, it's released before 9 a.m. by any transmission customer that has those rights and by the EDAM entity as well. And the EDAM entity can also release additional transmission between 9 and 10. That's for bucket 2. We will set up the required number of resources and at the right locations in the EDAM onboarding process with the EDAM entity to accommodate all their customers that they could be releasing transmission on a given intertime.
Okay, thanks, George. Not seeing any other questions. Do we have any questions in the room?
We've got about 10 minutes here. I think we can start maybe on convergence bidding then and maybe wrap it up here before noon. So let's go to convergence bidding here, and we'll turn it over to James Friedrich.
This is James Friedrich with the California ISO. So we have 2 slides on convergence bidding. First, just, again, for a refresher background on what convergence bidding is. Convergence bids are purely financial bids that don't represent physical supply and demand. Convergence bidding is a feature as part of all FERC jurisdictional day-ahead markets. Convergence bids are only submitted in the day-ahead market. Generally speaking, how convergence bids settle is any virtual supply bid that's cleared in the day-ahead market is paid the day-ahead market locational energy price and then charged back the 15-minute locational energy price in real time. And the flip side, if you're virtual demand that clears in the day-ahead market, you're charged the day-ahead locational energy price and then paid the 15-minute locational energy price. So the purpose of convergence bidding is to minimize systemic differences between day-ahead and real-time market prices. And it does so by incentivizing financial participants to take, it does so by incentivizing physical participants not to underschedule their load or their supply because financial entities can take those positions on their behalf in the day-ahead market. And so you have more, prices that converge between day-ahead and real-time, but you also have physical scheduling that is incentivized to show up in the day-ahead market. So in proposals past, we have proposed the idea of having a convergence bidding transition period in the EDAM. Our previous proposal was we would have a mandatory 1-year transition period for all entities that joined the EDAM on the first day or first year. And then after, we would have an optional 1-year transition period after that. We've decided to change to propose a different sort of more relaxed transition period here where entities joining the EDAM in the first year would now have the option to enable convergence bidding in their areas if they wanted to. So we would no longer have the mandatory transition period for the first year of the EDAM. We continue to think that a transition period is prudent, given that EDAM entities may need to gain experience participating in the market prior to enabling convergence bidding in their areas to protect from unintended financial impacts. We would continue to monitor the impact of convergence bidding across the BAAs to try to identify if there's any unforeseen issues that we can rectify quickly. It would also be a point of emphasis in terms of monitoring when we're doing market simulations before the EDAM goes live to make sure there are no issues. And finally, we're planning to, and we have engaged the Market Surveillance Committee on the transition period to try to alleviate some comments from entities that, the CAISO should do its due diligence to make sure there are no unintended consequences from a policy standpoint for enabling convergence bidding in certain areas and not in others. Last thing I'll point out, the previous proposal considered two different ideas for how convergence bidding for entities that had convergence bidding, how there might be differences in the way that we require them to bid. The previous proposal considered, but ultimately did not propose any sort of load scheduling requirements. And there were some entities that commented that that may have been needed. Ultimately, we decided that the positions of the potential EDAM entities would not necessarily lend themselves to trying not to schedule all of their load in the day-ahead market. And so we decided at this point that load scheduling requirement in the absence of convergence bidding is not necessary for the EDAM. The second thing we discussed last time in the last proposal was different treatment for EDAM BAs with convergence bidding in terms of how wind and solar resources are counted in their resource efficiency evaluation. We're no longer planning on making that distinction for all EDAM BAs, regardless of convergence bidding. We will consider wind and solar resources at the forecast, so that we no longer distinguish that between convergence bidding entities and non-convergence bidding entities. So I'll pause there for questions.
A few questions in the room.
Hi, James. Brian Thaker with Middle River Power. On slide 37, you refer to unintended financial impacts. Can you provide some examples of what those might be?
I don't know about specific examples, but I guess what we're thinking in this is, as EDAM entities are learning how to schedule their supply and load into the day-ahead market, that, maybe there's some learning in terms of bidding and, how that's done, that a savvy financial entity who has experience in the market may be able to, at least in the short run, take advantage of I don't want to use improper bidding, but bidding that may not reflect the best attempt at scheduling load and supply in the day-ahead market. But we don't have any specific examples of what we might be thinking about in terms of unintended financial impacts. It would just depend on how the BAs are bidding themselves.
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I was wondering if you took a look at how well convergence bidding was actually converging the prices right now as a purely financial product. It's a pretty good indicator of the health of the market. And I completely agree with the direction of this, not so much because I think EDAM is somehow special and unique in the underlying financial impacts, but because I think perhaps there's some challenges with convergence bidding right now and the risk involved in taking those positions. So I'm wondering if you looked at that at all. And if not, then before moving forward with EDAM, I think I would encourage the CAISO to look at its own kind of BAA health with this financial product.
That's it. I think the most recent assessment of convergence bidding performance was done a few years ago in a price performance report. And my impression of that report, and we'd have to go back and look, but that the performance of convergence bidding was pretty strong. I think there probably is also Department of Market Monitoring looks at whether convergence bidding are actually converging prices. I know we do have some outstanding price formation issues in our markets where we have real-time market prices that are not aligned with the ahead market prices. And I think those types of issues we're trying to address in other initiatives, in terms of maybe how out-of-market actions are impacting day-ahead commitments, which then suppress real-time prices, things like that. So I think part of that performance needs to be looked at holistically in terms of how other changes we're proposing to make may impact that. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
James, Don Trethewey, GDS Associates. So you clarified that there aren't going to be any load under scheduling penalties absent convergence bidding. But I'm looking in the draft final proposal, and there's still this discussion around addressing what's termed artificial scarcity because of VERS under scheduling in the IFM. And there's certain bidding rules associated with that. Are those bidding rules still in effect?
Yeah, so maybe, I wish Danny was here to clarify because I'm trying to make the distinction. I don't know if anybody else on the panel remembers that particular proposal.
Yeah, I remember it was an earlier discussion that we were contemplating putting some rules for BAs that they don't have virtual bidding as an option, but we shy away from this in this proposal.
Okay, all right. So I assume that that'll be clarified then in the final proposal. I do think an interesting interim step that might be considered is, I think nodal convergence bidding. I think that's where I think some of these concerns that people would have about learning and maybe that's exactly what Kaiso's experience was. It was really the nodal nature of it and the intertie bidding portion of virtuals. But to address these sort of load under scheduling and the supply under scheduling, perhaps just looking at just only enabling convergence bidding at the D gap and the D lab. I think you can go a long ways to sort of addressing these concerns that people had there without running up the risk of, some of the implications you can get with nodal convergence bidding where people are trying to do price spreads in terms of congestion differences and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Actually, the Market Surveillance Committee in private conversations had said similar things, that there are some, I actually think the New York ISO doesn't have, I think they do zonal convergence bidding. And so that may be an option for a different sort of transitional step rather than just having the, the 1 year on or 1 year off. I think when we got that feedback from the MSC, it was sort of, the proposal was being posted, fairly quickly. And so we didn't really have time to, make that a formal proposal, but it is something that we've sort of thought about as a team and, we'll continue to think about that.
All right, there's no more questions on the phone and I'm not seeing any in the room. So I believe we can break for lunch now and pick it back up at 1 o'clock. All right, everyone, we are going to get started here in just a moment. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I'll give everyone a minute to take their seats. All right, so this afternoon we have two more topics to get through. We have external resource participation and then the GHG accounting. Once everyone sits down, I'll hand it over to Miloš to walk us through external resource participation. All right, everyone, we are going to go ahead and get started. So Miloš, I will hand it back to you to kick us off with external resource participation this afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Isabella. Welcome back, everybody. We'll start with just a little bit on external resource participation. I have 3 slides that provide a bit of context on the design, and then a proposed addition to the design in terms of external resources that can economically bid at the EDAM entity enterprise. And then we'll switch to GHG, greenhouse gas accounting, that will take us through the rest of the afternoon. So let's start with external resource participation. And again, this refers to resources that are located physically outside of the EDAM entity balancing area, outside of the EDAM footprint. And how do those resources, or how can those resources participate then in the day-ahead market? I think it's important just to remind ourselves on what happens today in the EIM, how external resources participate in the real-time market at the EIM entity enterprise. And we have pseudo-tied resources. Those can economically bid or self-schedule, and those are resources that are physically located outside of the EIM balancing area, but for all intents purposes and how they're metered, telemetered, etc., the obligations, those they're within, and contractually they're within the EIM balancing area. So pseudo-tied resources, they can economically bid or self-schedule. Dynamically scheduled resources, they can also economically bid or self-schedule. And then other contracted resources, those can only self-schedule and they cannot economically bid at the EDAM entity enterprise. So that's the EIM design today. What resources and how do those external resources participate? Good. There we go. So switching now over to the EDAM, the proposal continues to be, as it's been consistent, I think, over the last couple of iterations of the design, but to extend that EIM, external resource participation framework, to the EDAM. And we remain committed, and with some experience and after a period of time with the design, to continue to evaluate and potentially broadening and enabling broader external resource participation at the EDAM entity enterprise. The extension of the EIM design to the EDAM for external resource participation also continues to mitigate some of the reliability concerns that entities have raised with economic bids at their enterprise from non-source specific supply at the enterprise. There's a concern that we've been noting regarding displacement of internal generation by these non-source specific resources that are bid at the enterprise, and concerns that those resources, 1, may not be deliverable, 2, may not perform, and the quality of their generation is unknown. And that all creates operational uncertainty. So as part of that design, again, we're extending the framework that they're familiar with already in the EIM to that resource participation that mitigates some of these displacement and operational uncertainty risks. The ISO would continue to support full intertie bidding at its own enterprise with non-EDAM balancing areas. Again, this is consistent with the EIM today. And what that means is that all those pseudo-tie dynamically scheduled resources, they can continue to bid, including non-source specific resources that can continue to economically bid at the ISO interties. As we talked about before, just to put it into context, those intertie bids or economic intertie bids would have to be under contract to account for the resource sufficiency evaluation. But if they do clear the market, the expectation is that they would perform. So let me talk a bit about now the evolution in this design as we propose the inclusion of off-system designated network resources to be able to, as external resources, to be able to participate in the market and economically bid at the EDAM entity interties where that designated load is located. So let me just, I'm sure most of you know this already, how this works under the oath, but just to recap it for those that may not be as familiar, but off-system designated network resources, these are network resources that are outside of the located outside of the balancing area where the load is located, and those resources have been designated. That import, for example, has been designated as a network resource to serve load in an EDAM balancing area. And that designation then effectively ensures that there is one transmission that's reserved on the transmission system where the load is located. That's the network integration transmission portion of the transmission that's been reserved. And then the transmission needed to deliver that resource to that EDAM balancing area has also been reserved. And I think that's point-to-point transmission that makes this an off-system designated network resource. And in effect, these off-system designated network resources, I think, mitigate some of the concerns, at least based on what we're proposing here in terms of the requirements, to mitigate some of the concerns up to this point regarding source specificity and transmission. In that one, as I noted before, the transmission is reserved on both the system where the load is located as well as adjoining systems across which that off-system designated network resource is delivered. And then I think based on the requirements that I'm going to go over as well, we're effectively requiring that this be a source-specific resource as well that mitigates the concern with source specificity. So the requirements here for these off-system designated network resources is that this network resource is designated to serve load in an EDAM entity balancing area under the terms of their open access transmission tariff, that the resource is located also in the EIM balancing area and is modeled in the market as such as a specific resource. It's designated under the terms of the oath, provides also, as I noted before, for transmission deliverability across the various systems, especially associated with that source specificity. And to the extent that those requirements are met, then that resource can be economically bid, but only at the intertie of the EDAM balancing area where the load that's being served by that designation is located. They could not bid at another EDAM balancing area on which they're not a designated, for which they're not a designated network resource. And the thought is here that I know that this is, we've heard some of this need in prior stakeholder meetings. I think we've heard a little bit of it in stakeholder comments, but providing some added flexibility for these off-system resources that are serving load and are contracted to serve load in an EDAM balancing area. This provides them the ability to economically bid at those interties if the requirements are met, and therefore, hopefully, potentially more economically serve that designated network load that they're entrusted with serving. So let me pause here. I think this is the last slide on this inclusion of off-system designated network resources, and if there are any questions or concerns associated with this extension of the external resource participation model.
Looks like we have a question in the room.
Is it on now? Yes. Okay. Libby Kirby from Bonneville. Two quick questions, hopefully. First is, does this assume that the resource in the EIMBA has to be a participating resource, or could they be a non-participating resource, as in they could get hourly awards from the day ahead market without like participating on a 5-minute basis? Or is the expectation that it would need to be a 5-minute participating resource in the EIM?
It's a good question. I not that I necessarily thought too much about it, but I would think that it, so long if the resource is modeled in our system as a specific resource, whether participating or non, then I think it could, and it's located in EMBA, I think
Okay.
so.
Great, thank you. And then I will admit, I don't actually know if this is a case that would exist for us, but I'm going to ask it just in case. When we point out specific resource, does that include things like the aggregated resource model? I assume we say that's a specific resource. It's just made up of multiple sub-resources, but.
That's right. That's right. And yeah, the intent is that it be modeled, and we have a few of those resources in the EIM, but they're modeled in our systems as a aggregate singular resource. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions in the room? Okay, not seeing any on the phone or in the chat.
Okay. All right. Well, let's then turn it over to Anya to walk us through the greenhouse gas accounting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining this greenhouse gas discussion. Let me first start by giving an overview of how we'll approach the GHG section. First, I'm going to provide an overview of the resource-specific approach in the draft final proposal. Second, I'll go over the incremental changes from the revised draft proposal. And then third, George is going to spend some time reviewing some modeling examples on the nonlinear dynamic constraint, which would limit attribution above the greenhouse gas reference. So let's dig in. As we've mentioned in the revised draft proposal and again in the draft final proposal, the resource-specific approach is going to extend to the WEIM. And just to highlight how what we're proposing in EDAM is an enhancement over the WEIM design, there's kind of 4 areas of enhancements. First, we're updating the geographic boundary from the BAA level to the greenhouse gas regulation area, really to reflect the fact that state level policies for greenhouse gas emissions accounting and reporting are at the state level. Second, in light of the fact that Washington and California's cap and trade program will be live at the start of EDAM, the approach allows for multiple greenhouse gas regulation areas for bidding and dispatch. Third, and it looks like there's a typo here, but we are including new constraints to limit secondary dispatch by limiting attribution. And fourth, there's a new optimal counterfactual approach, which we believe will limit secondary dispatch because it will be a more optimal solution over the WEIM today, which uses self-submitted base schedules. I'll note that no design is perfect. We are looking to balance an array of issues when it comes to reflecting the greenhouse gas cost of compliance in the market from the respective cap and trade and cap and invest programs of California and Washington, their associated reporting requirements, looking to limit secondary dispatch, and ensuring that this is a technically feasible approach. And so with that, I do want to emphasize that the greenhouse gas design is not finalized after EDAM goes live. After a year of implementing EDAM, we are going to look at its performance and assess what regulatory changes have occurred outside of EDAM with the state air regulators to assess what enhancements or evolution need to occur based on performance and those regulatory updates. So as we've discussed, the resource-specific approach does use bid adders to optimize dispatch, scheduling coordinators for resources in non-greenhouse gas regulation areas, submit voluntary bid adders and are attributed to serve demand in a greenhouse gas regulation area, are still responsible for compliance and reporting, and do so and indicate their willingness to do so with those voluntary greenhouse gas bid adders. These attributed resources are also paid, a product of the megawatts that they are attributed and the marginal greenhouse gas energy or marginal greenhouse gas cost. The way that these entities reflect their greenhouse gas bids really depend on where they reside. If they're outside a greenhouse gas regulation area, not subject to greenhouse gas regulations, it's really an energy only bid since they don't have a compliance obligation. However, if that resource outside the area wants to offer into a greenhouse gas regulation area, they would submit a greenhouse gas bid adder indicating the price and quantity that they're offering. Resources within a greenhouse gas area include their greenhouse gas cost of compliance in their energy bid. And then lastly, when two greenhouse gas regulation areas are offering to each other, in light of the unlinked state of the world that EDAM will likely start in, those resources would first have their greenhouse gas cost of compliance reflected in their energy bid, and then also have a greenhouse gas bid adder if they're electing to serve Washington or California, vice versa. There's two areas of the enhancements I want to dig into a little bit further. The enhancements proposed do include constraints that can limit secondary dispatch by limiting greenhouse gas attribution. So first, we have a greenhouse gas attribution constraint. This mirrors what we have in the WEIM, with the exception of instead of using the base schedule, we use the greenhouse gas reference pass. So this is a carryover from the WEIM, but a new enhancements when it comes to the constraint is really the hourly net export constraint. So we would limit attribution to the higher of either the transfer or the RA capacity coming from that BAA. But let me unpack that a little bit more in light of the fact we're still doing some evaluation in this area. So first, when we talk about capability, it's the aggregate capability of transfers outside that BAA. So if there's two lines going outside of the BAA and they have a transfer capability of 100 megawatts, the total transfer capability would be 200 megawatts. Let's take that same BAA as an example. The other option we're weighing is the optimal net export. So if that BAA is scheduled for 60 megawatts for each of those lines, the aggregate net export transfer would be 120 megawatts. So that's an area we're still evaluating in terms of how to develop the constraint. We're doing some more analysis. George is going to talk a little bit about the impact of having a nonlinear constraint, and that would really affect our ability to implement the optimal net export constraint for this constraint. So it'll either be the higher of the export capability or optimal net transfer, or the total RA capacity procured from resources in that BAA. So the next area I want to flag is the counterfactual that is being used in EDAM. As I mentioned, it's different from the WEIM in that is an optimal counterfactual, an optimal solution. And I think it's helpful to think about the reference pass and where the greenhouse gas model is active when you look at all of the EDAM market passes. So in the RSC, there aren't necessarily, the greenhouse gas model isn't necessarily active. However, and I'll discuss this later, for RA resources that are scheduled, they need to be scheduled as a bucket one transfer in order for them to have a counterfactual of 0 in order to be fully attributed to their designated, to the CAISO BAA. Next is the greenhouse gas reference pass, and that's when we would optimize for the entire market footprint, both at the BAA level and across BAAs. In the reference pass, we are limiting net transfers in the import direction to a greenhouse gas region, but it doesn't prevent exports, say from California or Washington outside. So really we're looking at what is the optimal dispatch outside of the greenhouse gas regulation area to create that optimal greenhouse gas reference pass. In the market power mitigation pass for the day-ahead market, that's when we are unlocking greenhouse gas transfers between BAAs and between the greenhouse gas regulation areas, and when we are applying the constraints. And it's in the day-ahead market, the IFM, when we're optimally scheduling each BAA and greenhouse gas regulation area to reflect optimal dispatch. Both in RUC and the MPM for RUC, the greenhouse gas model does not apply. So let me pause there and see if there's any questions before I go through some of the second aspect of today's discussion, which is the changes from the revised straw proposal.
Do we have any questions in the room? Okay, not seeing any. We do have a question over the phone, so let's go ahead and unmute Alva.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon, Alva.
Good afternoon. Just to check on the GHG constraints, are there constraints being passed from the GHG counterfactual run that are limiting the ways in which resource schedules can be changed in the NPM and IFM runs? That was the impression I'd had from George's presentation the last time, but I don't see whether that's clearly expressed here.
The constraints are only applied in the IFM and the market power mitigation pass for IFM. Is your question if there are constraints in the reference pass that can then be changed from a bidding perspective?
It's what is the nature of the constraints?
I'm sorry, I might have to ask you to restate your question, Alva.
Yeah, it's basically what are the constraints that are imposed from the GHG counterfactual run as you go into the NPM and IFM runs? I was concerned about the idea that essentially you were really limiting redispatch of resources that could send emitting generation into California, restricting them to only move in the upward direction, for example, which would then have knock-on effects to all the rest of the solution.
We are limiting transfers from outside the greenhouse gas regulation area to a greenhouse gas regulation area. I don't know if George, you want to add anything there?
But not a resource specific constraint. I mean, what you just said makes sense. But.
Yeah, there's not a resource specific constraint there.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. Thank you, Anya. And I'll look forward then to seeing how the incremental GHG then is actually attributed. But thank you.
I had a question. Sorry. Whichever WRA, Anya, if you could go back to your the basic slide on resource, yeah. Maybe 2 months I've been slow on catching up with the changes, but could you clarify, please, on the unspecified imports, what is meant by? I think what you're implying is unspecified imports that do not meet air regulator requirements of their definition of unspecified imports will be assigned a default
emissions factor.
Yeah, emissions factor, and the part I'm confused is the aggregate surplus generation. I'm just trying to understand the basic mechanics of what you're assigning there and how.
Sure, and really this was meant to flag that there's, can be resource or source specific imports that have their own emissions factor or resources that are using a default emissions factor. So apologies if the language is confusing there, but it's really only to designate that there are two flavors of imports that can occur, source specific or using the default emissions factor.
Okay, thank you. That's perfect. And then one a little more bigger picture is the second line at the beginning. So are you implying that the scheduling coordinators for resources in, say, I'm going to pick my home state right now, Utah. Any transactions coming out of Utah. So the scheduling coordinators have to work with the obligations on them for compliance and reporting for transactions that they have with any GHG regulated area.
Only if they are submitting greenhouse gas bids
Right.
with their energy bid. So by submitting greenhouse gas bids, they are voluntarily kind of making that capacity available and are taking on that compliance obligation and would also be paid if they are attributed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions in the room or on the phone, but we do have a question in the chat. I'll read that out. Can you please repeat what you said about the bucket 1 transfers?
I'm actually going to review that when we talk about RA. So let's maybe put that in the parking lot. I'll talk about that shortly. Any other questions in the comments? Okay. All right, so now we're moving on to the second portion of the greenhouse gas discussion, where I'm going to be providing an overview of some of the modifications from the revised straw proposal to the draft final proposal. So in our draft final proposal, we've clarified the geographic modeling for multi-state BAAs. We are reflecting that we will include greenhouse gas reference levels since that wasn't discussed previously. We've provided additional information on greenhouse gas attribution and secondary dispatch in the WEAM today, and the process to reduce secondary dispatch in EDAM. We have updated the net export constraint to account for RA, and also in light of some of the discussion that arose in the Market Surveillance Committee meeting and in previous discussions, we have some analysis around greenhouse gas bid sufficiency and the reliability and pricing impacts associated with that. And lastly, we have outlined the interaction between EDAM and the WEAM for greenhouse gas accounting. So for that first point on multi-state BAA geographic modeling, we recognize that some stakeholders have unique modeling circumstances with their state air regulators. And the proposal does clarify that in those cases where either generation or load isn't associated with the state for greenhouse gas accounting purposes, we can model that and we'll continue to coordinate with EDAM entities and their state air regulators. For greenhouse gas reference levels, we are clarifying, since this wasn't discussed previously, that will also include reference level updates based on current allowance prices, as is done today in the WEAM, both for CARB and soon to be for the Washington program. So this will apply to the commitment costs, which are used to cap bids for startup and minimum load, and would also apply to the variable cost option default energy bid, which is used for local market power mitigation. Next, for attribution and secondary dispatch, recognize that some stakeholders requested additional information on how attribution occurs today and secondary dispatch. And so some of the topics I wanted to raise kind of related to what we put in the draft final proposal is really to emphasize that attribution itself is based on voluntary greenhouse gas bid adders. And then based on these bid adders and the energy costs, we determine total greenhouse gas imports or transfers that would occur. And then afterwards, when we look at attributing resources, those attributions are really a result of the energy and greenhouse gas bids. And we attribute those resources lowest to highest until the total amount of transfers that are needed for a greenhouse gas regulation area are fully allocated. And it's the shadow price of that greenhouse gas transfer allocation, which sets the marginal greenhouse gas price. I also want to clarify that, and this has been discussed many times, but attribution can occur either above or below the greenhouse gas counterfactual. George is going to spend some time in just a moment talking about some of his modeling exercises looking at some of the impacts that can occur with introducing a nonlinear dynamic constraint that would limit attribution to only above the greenhouse gas reference. Attributing these resources may result in secondary dispatch, whereby a dirtier resource is backfilling for a clean resource sent to a greenhouse gas regulation area. And lastly, want to emphasize that incremental dispatch shouldn't be conflated with secondary dispatch. Incremental dispatch can happen for a variety of reasons: economic displacement, ramping, load forecast changes within that BAA. So for the person that asked about bucket one transfers, we'll be discussing it a little bit more on this slide, but the proposal itself clarifies the treatment of RA resources in light of the constraints that we've included. I do want to note that RA resources would be viewed as internal to a greenhouse gas regulation area and therefore not attributed, because they're viewed as akin to an internal resource in two scenarios. So first, if they're pseudo-tied to using the participating resource agreement, and that would associate them at the BAA level. We also need to associate them at the greenhouse gas regulation area level, and therefore we would need that resource to be greenhouse gas pseudo-tied to that greenhouse gas regulation area. The second scenario, when these resources would be viewed as internal to a greenhouse gas regulation area, is if they're dynamically scheduled from a non-EDAM BAA and shown as a system resource or tie generator at an ISO scheduling point. And then our second category of treatment of RA resources is when we would view these resources as external to a greenhouse gas regulation area, meaning that they could be fully attributed. And I recognize in stakeholder comments, we did get feedback on an ask that resources be able to be fully attributed. And we're fitting this under the context of they can be fully attributed if there are RA resources. And there's two flavors of when that can occur. The first is in the RSC, we do need them to be, or excuse me, if they are an RA resource for California, they need to be shown as a bucket one energy transfer into the ISO BAA for the RSC. This would mean that when we look at them from the perspective of the greenhouse gas reference, they would not that would not be included in the counterfactual, and therefore later on they could be fully attributed. The second category is for dynamically scheduled resources from non-EDAM BAAs that are shown as system resources or tie generators, but when they are not inside the greenhouse gas regulation area. Let me pause there, Kathleen.
Hi, yeah, no, thanks for pausing. Thanks, Anya. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I am a little confused, so appreciate your patience, just kind of unpacking this for me. And I think I'm confused because we mostly talk about it, or I think about this in the frame of source specified and non-specified imports into a GHG area.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about RA here. So I'm just trying to figure out, is that shorthand for source specified, or are you meaning it to be a subset? Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. No, that's a great question. Let's unlink the notion of source specified from RA resources, but these in general would be source specific. So maybe that's a categorization there. With the net export constraint originally envisioned, there were concerns raised that could limit transfers to a greenhouse gas regulation area. And there were concerns raised that could limit RA from getting into California. And so the purpose of this overview in terms of how we would view those RA resources is to indicate that from a constraint perspective for those resources viewed as external, we wouldn't limit kind of that attribution to occur, and also to highlight when we would view them as internal resources and when we would view them as external, and when they could be fully attributed.
And maybe this is one follow-up question. So that is how I understood how we were, the proposal for source specified, regardless of if you're a RA or non-RA, which is why that concern had never occurred to me. Because it's source specified, we said would be considered internal through some pathway, these two. So I'm a little confused of what the change in the proposal, if there is one. Can you clarify?
Sure. This might not necessarily be a change in terms of what's being viewed as external, but the change would be in this second category of when sources are viewed as external, kind of clarification of what would be viewed as external, and clarification more so when we talk about the constraints, that we would not limit attribution in a way that would prohibit these RA resources from being delivered to California. George, did you want to add anything there?
Yes, so this is obviously using array resources, using the California Resource Adequacy Program to give you an example, but it could be generalized. If a resource has, and we're going to need some standardized instruments for showing contracts to a greenhouse gas regulation area for serving load there, we can have a similar treatment where we basically ignore the bits from that resource in the greenhouse gas reference path, so that essentially it's not scheduled in the reference path, so it has a zero reference in the IFM, which will allow potentially all of that array capacity or the resource capacity to be attributed. And then if there is a formulation of a net export constraint that limits the aggregate attribution, that BAA will offset the limit for that constraint to allow full attribution of that resource capacity. That's all.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Setting source specified, all source specified at zero in the greenhouse gas pass, I understood to be in the proposal. So I just asked all of the for the past several months. If it's not, and you haven't expanded it to just the source specified, because I don't want to confuse the RA and it's really not important, right? If there's a forward energy contract, it also needs to be able to be fully attributed. So that's why I'm teasing this out, because I did understand it to be zero in the reference pass so that we can fully attribute any source specified as a part of the proposal for quite some time.
Let's try to unpack this a little bit, because if it's not an internal resource to a BAA, because this is obviously addressing resource specific handling in a BAA. If it's an external, the only case that is relevant is what we said earlier, that it's a dynamic schedule to that BAA, it's a TG. That's the only thing that can have a bid, right? Because we're saying intertype bidding is not allowed for other BAAs except the ISO, unless you're a dynamic schedule, you're a dynamic schedule resource. So if you're a dynamic schedule, and we model this as a generator at the intertie with the EDAM BAA, if that EDAM BAA is external to a greenhouse gas regulation area, this is like another external resource. It will have equal treatment like if it was internal to that BAA, therefore it can have a greenhouse gas bid and can get an attribution. Now, if it has a contract or some way of demonstrating it has a contractual obligation to serve load in a greenhouse gas regulation area, it can get the same treatment.
Just to be clear, we have throughout the entire process, including the working groups, been very aligned and consistent on it doesn't matter what type of arrangement is executed. If it's arranged for energy purposes or resource adequacy, it is contracted to meet some need within that internal GHG area that the CAISO had acknowledged it would allow the source specified to be treated as internal to the greenhouse gas area. And I'm just hoping that that hasn't been dropped or lost as you've been iterating on this proposal. And I'll review your paper and provide written comments, but I'm
appreciate the opportunity to tease this out. It wasn't something I understood was dropped.
It has not been dropped, but let's keep in mind though that the ability to submit a greenhouse gas bid requires an energy bid. And if the resource is not allowed to have an energy bid, obviously it won't have a greenhouse gas bid as well. Those two go together. So you have to see it as together, those two.
Thanks, Kathleen. Any other questions in the room?
Don Trethway, GDS Associates. I have a question on the pseudotie resources, where they're going to be treated as internal resources, which means they would embed their GHG costs in their energy bid. I think that seems a little counter to the overarching principle that if the resource is located outside of a GHG region, that to the extent that that generator has been serving load outside the GHG region, there shouldn't be a GHG cost associated with it. So if I look at, if they do off-system sales today in a balancing authority area that doesn't have GHG costs, there's no compliance obligation associated with that. And I would have expected that we would see the similar outcome if the market determined that there should be an off-system sale of that pseudotype.
Yeah, I think there are two scenarios that we can differentiate here. So obviously, if this is a resource that is either dynamically scheduled or bid at an intertie with the ISO, that is considered as an internal resource. So for serving load in the greenhouse gas, in the California greenhouse gas regulation area, it's treated like an internal resource where we expect the greenhouse gas regulation cost to be included in the energy bid. So there's no attribution to that resource for the California greenhouse gas regulation area. But there are some more general scenarios, and I'll go again to the dynamically scheduled resource for Pacific West, let's say. Pacific West has a dynamically scheduled resource from a BA that is not in EDAM, all right? And Pacific West also overlaps with the Washington greenhouse gas regulation area. So for that resource, unless we have an attribute that points to us that this resource is actually serving or contractually load in Washington, then we will consider it like any other Pacific West resource outside of Washington that will have the ability to submit a greenhouse gas bid and get an attribution. If it's a pseudo tie into Pacific West, the same thing. Again, if it's pseudo tied into Pacific West and greenhouse gas pseudo tied into Washington, then it's internal Washington resource, no attribution for Washington. If it's not greenhouse gas pseudo tied, but it's just BAA pseudo tied into Pacific West, then it's treated like any other resource in Pacific West outside of Washington and can get an attribution. So you have all this mix of combinations.
I think I just go back to the original principle for the entire reason why in EIM, the GHG design was even developed, which was by separating the GHG cost for resources located outside of the GHG area. That's what ensures that the load outside of the GHG area doesn't incur GHG costs. I think if you allow the pseudo ties in a GHG area to include that GHG cost, and then there's actually an export out of that GHG area, you're in essence allowing GHG costs to the extent that you may not need to if the pseudo-tied resource located outside the GHG area had sufficient generation to where it could have served the non-GHG area's load.
Don, it matters really where it is pseudo-tied to. An external resource that is pseudo-tied to ISO today, we expect to have the greenhouse gas regulation cost included in its energy bid. The same is here too.
That's the issue I'm raising, is that to the extent that there was layoff energy from that pseudo tie to its native balancing authority area, it wouldn't incur that native balancing authority area would not incur GHG costs because that resource is not located within California and under CARB jurisdiction.
The layoff energy, you're correct, but that will show it in the greenhouse gas reference pass or in limiting its greenhouse gas bid adder. So the greenhouse gas bid adder could be limited only to the capacity of the resource that is contractually bound for a greenhouse gas regulation area, and the rest will not have a greenhouse gas bid adder, and the energy bid simply it doesn't include the greenhouse gas regulation cost. So I think we're squarely on the same point. It's just we're trying to make a more flexible design to accommodate all the possible combinations that can happen here.
This is Vijay, WRA. I think I want to build on the comment which was made earlier, so I want to understand your sophisticated response, George, in a simpler way. I think what is your driving condition is if the resources are pseudo-tied or dynamically connected to the CalISO system, then I'll just restart. I think what you're saying in your response is that on the left side in the screen is if they're pseudo-tied resources or dynamically scheduled, am I understanding you correctly that if they're pseudo-tied and they're part of and are linked into a GHG regulation area, it doesn't matter which load they're serving if it's outside the GHG region? Because the point I'm hearing is if you're serving eventually a load outside the GHG regulation area, it makes sense to wonder why are they being asked to put in a GHG adder into their bid, if I'm understanding that correctly. So it doesn't matter where the load is being served. Your driving condition is that they are linked and internally connected to the CalISO system, to the CalISO, they're pseudo-tied with the BAs that are connected to the CalISO system. That's what I think you're trying to say. It doesn't matter where the load is being served.
So there are differences, like for the California ISO, for any BAA in California, it's very clear if you're pseudo-tied to that BAA, you're subject to the greenhouse gas regulation of California, so you're an internal resource. There are situations that Ioana mentioned with Pacific West that it's not so clear, because if you have a dynamically scheduled import resource in Pacific West, that could be serving load outside Washington or inside Washington. All right.
Right.
So the general treatment of that would be that this resource is treated like any other Pacific West resource outside Washington, and therefore it is allowed to submit a greenhouse gas bid for potential attribution to serving load in Washington. All right. Or if it has some contractual obligation that can demonstrate under some standardized process that we have to develop, that has a contractual obligation to serve load in Washington, then we can consider it as a resource inside Washington that is really bound for Washington, in which case it doesn't have to submit a greenhouse gas bid either. We assume that the Washington greenhouse gas regulation cost is reflected in its energy bid. Now, Don was drawing a difference because of that, and another resource outside of Washington that has to participate with the greenhouse gas bid other. What we're trying to do here is to provide some flexible handling of contractual obligations to serve load in the greenhouse gas regulation area.
Okay, thank you.
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I want to check my understanding. So I know when you had proposed the pseudo-tie language in the past, I think we had asked questions and others had asked questions. So we, collective stakeholder group, we had asked questions to confirm that you weren't referring to a physical pseudo-tie, that there's a difference between physically pseudo-tied resources versus we were just using the vernacular pseudo-tie to allude to representing it within the greenhouse gas area. Can you just confirm for me that that is still accurate to this slide that on the left-hand side?
So on the left-hand side, we refer to both pseudo-tied at the BAA level, which means using the pseudo-tie participating generation agreement. So it's an actual pseudo-tie, but that only associates it at the BAA level. So we are also requiring, in order to see it at the GHG regulation area, that it be GHG pseudo-tied as well.
And GHG pseudo-tied, that vernacular
Both.
we're using,
Mm-hmm.
is what you're showing in this column on the right?
On my lefts and rights mixed up here, but in terms of being viewed as internal to the greenhouse gas regulation area, it refers to both. So when I say pseudo-tied at the BAA and GHG pseudo-tied at the GHG regulation area, it's really looking at that pseudo-tie PGA and a GHG pseudo-tie. It has to be both for us to view it both of the BAA and GHG areas.
for internal. And then for external, so that column, the greenhouse gas pseudotie lingo is that source specified outside of the BAA, but inside the greenhouse gas area.
We are not contemplating a greenhouse gas pseudotie on its own viewed as external.
That has not been clear to me, at least within this process. So and perhaps it is in your paper, but I just want to note that additional clarity on that would be really useful. I did think it was a commitment for source specified to be able to be modeled within the greenhouse gas area, and it didn't have to be physically pseudotied.
And in our revised draft proposal, we did kind of remove all references to just having a GHG pseudotie. So that update came in the revised draft proposal. And all we're clarifying here is that to be viewed as internal, you need both. So it was in that last iteration where we removed that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it. As you know, that's not something that can be supported within the greenhouse gas proposal. So it is unfortunate you remove something so important and crucial that we all agreed to and aligned on in the working group phase. Thank you.
Any other questions in the room? I see one from Carrie.
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum, and I apologize. I got a little lost in some of the back and forth. Just to be clear though, nothing has changed since you put out the paper. Nothing in here is different than the draft final proposal paper, right?
This reflects the draft final proposal.
This reflects the draft
Yeah.
final proposal. Okay.
So this is really showing the incremental changes between the revised draft proposal and draft final proposal.
Okay.
Just to provide this level of clarity in terms of what's viewed as internal. It hadn't been documented in this way. And so it's just providing that clarity.
Gotcha. But I mean, sorry, this whole section, as I was reviewing the presentation, nothing's changed. Like in the last section we went over, for example, you've highlighted changes that you've made since putting out the paper.
Yeah,
Between revised and draft final.
Between revised and draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the section we're going through now.
Sorry, this is Anna, really quick. I think Carrie's sort of seeking clarification because with regards to the transmission proposal, we are looking at potentially evolving from the draft final. And I think we can confirm that here, there's no additional proposal from the draft final to final.
Yeah, this is Vijay WRA. I thank you, Anna, for clarifying that, because that was my question too. Because in transmission, you've talked about some evolving changes even now in the last 3 weeks or last month, which is different than the draft proposal that had come out to this version. So that was a question even I had in appreciating this content. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then one further question, but then later on in the section, you have stuff that's in red, and that's just a more analysis. That's not an additional proposal you have here.
It's and I think you're referring to the appendix slides.
No, later on, sorry, I didn't have time to go through this whole
George's
deck.
slides.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
That
George's
is
slides.
more of George's analysis in terms of kind of some of the considerations with including the nonlinear dynamic constraint. So that's more analysis that he'll be presenting.
Gotcha. And I think everyone maybe had this question because at the MSC meeting, there was significant discussion. And I think most people assumed it would evolve from the draft final proposal. So I think maybe that's why you're getting some confusion in the room about when you say changed, we're trying to say like, oh, where's the change? But there is no change. Yeah.
It's simply the change from the revised to draft final. But I will highlight on the next slide when we talk about constraints, an area where we're continuing to evaluate kind of one issue related to the constraints. And so that's an area where you might see a change, or you will see a change between the draft final and final.
Okay.
And I'll highlight that when we get to it.
On board. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So the next slide is focusing on the areas where we've made some clarifications around the net export constraint. We did hear feedback both in the revised straw proposal and at the MSC that the net export constraint could limit transfers, which could result in reliability or pricing impacts. And so the proposal itself clarifies that, at least in terms of those reliability impacts, the RSC should ensure that a BAA is sufficient. But if a BAA fails the RSC, the constraint will be turned off for that hour. That last point is a change from the draft final proposal. In the draft final proposal, we said if the BAA fails and does not cure, it will be turned off for the day. Here we're clarifying in the workshop that if it fails the RSC, the constraint will be turned off for that hour. So that is one change from the draft final that will be reflected in the final proposal. The proposal also clarifies that the net export constraint will limit greenhouse gas attribution to the higher of either the transfers or the aggregate RA capacity. And this is an area that I'll flag for Kathleen and Carrie and folks that are asking about incremental changes, where we're trying to kind of do more analysis internally, both between analysis and some of the implementation details, if that constraint should be based on capability or the optimal net export. And the capability, again, is the transfer capability of that line versus what gets scheduled in EDAM. And that latter is a dynamic constraint. And so we're doing some evaluation in terms of the feasibility from an implementation perspective around that, and also the effectiveness of the constraint if it's just based on capability. The other clarification that we made in the draft final proposal is that the constraint would be not just the higher of the capability or optimal net export, but also it would be the higher of the aggregate RA capacity, so that we're not limiting attribution for those RA resources so that they can be attributed. In response to some concerns that the net export constraint could limit transfers, in the draft final proposal, we did include some analysis that we've done that we are going to continue to refine and share with stakeholders in terms of GHG bid sufficiency. When we looked at the WEAM bids for stress months of July, August, and September 2022, looking at RTPD, we found that less than 1% of those intervals were not GHG bid sufficient. And in those cases, instead of relying on GHG transfers, the resources would be dispatched from within the greenhouse gas regulation area. So I already see a question in the room. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Thanks. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Is kind of getting at, I think, what Carrie was raising. So we had a very fulsome, productive conversation at the Market Surveillance Committee meeting on October 21st. Honestly, walked away very optimistic. It felt like the concepts were gelling, and the smartest minds, the brightest minds were understanding how the functionality needs to perform and operate. And one of the things was we spent a lot of time kind of talking about the net export constraint, whether it was even necessary once we make the correct, the more pressing changes within the market design to transfer it to more of like a resource, a resource specific prime, which I felt like we talked through to a pretty significant amount at that call. And I was very surprised to see the draft final proposal published with no changes and this constraint still being in here, because frankly, your questions here, they're fine. But if we don't think the net export constraint and the approach you've laid out is a just and reasonable design, helping you get to the details of it, I'm not sure how to do that, because on a high level basis, we don't believe it's the right approach, right? But and I thought perhaps it was just us that didn't believe it was the right approach. And so I recognize smart minds can differ, but I really felt like there was consensus and momentum at the Market Surveillance Committee. And so my question for you, Anya, is can you just please help us understand how we can have such a great breakthrough and then see no change?
I think we just wanted to have some more analysis in terms of some of the benefits or costs with that, and it's still being evaluated. So I don't know if George, you want to add anything there?
Well, I didn't have the same takeaway from the MSC meeting, as it's still available for comments and the MSC opinion on it. And we want to see your comments. And if your comments say, no, this constraint is terrible, we need to take it out, we'll react to it. But we didn't have enough to yank it out of the proposal. I didn't walked away from that MSC meeting that this is something that we need to dismiss. That's how I felt.
I appreciate the feedback. It is challenging, to participate as a stakeholder in this process and to really spend a ton of time with folks communicating and working on these topics. And to hit a point like that where there was clear direction from the MSC that some other discussions would merit, and to not see any reaction. So I'm going to call out the elephant in the room. It was really confusing. I tried to figure out where the changes came in, where you were responding to MSC feedback, because really it was MSC feedback. It was not stakeholder feedback. It just happened to be that the MSC was saying things that we and others had been asking for the CAISO to consider. Where do we go from here in this very compressed timeline where we can actually, and Anya, you said more time, more investigation. So what does that process look like? Like, how do you want us to do that?
Thank you, Kathleen. We actually have written comments still due. What's the date?
The 22nd.
The 22nd. So I think it would be
yeah.
helpful based on your concerns to provide those comments in writing. And we'll look at that from all stakeholders if there's concern about the constraint. It sometimes is difficult when there's a lot of dialogue going on. Like George said, people perhaps leave the room in different ways, but we're looking forward to those comments on the 22nd, and we'll take that into consideration.
Yeah.
Anna, I just want to be clear. My comment is not isolated to the constraint. I'm just using this as an example for something that was kind of talked through as potentially unnecessary, but I will provide very full comments on this topic item. Thank you.
That'd be great. We didn't have any comments in the last round to remove the constraint, only questions. And the MSC meeting itself kind of raised questions of what additional analysis could CAISO do. And so we were responsive by providing that in the paper. Go ahead.
Oh, I think Carrie was first, actually, from what I could tell, in terms of hands up, but maybe I was
Anna?
looking carefully.
I'll take it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Vijay.
Go ahead, Vijay.
I'll be.
I just saw her hands going up like this.
So Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. So first of all, WPTF has obviously commented on this extensively. Callie has met with you guys multiple times on this. We are absolutely not repeating ourselves in our comments. You have read our comments hopefully by now, and we have nothing new to add. The only thing we would add is that the MSC echoed our concerns almost verbatim. They brought it up even ahead of Callie bringing it up on the call. And it was very validating that we could have maybe this more intellectually honest conversation in detail in a transparent manner. I think what our request would be to the CAISO is not to stop where you're going, not to stop this train at all, but to be more honest about it and write up what the MSC said and the concerns. George, I've flipped through your examples here. And I think there are pros and cons to both. And I think it just would feel better to stakeholders to at least know you understand what the MSC was articulating. I get that there's an engineering efficiency way to do it, and there's a market efficient way to do it. And there are edge cases. All of this is fine, right? Intellectually intelligent people like Callie and George can disagree. But I think without that next step of you guys actually writing out the pros and cons so we could see that you understood and took in what the MSC said, it feels rough. It feels like all this hard work has kind of been ignored. So I think maybe that's where Kathleen's coming from. And again, WPTF is not advocating that you change direction necessarily at this last moment. That seems crazy. You're about to go to the board. We're rational people. We get that. But it would be really nice if before you go to the board, you could tell the board, hey, there was this huge concern by a large contingent of your stakeholders, including your own MSC on our approach. So then it's well documented. And I saw in here later, you're going to look at this again in a year. That's great. Then we have this well documented next step alternative approach to explore. So and I won't comment for the rest of this. That's kind of my little soapbox here.
And maybe we can separate out two discussions in terms of constraints. One, and kind of the focus here is the net export constraint. And I realized some of the MSC discussion really focused on another constraint, but that was limiting attribution above the counterfactual, which isn't the focus of this slide, but
Yeah,
well
I am
heard, thank
absolutely
you.
not being
Yeah.
specific to this slide.
Okay.
I am giving you a whole, this is WPTF's feedback for this whole entire section.
Yep.
Yeah.
Carrie, I think we're mixing the constraints here as,
I am not specifically talking about this constraint. My
Okay.
comment was specific to this whole section. Since Kathleen brought up the MSC meeting, I don't want to derail the conversation
So-
later. So that's
pursuant.
globally.
Pursuant to the MSC meeting, there was a recommendation and a request actually from the MSC to share with the stakeholders why the ISO believes that the resource-specific dynamic constraint on limiting greenhouse gas attribution, not this net export constraint, the other constraint we're going to talk about it next, has problems. And in response to the MSC's recommendation and request, we're having this next session where I'm going to show you some examples. So we're not really not paying attention to the MSC opinion. We actually do.
I know, thank you. And I just want to say that you posted this on Sunday night. I cannot engage with this, nor am I asking you to change your direction. I'm just saying, please document what they said, pros and cons.
We will do so. And I think there's a lot of stuff going on. And I get it. And I appreciate it. And there's a lot of constraints, including the other constraints we all have to deal with. But I think let's just go forward with the examples, because point taken, we will explain as best as we can in the next version. There's timing issues as well. The MSC meeting was like on a Friday, and then we posted on a Monday. I mean, we've got a lot of constraints we're talking about. So I think if for the purposes of this discussion, we get into the example, because I think the concerns you have, Carrie, are related to the next set of discussion. But one of the things I do think is still, if you have still remaining concerns, make sure you put them in your comments. And I just want to say, we can always go back and look at stuff, but it would be helpful if things are moving in the right direction, and even, noticing, okay, we get it for this year, next year, maybe not, but maybe in a few years, please keep that on your radar. That's important for us to know if there's still things we need to track. Okay.
Thank you. Just to one more thing. I'm really sorry. I don't want you guys to take silence as consent. Like I again glanced through these slides, right? We could put them in comments again about the marginal resource and how we feel about it. But I don't want to put in comments that I disagree with this, because we're not going to protest this element at FERC, right? We want you to go forward. We just want you to take the next step too. And we just don't want this discussion to end. And so
But that's a fair comment.
Yeah.
You can put that in comments and say, that's a fair comment.
Okay, thank you.
Vijay WRA, I'll make it quick so that you don't get delayed. But I noticed here in the transmission section, Milo said indicate something about we will be monitoring the transfer revenues and shortfalls. I heard a bit of that in the resource sufficiency. I'm hearing that here with the slide before, that I think Anya had said something about that staff will be evaluating in year 1 or 2 after things are improved. So my request, which we'll put in our comments, is to clarify what areas that CalISO staff will be working to evaluate as the system starts being designed versus what you may leverage or look to MSC. Or I missed the MSC meeting. Clearly it was colorful. So it'll be great to know what DMM might be looking at versus where CalISO staff will be clear in evaluating, because that distinction will be helpful to track what to bird dog and where. Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay.
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, and I'll be incredibly brief. I have put in written comments about the GHG as a whole paradigm. And I believe I'm fairly vocal. And so I have strong confidence that the entire CAISO staff understands very clearly where Vistra's positions are on greenhouse gas, and have since January, because I tried really hard to participate in every single working group meeting that you had on greenhouse gas. And I am confident our comments have been heard and understood, and the CAISO has chosen a different direction. So I respect this suggestion to put down comments. I understand that.
but I think the comments are really well understood and your direction is just different and you have a different philosophical opinion than we have. But unlike Western Power Trading Forum, this is the most important issue to Vistra in this entire effort. And if I haven't been crystal clear that my suggestions and my comments they are something that it is a big enough of an issue that we are willing to protest if these are not accounted for. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
All right, so next I want to talk about some of the questions around how EDAM design for greenhouse gas accounting will translate to the WEIM. We had a couple of stakeholders that requested feedback on those impacts. And so there's going to be 3 changes to the WEIM design. First, just want to clarify that the counterfactual for EDAM, the greenhouse gas reference pass, would roll over to real-time schedules for the WEIM entities. And for those WEIM entities that do not join EDAM, they'll continue to use base schedules as the counterfactual. Also want to clarify that the net export constraint would also apply in the WEIM for all BAAs. And lastly, that both in EDAM and the WEIM, the SMEC, the system marginal energy cost component of the GHG would be positive. This is different than the WEIM, where it is a negative component. But in order to support multiple greenhouse gas regulation areas, we are kind of changing the way that shows up. It doesn't affect settlements. So wanted to clarify some of those impacts. And with that, I'll turn things over to George and his examples.
Thank you, Anya. Okay, so we're going to discuss now the specific constraint that we use at the resource level to limit greenhouse gas attributions. And the current proposal is coming from the solution that we have implemented in EIM, where the greenhouse gas attribution at the resource outside the greenhouse gas regulation area is limited by 3 things. Obviously, the greenhouse gas bid capacity, okay, which is at the control of the scheduling coordinator. The energy schedule, the optimal schedule that clears the market, we don't attribute more than what is scheduled for the resource. And the third constraint that we use, and we introduced in 2018, it's limited by the positive difference between the upper economic limit, that's the highest capacity on the energy bid, and what we use as the greenhouse gas reference. In EIM, the base schedule that is submitted for the resource is used as the reference. That's a non-optimized reference. In EDAM, we're using an optimized greenhouse gas reference that comes from a dedicated market pass. We call it a greenhouse gas reference pass. But as Anya described earlier, it's identical to the IFM solution with the additional constraint that we don't allow any greenhouse gas imports into greenhouse gas transfer imports into a greenhouse gas regulation area. And we do this just to calculate the greenhouse gas reference of external resources. Now, this limit, we call it static. That's because the right-hand side is fixed. You see the 2 quantities, the upper economic limit and the greenhouse gas references are fixed in IFM. And we added this constraint with the objective to reduce the secondary dispatch that could be caused by an unconstrained attribution that could potentially attribute the entire resource. So now that we have a greenhouse gas reference, we limit that attribution to only how much headroom the resource has above the reference. All right. The alternative proposal that has several stakeholders that they have proposed it is exactly the same for the 2 first limits, but the third limit, instead of being a static limit, it's now a dynamic limit. The proposal is to limit the attribution to the positive difference between the energy schedule, the optimal energy schedule, and the greenhouse gas reference. This limit is dynamic because the right-hand side is variable, it's not fixed, right? It's co-optimized in the solution of the energy schedule, right? And it's also nonlinear. It's a discrete constraint because of the positive difference function. That's not a continuous function, so we need to linearize it. The standard way to linearize this function is use a binary variable. Of course, there is a concern that there is a significant performance hit because of that, because these are many binary variables. It's one for each external resource per hour. It's not a small thing. But we are going past this element at this point, assuming that we can take the performance hit. This is just an assumption at this point. We have to see if we can do this. And this constraint, it further reduces the secondary dispatch by limiting the attribution only above the greenhouse gas reference. The static constraint can actually allow an attribution below the reference in certain circumstances. So we are going to go through two examples here to compare how these two alternative constraints perform. I'm going to walk through these two examples, and then I'm going to open for discussion and comments and questions. The first example is very simple. It really compares the efficiency of the optimal schedules enforcing a static versus dynamic constraint for the resource greenhouse gas attribution limit. That example will show that the dynamic constraint result in a higher cost solution, measuring with the objective function that we have in the market. And that objective function ignores the atmospheric emission cost outside of the greenhouse gas regulation area. That is not part of our objective. And it also may limit the net greenhouse gas transfer import into a greenhouse gas regulation area. So we'll go through this and then we'll ask some questions for you to ponder. Example 2, okay, is a little bit more detailed. We want to spend a little bit more time walking through this one. It's a little bit more complicated. And it shows that the dynamic constraint may result in marginal prices that do not support the optimal schedule. What does this mean is that we may have resources that are not paid adequately by the locational market price at their location. You have a payment shortfall. And this payment shortfall is not new in our markets because our markets are multi-interval economic dispatch or economic scheduling. And when you enforce intertemporal constraints, you have a situation where potentially a resort could have a payment shortfall because of binding intertemporal constraints. And we have a mechanism for recovering this cost over the day. We call it bid cost recovery. You're all familiar for it. But this payment shortfall is not falling in that category because it's not caused by binding intertemporal constraints, but it's directly caused by this dynamic constraint. So let's walk through these examples. This is the setup for example 1. You have the greenhouse gas regulation area, and of course the rest of the world in the EDAM, which is the no greenhouse gas regulation area, greenhouse gas transfer in between. The greenhouse gas regulation area and the no GHG area, they both have 1,000 megawatt load. In the greenhouse gas regulation area, there is a cheap resource, G1, 600 megawatts, bids at $10. And an expensive resource bids another 600 megawatts at $45. So we want to displace potentially this expensive resource with a greenhouse gas transfer. And in the no GHG area, I'm using a convention here using blue for energy bids and schedules and red for greenhouse gas bids and schedules attributions. So in the no GHG area, you have 3 resources, G3, G4, and G5. G4 is a non-emitting resource, and it's the cheaper of the 3 at 600 megawatts, it bids $20. The next resource is G3. It's a 1,000 megawatt resource, and it bids for attribution 400 megawatts at $5. And this resource has a 10 megawatts per minute ramp rate, which will affect the optimal schedule. So keep that in mind. This resource can ramp only from 0 to 600 megawatts in an hour. So in the problem that we're solving, assuming a 0 megawatt initial condition, it can only have a schedule up to 600 megawatts, no more. And G5 is a more expensive resource. It bids 1,000 megawatts at $30 and a greenhouse gas bid of 600 megawatts at $10. So remember, the bids for greenhouse gas is $5 for G3 and $10 for G5. So our first step is to find the greenhouse gas reference for those resources G3, G4, and G5. So we're solving a problem now where we're enforcing the greenhouse gas transfer to be 0 megawatts into the greenhouse gas regulation area. So obviously the dispatch or the schedule optimally for the greenhouse gas regulation area will be G1 will run at its limit. It's the cheapest resource at $10, 600 megawatts. The balance of the load in the greenhouse gas regulation area will be served by G2, generating at 400 megawatts. And in the not GHG area, the G4 is going to cap up at its limit for 600 megawatts, the cheapest resource. G3 will be providing the balance of the load of 400 megawatts, and G5 is not going to run as being the most expensive. So these schedules that are coming out of the greenhouse gas reference pass for G3, G4, and G5, namely 400 megawatts, 600 megawatts, and 0 megawatts, okay? These are the references that we're going to use in the IFM pass, and we're going to limit the attributions to these resources based on this reference, okay? So this solution here shows what IFM will come out where we enforce the static greenhouse gas attribution limit, which is what we have in the proposal. And you can see that we'll essentially schedule 400 megawatt greenhouse gas transfer to completely displace G2 from the reference of 400 down to 0, because that 400 megawatt import is less expensive than running G2. So let's see, where is this going to come from, okay? For energy, G3 is the next cheap resource. Okay, G4 is already maxed at 600 megawatts. G3 is the next cheaper resource, so it will have a schedule up to the 600 megawatt limit that its ramp capability allows. And the balance of the 200 megawatts to make up the 400 megawatt transfer will come from G5. Now, for the greenhouse gas allocation, you can't allocate anything to the non-emitting resource, which is G4, because its reference is also 600 megawatts, so it's already fully scheduled in the reference. There's no headroom for any greenhouse gas attribution, okay? So you already see here that the application, the enforcement of the static constraint already achieves a reduction on the secondary dispatch. Without that constraint, we would have attributed the entire 400 megawatts out of G4. But because of this constraint that we introduced in 2018, that will not happen. So the next resource that can provide, that can get a greenhouse gas attribution is G3, because it has a lower greenhouse gas regulation cost at $5 versus the $10 in G5. So the IFM will give 400 megawatt attribution to G3, okay? You can see here from this solution that this attribution goes below the 400 megawatt reference. Those 400 megawatts for the attributed energy from G3 to serve L1, 200 megawatts above the base, 200 megawatts below the base. So the current constraint does not actually prevent the attribution below the base. It does reduce those secondary dispatch because of what I said before. Without the constraint, we would have attributed G4. So it's already going down that path. However, the 200 megawatt of attribution below the base, if you look at the result here, you'll see that G5 backfills for it because it's incremented from its base 200 megawatts, all right? And this is the secondary dispatch issue that you will see still being present, even with the enforcement of this static attribution limit that we have. And that 200 megawatts has an atmospheric cost that the methodology that we have proposed for the greenhouse gas does not account for, okay? That 200 megawatt of atmospheric cost is not captured here. So if we go and see how this solution will play out with the dynamic limit, in the dynamic attribution limit, obviously you cannot attribute more than 200 megawatts on G3 because G3 has a reference of 400, and therefore you can only attribute 200 megawatts. The megawatt solution is still the same, but the attributions are different. So if you can attribute only 200 megawatts on G3, obviously the remaining 200 megawatts has to be attributed from G5. So here G5 gets an attribution of 200 megawatts, okay? So what you have here is the higher cost solution in terms of our objective function. Your net savings from the reference bus, it was $5,000 with a static limit, drops to $4,000 in this. And that's because you have a higher cost attribution because G5 has a greenhouse gas regulation cost of $10 versus the $5 of G3. However, although you have a higher cost solution, which could be reflected also in the LMPs, not in this example, but it could potentially be reflected in the LMPs, you can justify that by saying, well, it's a higher cost solution in terms of our primal objective, but it actually captures the atmospheric cost because here you don't have the effect of the secondary dispatch. So the 200 megawatt of G5 schedule actually gets an attribution. So it's not backfilling anymore any attribution from G3 below its reference. And this is what this constraint provides. Okay? So if you put the two together, this is something that you can justify by saying, well, we have a higher cost solution, but if you consider on top of that the cost, the atmospheric emission cost, maybe we're coming ahead. And the question is, how far down this path are you going to go? Because here, if the greenhouse gas bid for G5 becomes anything bigger than $15, now that will not affect the solution we saw earlier with the static limit. That will stay the same, but this solution is going to change because with a greenhouse gas bid of $15 or more, the combined energy cost of the transfer from that G5 to displaced G2 is more than $45, which is the bid for G2. So that transfer is not going to be economic anymore. You'll get this solution where essentially you only have a 200 megawatt transfer, and that does not displace completely G2. G2 is still running at 200 megawatts. So here is an even more expensive solution. You're losing another $1,000 net savings. So the question we want to leave with you, we're not going to answer these questions for you. It's a philosophical question. How far down this path do you want to go of minimizing or reducing the atmospheric cost if it severely compromises your primary objective of reducing cost in your IFM solution? So that's just to set the stage. We can have a discussion and comments on this after I go through the second example, which is a lot more important because that shows also potential problems that you can have with the dynamic constraint. This is a more difficult example. It involves transmission constraints and capacity limits that are interacting. So as you can see, I added a network now in the NOGHG area. I made it a BAA too. So now you have BAA-B is a NOGHG area. BAA-A is the greenhouse gas regulation area. So now you have the BAA transfer and the greenhouse gas transfers. They coincide, but we have to model them separately because they have different saddle prices for these constraints. The BAA transfer has a scheduling limit of 40 megawatts. The greenhouse gas transfer doesn't have a scheduling limit, but it has an attribution limit. It has to be attributed to greenhouse gas attributions on generators in BAA-B. And there is a network now in BAA-B, and that network has a constraint for the line from 3 to 1. It's limited to 100 megawatts. So that constraint is going to become binding in the solution. The bids here, we have 1,000 megawatt generator G4 at $70. Okay, so it's an expensive generator. We want to displace as much of that as we can to serve 700 megawatts load. And then as you can see here on BAA-B, you have load and generation in every bus out of this 3 bus network here. G1 is a 220 megawatt at 48. It's the most expensive generation. It bids for greenhouse gas 200 megawatts at 10. G2 is coming next from more expensive to less expensive, 150 megawatts at $36. and it bids 150 megawatt at 3 for greenhouse gas. And then G3, which is the cheapest, has 253 megawatts at $12, and it bids 200 megawatts of GHG at $1. So again, our first step here is to find, by the way, I have to say that this is a complicated example, so we cannot eyeball the solution like we did in the previous example. We developed an Excel solver where we actually modeled all these different constraints, and we have released it. We won't have the time to go through this here. I don't want to burden you at the end of the meeting going through this complicated model, but we have released it. It has the same feel and look with other Excel models that we have released in the last few years. So you're familiar with that if you have used those, and we release it for you to potentially verify what we're showing here, or even use it, for yourself to try different alternative solutions and get some more information about how these models work. So our first line of business here is to calculate the greenhouse gas reference bus. So again, as before, we put a constraint that limits the greenhouse gas transfer to the greenhouse gas regulation area, that's BAA, to 0 megawatts, and we do an optimal solution. And you can see, of course, G4 scheduled at 700 megawatts to meet the load. $70 is the price in BAA. And in BAAB, you have a solution where the line from 3 to 1 hits its limit. It's binding that 100 megawatts you see there. And you have the references that are calculated for the 3 generators at 103 megawatts, 99 megawatts, and 253 megawatts. And the prices are 48, 36, and 24. Generator G3 hits its upper limit at 253 megawatts, and that's why it falls off the pricing. The price at 1 and 2 is the bid of the generators. G3 hits its upper limit, so the marginal price at that location will go above the bid, which is $12 at that location, and it reaches $24 in this example because of the congestion. The prices are not relevant for the greenhouse gas reference bus. We only are interested in those megawatt schedules for G1, G2, and G3. These are our references. So then we go to solve the FM with the static attribution limit. Okay, so now we open the transfer. The transfer has a scheduling limit of 40 megawatts, and it's all going to be used. So the transfer is going to become binding. All right, so we can displace 40 megawatts out of G4, which is expensive. So G4 is going down to 660 megawatts, and 40 megawatts are coming in as a greenhouse gas transfer and as a BAA transfer in this example because of the BAA and the greenhouse gas regulation area coincide. We wanted to have a simple example as much as possible for this. So the optimal solution for BAAB, you can see that generator G1 is scheduled at 143 megawatts, generator G2 at 99 megawatts, and generator G3 at 253 megawatts. And you do not have any room to attribute on G3 because the reference for G3 was also 253 megawatts. Our constraint prevents the attribution of G3. So you have a 0 megawatt attribution on G3, all right? But there is headroom on G2. So G2 is the next cheap resource in terms of greenhouse gas, but so it will get the attribution for 40 megawatts, all right? And again, this attribution is below the reference, okay? So the reference is 99 megawatts, yet the schedule is 99 megawatts and the attribution is 40 megawatts. And the resulting prices are again 48, 36, and 24. There's no change here. The 100 megawatt limit on the power flow from 3 to 1 is binding. The marginal greenhouse gas cost is $3. It's set by G2. That's its marginal that's the greenhouse gas bid price. And the transfer limit is at $19. So you have a total of $22 difference between BAAA at $70 and G1 being at $48. So that's the solution with the static limit. And in the spreadsheet, you can also see more details about settlement, about the objective function cost, etc. So let's see what the solution will be if now we enforce the dynamic limit, okay? The dynamic limit obviously will not allow the 40 megawatt attribution to G2 because G2 references at 99 megawatts. So we can only attribute above the reference. So with a 99 megawatt schedule, you cannot attribute anything. You cannot attribute anything to G3 because that doesn't even have headroom for that. So one solution that you would expect just eyeballing this would be to transfer the attribution for G2 to G1, have the 40 megawatt attribution for G1, right? That's a feasible solution, but it's not the optimal solution. The model will actually find a different solution with a lower cost. What it will do, it will see that it's cheaper to attribute G2 versus G1 because G1 has a $10 greenhouse gas bid, G2 has a $3 greenhouse gas bid. So what it will do here, it will increment G2 by 40 megawatts above the base to 139 megawatts just for the sole purpose of attributing those 40 megawatts. Because of the constraint between 3 to 1, which is a 100 megawatt limit, that will cause a redispatch between G1 and G3. Essentially, G3 is going to go down 20 megawatts and G1 is going to increase by 20 megawatts in this solution. That's a higher cost redispatch that you would have in the solution. So what this solution does, it takes the hit of a higher cost energy dispatch because it can save more on the greenhouse gas attribution. So you can see that G2 is uneconomically incremented for the sole purpose of getting an attribution to displace 40 megawatts of the more expensive generator at G4. So if we look at the prices that we get from this, and obviously the easy way to do this is look at the spreadsheet because again, this is a complicated scenario. We cannot eyeball the solution. The prices are $48 in G1 because G1 is free to move here. There's no constraint that holds it down. And G3 is also marginal at its location. So it says the price at $12. So G1 and G3 are marginal left and right of the congestion of 100 megawatts flow. G2 though is fall off the margin, okay? It's constrained to be at 139 megawatts because of that 40 megawatt attribution. So falling off the price means that it can't set the price at its location. Its price at the price at that location is determined by the other prices on the network and the shadow price of the constraint on the line from 3 to 1, and it comes out to be $30. So if we look at the settlement now for G2, you have the 40 megawatt piece of G2 schedule, which gets an attribution, all right, gets a total payment of $30 for the energy plus $9 for the greenhouse gas, the marginal greenhouse gas price. Note here that the marginal greenhouse gas price is $9. It's not $3 as before, right? So you can see that in situations where you have a complex interaction between capacity and transmission constraints, the marginal greenhouse gas price is not really necessarily the last greenhouse gas price that you use. It could be much higher. This is the effect of congestion that you have, right? So it gets $39, this 40 megawatt piece, and its cost is $36 plus $3 for greenhouse gas regulation is $39, and that's what it receives. So it's in the money for that piece. But the bottom piece of the 99 megawatt schedule that doesn't have an attribution is paid an LMP of $30, but it has a cost of $36. So the total settlement for the resource, losing some money on the bottom piece, results in a net loss of $594. This is the optimal dispatch that comes out of this solution, does not support the optimal schedule, right? You have a payment shortfall. Now, as I said before, in a problem like this where you don't have any intertemporal constraints, this is not an intertemporal solution. This is just a single shot solution, one interval, okay? There are no intertemporal constraints. You never expect this outcome to come by, that you have a payment shortfall, all right? So we want to explain why you see this, okay? And it comes down to what kind of problem you're solving and how the dynamic constraint alters that problem. So normally, all the problems that we try to solve in the market, they have convexity. And this convexity is coming from the requirement that we have that all supply energy bits are monotonically increasing. What does this mean? This means that a segment on the energy bit is more expensive than the segment before, all right? So that includes, that instills a convexity in the problem, which says that the current segment of a resource in the energy bit will only be scheduled if the previous segment is fully scheduled. All right. Now, when we introduce the static greenhouse gas attribution, that affects all segments the same way because we don't have any constraint that limits the attribution of any segment. So the greenhouse gas attribution may bring a benefit, the benefit being the lower cost that you have in the solution because it displaces a more expensive generation in the greenhouse gas regulation area. But all segments see that, and therefore the convexity of the energy bid is maintained. The dynamic greenhouse gas attribution limit does not do that because it reflects the benefit of the greenhouse gas attribution only on the segments that are above the base, above the reference. The segments below the reference do not see that benefit. So if the benefit reduces the cost of a segment to be less than the cost of the segment before, if it's below the attribution, now you see that you lose convexity. It means that without any constraints trying to solve the problem, segment number 2 may be scheduled before segment number 1 is scheduled, okay? This is an effect of trying to solve a non-convex problem. And we believe this is manifested here in the solution, and it will be manifested in the solution we go forward with this, with prices that do not support the optimal dispatch, will have price shortfalls. Now, this is only one of the potential problems that you can have trying to solve a non-convex problem. You may have convergence problems. You may have integrality gap problems. You may have a problem where you end up with a local optimum and you don't even know it. The solution comes out and you say, okay, we found the solution, and it's not the optimal solution. It's a local optimum, and you would never know about it. Now, for us, these are not new problems. We have seen all this back in 2018 when we were working with a team of people, some of them stakeholders, very well-known stakeholders, and we have seen these problems. We are trying to find a solution, a good solution to the greenhouse gas model. And we realized that this was the first constraint that we tried because it's so natural. You're thinking, yes, you want to attribute above the reference. That's what you want to do. Let's put this dynamic constraint in. Yes, okay, it needs binary variable. Let's do that. Let's find out. And we found out these problems. And, you know, having price shortfalls due to not intertemporal constraints is considered universally to be a bad market design. It's a design flaw. You don't have markets operating like that. So back then, and still now, we don't think that this is the right way to go. And again, I'll go back to the question that I asked in the first example that I proposed, that I showed you here. And I asked, how far down this path do you want to go? Minimizing the atmospheric cost, what it will do to you. And if this is the outcome, that's not the path you want to go. Stuart, please.
Yes, Stuart Kelly representing LA. I need to put my glasses on because I took notes here and I need to be able to read. But I'm obviously not particularly in favor of the dynamic, going down with a dynamic constraint. I understand some of the merits, but there's obviously some significant problems. And I don't think we can consider this without actually understanding what CARB who's focused on the resource specific approach is going to do with the EIM outstanding emission calculation. I think that's going to be particularly important. What you've just described, if you use a dynamic constraint, I think amplifies concerns that we've laid out regarding the two-step approach already. It definitely amplifies that. And I think the balance that needs to be struck here is to continue to visit on GHG. We understand CARB's focus on resource specific. We understand that the EDAM is going to start with resource specific, but I think the balance that needs to be struck here is to continue to visit on GHG and look for resolution to the problems. I may have told you this before, but we have a solution to all this, but thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah.
Is the solution the LA proposal?
Could be.
Drum roll. Yeah, I appreciate that, Stuart. I think some of this goes back to some of the comments that George started with in terms of how far do we go. We're not ignoring the atmospheric impact in our market. We're reflecting those costs, and it really is CARB who's accounting for it based on market outputs in terms of the retirement of allowances. And it'll be up to their rulemaking in terms of if that outstanding emissions calculation changes. Go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate it, Anya. I'll take you back to the example, but let's consider the example if in non-EDAM and in the GHG area, let's say it's all hydro and VER, how much sense does this dynamic proposal make? Because they're not accounting, if they're not, the price to the customers is higher in the GHG zone, and if there is emitting resources running, the EM the outstanding emission calculation could further increase the cost to folks in the GHG zone. So this is potentially a really bad outcome for retail customers.
Can you hear me? This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I appreciate you going through these examples. I will take more time with them, but I have two reactions. And this is part of the reason we've been asking for you to do these examples and kind of talk through it, is that two things. Let me start with the example number 2. So you're showing a shortfall and you're saying that good market design would not do this. I would love to agree with you completely. I would really like to, George, because that'd be lovely. But then we would be in a world where we'd be talking about convex whole pricing, and we'd be talking about extended LMP, and we don't do that because that is really complicated and difficult, computationally difficult, right? So there are choices that we make in market design when we know that we just cannot get to a perfect solution that will fully recover costs, and we have to balance how frequently do these edge cases arise. And so I think a part of what concerns me is that if we don't be proactive and make the right principle design based on environmental policies, based on the environmental rules, and see how frequently it occurs. So our sense is that example 2 would occur very infrequently. And if it's infrequent, and that's a question. So that's a thing that we need to think about. The frequency of it occurring is what matters when we think about bid cost recovery being what we rely on, because that is so bid cost recovery can accommodate this concern for edge cases. If it's happening on a regular basis, that's not good market design. But if it's an edge case that infrequently happens, I think that a balance is we can live with that, right? We make those decisions all the time. So one question I have is, example's great. How do we get to simulating it to come to what's the frequency, what's the likelihood of it occurring, such so we can know if it really is a concern? How do we get that analytics?
Okay, I will tell you, Kathleen. Well, first of all, bid cost recovery is not the mechanism you want to use for recovering this kind of payment shortfalls. Bid cost recovery works over the day, and it's for the specific purpose of recovering shortfalls over the day because of intertemporal binding constraints. And we have chosen to enforce these constraints because of the necessity of having feasible schedules. This is not a necessity And this is something that will require a side payment for that specific interval. You cannot take this payment shortfall and wash it off with a with a profit from another interval. It's not appropriate because this is caused specifically by this constraint, not by any intertemporal constraint. So you'll have a side payment if you're going to go with this, and then you're going to have an allocation of the cost for it. But just the word spoken out here, side payment, that immediately translates to a design flow for a market design. Any market that has to rely on side payments, this is universal, right? It's not a good market design.
So, and I think what you're hearing from the feedback that we've been hoping to provide at some point in time is this is a balance. We think the harm from not implementing the greenhouse gas rules on a persistent basis happens persistently, that we're suppressing the greenhouse gas prices, that we are disadvantaging resources that are efficient, that are being displaced by megawatts that are being deemed, but they're not actually available. So that is the harm. That's persistent harm. If you and the CAISO, you can do that. You can say, here is the cost of us curing this harm is a market design that will cure that. But in some instances, this edge case might occur. We will incorporate it into BCR. It doesn't guarantee you'll get compensated for it, but it's your offer is greater than the LMP. It's in BCR. That's honestly a trade-off that we should be able to make, and we should be able to provide that feedback to you. Where I stand today, we believe that this is an edge case. So we believe that it is a low cost for great benefit, which is why we wanted these examples. So I appreciate you doing this. That's the feedback that we've been trying to provide to the CAISO, is that we are okay as long as we monitor for this edge case once it's implemented. And if we're wrong, I mean, even better, you sandbox it. But like, if you're not going to be able to do that, if we're wrong, then we revisit it. We revisit that in the future. The other piece of feedback I'd give is on example 1. I'm a little concerned about, well, I'm confused about how you're defining the word savings. Can you just do that? Explain it one more time. What to you is savings?
Okay, I will answer both questions.
Can I just, one thing I have to make sure, we have a hard deadline at 3, I believe. Is that right? Okay. All right. I think we're going to have to answer this question, and then we're going to have to start wrapping it up, I'm afraid, because there's a hard deadline.
Okay. So one of the questions was on the frequency, on the potential frequency of this problem occurring. And I find that to be relevant. Even if it happens once, that's bad. Once you have an example like that, that can show that this is a design flow on the EDAM, you're going to start losing market, how much trust you have in the market. All right. Even if it happens once, that's enough, because it will happen again and again. If you can demonstrate that this is a problem that can happen, that's all it takes to lose confidence in the market solution. And then you have another effect when you have prices that they don't support schedules. You have perverse incentives when resources and SCs know that they may not get paid for what they bid, then they can change their bidding behavior, or they can try to game this particular design flow. This happens all the time. Every time you don't have consistency between prices and schedules, this is a natural outcome that will happen. And this is something we should not have in a market that we try to design from the get-go. Now, that's maybe to a certain extent, this is my personal opinion. Everybody has an opinion here. I'm just showing you what can happen and what I don't think it's appropriate. Now, on your other question, what I consider cost and what I showed an example on, that's the objective function cost. As I said, it's only the cost that we consider the objective, what we actually minimize, right? And that we have said many times, and I think it's universally known, that does not capture the atmospheric cost because of secondary dispatch. We don't include that in the objective function. That's why I said, well, maybe you have a higher cost solution, but that's okay because you reduce the atmospheric cost. The concern there is how far you want to do this when it starts compromising your optimality for your primary objective.
And I don't want to take it, but I'm just trying to find where in the example, because what was requested was to compare if you continue to deem inaccurately versus if you deem correctly and more accurately. So the problem is you're suppressing the greenhouse gas prices in your current design, in your proposed design for EDAM. So I just want to make sure that when you are putting forward examples that are showing the total picture, we factor in that price suppression and you actually show an estimate, because I want to make sure that we're not mischaracterizing that greenhouse gas price is suppressed today by the way that you deem megawatts. And so it would be higher in an accurate. So you're actually, we just need to make sure the example includes that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. That's a very good conversation and probably one that's going to continue for a while. We definitely will revisit it at GHG. Just wanted to, at some point, I do want to do a time check. It's we're a little bit past the hour. We had some final comments. I don't think there's any questions on the phone. So one last call for questions in the room. And I think after that, we'll have to wrap it up. If anybody else had any questions. BJ.
This is very valuable work. I appreciate all that you guys have been doing, and I recognize the concerns by some of the entities in the room. Vijay with WRA. Question/comment. We will provide our comments to this draft proposal that's due November 22nd. But an observation comment would be a recommendation WRA might try to put in, or joint commenters in a public interest space, is some areas where we would recommend urgent or expedited evaluation in the next year 1-2 on how the framework works. And then also an area that has not been touched here, but what are your blind spots in terms of lack of information from the GHG regulation areas that you would need to specifically model price points or unspecified energy? So these are two areas that I wasn't clear today. Maybe it's in the document. It'll be good to understand where CalISO staff is needing more clarity from GHG regulatory agencies to help do your work more clearly. So that's more qualitative, not specific to the modeling. But thank you.
Thank you, Vijay, for those recommendations. I'll just note in terms of areas of clarity, Washington is still kind of evolving their cap and invest program and is set to address the role of centralized markets ahead of October 1st, 2026. So recognizing there's evolution there may be evolution in CARB's program. And so just understanding how those programs will evolve is important to the CAISO. Thanks.
Okay, well, I'll do the honors of last comments and wrap up. It's been a really interesting conversation today. And I wanted to also thank everybody's participation throughout the EDAM stakeholder process. It's been actually a really, interesting and educational, and I think evolutionary process. So all of you on the phone, in the room, and throughout the stakeholder community, I think hopefully, you will see elements of your contribution throughout the proposal. And we did really greatly appreciate the extensive workshop participation and stakeholder participation. In terms of next steps, the dialogue at the ISO and market evolution never really ends, but we do have to sometimes put things down and keep moving forward so we can get the ball going. Our hope is to receive comments and robust comments. I get it. Don't have to repeat everything, but if there's things that still irritate you, just please, Carrie, put them down on paper. But we will hope to get comments on the 22nd and would like to publish a final proposal on the 7th. That will provide us an opportunity to do a full briefing to the board and the governing body in December. And then in February, we'll like to take these for decision to the governing body and board as well. And then early next year, we'll start our stakeholder process on a fuller tariff document. We've all seen the framework, I think, of the tariff, but that will start getting populated and be more robust in early of 2023. And we look forward towards a filing in the second quarter of 2023 with FERC as well. And we're targeting implementation activity at the end of 2023 with depending on our, interested parties in going live. And of course, we'd be working closely with any interested party going live with EDAM thinking of 2024 based on our current trajectory. So those are our next steps. The conversation's not over. I definitely would encourage you all to contact us if you have any specific questions. The material today, especially in the last part of the day, I understand was a very, detailed, complicated set of examples. George did provide a spreadsheet you can all work with. So if you have questions, of course, let us know. But thank you again for your participation. It's been a really good experience. We all really greatly appreciate that.
Thanks, Anna. And yes, that spreadsheet that she just referred to is available out on the initiative webpage. So you can access that at any time. And the comments template is also live on that page. So we'll take comments back by end of day, November 22nd. But that concludes today's meeting. Thank you all for joining us, and be sure to grab a snack on the way out. We have some treats in the back, and have a great rest of your week. Thanks, everyone.
That concludes today's conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.